Alright, that was enough intro. What's up? D-Line Kaiser. Nukes! How's everyone awake this morning? I hope. Some of us are probably more than others. I totally got sleep. Oh, I did. I got like 6.5 hours, so I'm okay. I'm just like not at streamer energy levels yet. It's the bearded man. That makes it sound like a circus thing. Come see the bearded man. Ugh. I'm excited. Alright, let's see, before that goes on anything, if I do this. There we go. You guys can hear the stream. We can adjust as needed. Yeah, true, caffeine will kick up the energy level. We're good. We're good. Awesome. Where's my spoon? Actually, right now, like, for me in the mornings, it's like always water, man. I wake up, I'm like, dude, I want to drink like a gallon of water. And sleep? No, I slept like 6.5 hours, but it wasn't very good sleep. I kept waking up. I don't know why. I think it was a bit warm in my room. Okay. Let me maneuver some stuff around while we wait for stuff to start. Let's see. I'm gonna be 30 seconds ahead. What the hell? Congratulations. Okay. Let's see. I want to be here. And we'll put chat over here. We go. We're good. Yeah, we're good. The music, like, weirdly disoriented? The hell? That was weird. Like the music is slowed down. Or am I crazy? What the hell? Doing the refresh. Not crazy? Oh, okay. That's meant to be like that? Okay. I was like, what the fuck? I was like trying to figure out that, like, one of my audio equipment's like break right now, but no, alright. It's supposed to be disoriented and slow? Alright. New composer? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Actually, let's put chat above my head. Because that's gonna be where the mana globe, and that's gonna look weird. I'm gonna just direct it on this one. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, we're good. Tweet sent. Pipe ready. He's been full focus on Poe too. Oh, okay, gotcha. They've got him on that project, and then they got someone else bringing up the current stuff. Makes sense. Makes sense. Alright. Well, for last minute extreme guesses, I got mine on Jewel that just says Rampage the Chase Unique. That'd be kind of neat. Just slap in Rampage. I don't know. What would be my last minute wish? Arcane Shield. A life reservation jewel that gives you armor based on how much mana you don't have. Reserved. That's what I want. Give me my mind over matter jewel. Make the extreme guess that there's a league mechanic? Maybe. Something said this should be an expansion. What's going on? What's going on? And what? Everything random. It's getting excited. It's getting hot. They missed them. Or they said something for the sponsor's part. Oh, okay. I mean, 3.2, we're on December. I mean, December should be the expansion, right? It's usually December, and then the other one's the other part. I mean, honestly, yeah, randoms, you can move while channeling would be insane. This is the November League. Oh yeah, you're right. I don't know. Whatever, we'll see. We'll see what the what it brings, I guess. I'm hyped for anything anyway, but let's do it. It would be really nice if channeling could move. Yeah, I agree. It would be a really big boost to the skills in general. A new curse exclusively for damage over time, so they're decoupling the doubt from vulnerability. I mean, yeah, there might be a new curse specifically for damage over time. That'd be kind of cool. But then again, I mean, they did say that they're clarifying and making them more generic, so maybe they don't. I don't know. It's possible. I really don't know what to expect from this one, honestly. Because I mean, I think it's because we've had a year of like nothing major popping in, so it's like everyone's hoping for the next, you know, Archmage thing to crop up. But yeah, something new would be nice. Something new would very much be nice. But yeah, I think at this point it's just like everyone. There's so many ideas that it like could be implemented. A lot of people are just like, what is it? What's the idea? Which one have they chosen? Which, you know, is definitely setting expectations for the sky. Yeah, Cursed Ground's pretty cool. I still want to know if it works with Blasphemy. They haven't clarified that yet. Bow League Mark III. Bow or Wand? I really want it to be Wand League, to be honest. Oh, wait, Poe released today? My class? It's just the announcement today. Poe itself is in next Friday. 8 days from now. Today's the announcement. Can imagine it would. It doesn't say it doesn't. I'm like, when Kaiser brought that up, I was like, that'd be really cool if you could walk around with 2 blasphemy curses and have it just shit out cursed ground everywhere. That does 2 different curses. It doesn't necessarily mean it's good, because, I mean, you're already blaspheming it, so why do you care? But it would be good in some situations. Especially if you walk away from something with, like, an ignite, and they're still on the cursed ground for 12 seconds. That means for 12 seconds, that enemy, you could stay away from it and still keep it cursed. It'd be like dropping shock ground or whatever. Yeah, exactly. Again, you don't get less scaling. Well, you don't get less scaling if you drop it yourself, but if you put it with Blasphemy, you would be getting less scaling. So I don't know. We'll see. I just like automating stuff, so I don't if I don't have to cast it, I will run a double in presence just to have it. Isn't that a trigger of a trigger? I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know, because Blasphemy is an aura. What's a feta cheese? A wild twitch. Yeah, it's a trigger of an aura. It's not a trigger of a trigger. Because if you make the aura just instead of an aura, it just drops to the ground. You just walk around with curse. I don't know. We've never had a trigger of an aura, as far as I know, in that sense. That that drops ground. There's no conk ground aura droppage effect. 5 minutes. Let me. How's the audio for you guys? Is it good? Can you hear? Audio's fine? Okay, cool. Cool. I shall adjust as needed. So I just pulled that up in case I need to turn you guys up and turn my mic down. Or turn my headphones down. Might AFK. AFK away, man. AFK. Blow the balls off. Yeah. Maybe it will. Maybe your balls will be completely blown off. I think that's Mathel's build. Crazy fucking Spire thing. The bit rate. Or the blood rate. The level of the expert skill to send in start. Oh, Mercedes. Hell yeah, do it. Yeah, I'll do mine when 7 days from now when it pops up. It doesn't take long to get a 70, even without hyper burning. So new skills as well. It would be nice, yeah. Like I said, I probably will. It'd be nice if we got an archetype for cold or fire to do the same thing that lightning did. Is it volleyball? Good afternoon. Guess we're gonna get another free burning again. Yeah, I'll burn Mercedes next week. Yeah, Bane is probably gonna be pretty good for a league starter, honestly. Blah blah blah. Fucking crazy thing. You know something I don't know what's gonna be in the patch notes, but I'm gonna say this. I really need to make a spell singer build. I've never made one. I need to figure out some fucking way to make it work in the modern day. Never done spell singer, so it is something I need to fucking work on. Yeah, slinger hype. Yeah, probably. Something. I'm gonna do something with it. I woke up this morning from a dream and realized, oh shit, I've never made one of those builds. Yes, I was dreaming about Poe builds. You know, the normal. In my dream, I was trying to make cast on crit vortex work. It didn't. What if they give us another type of cast while channeling cast on crit? That could also be kind of cool. I don't know what it would be. Even a dream scenario would build failed. I mean, yeah. Frostbolt in there. I mean, yeah, you technically could do it if you Frostbolt in the way. There's a Woodward Scion. Cast on Bleed. Cast on Ailment. Cast on Ailment would be kind of cool. Not necessarily scaling the elements, but you gotta just make it so you get the elements. You go elementals though, because you get 3 elements right off the bat. They'd all share a cooldown. 36 seconds. And then Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games says hello. That's a crunchy sound from that build. Hogs at the ready. Here we go. What's the news? Freezing, I mean, yeah, Freezing Pulse is sadly. I mean, Ice Spear did most of the work on that build. The Freezing Pulse was just there to clear up a little bit. Oh, the Frost Blink Elementals thing. Pause at the ready. Come on. What's the goods? The timer's done. We use the close with stuff. Yeah, I mean, yeah. That stuff got too close just to keep it frozen, keep it locked down. Got you baited. No. This is probably just part of the video and they mistimed it by a couple minutes or a couple seconds for the timer. It's all one giant rendered video. Somebody forgot to press live.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
You are!
Thanks
Hello!
for joining us for today's live stream as we reveal our upcoming expansion, The Forbidden Sanctum, which launches on December 9th on PC and Mac, and on December 14th on console.
Hello.
Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Bloodguard wings.
It's just some fuzzy
Here's
feathers.
what you can expect from today's live stream.
Good God.
We'll start by debuting the trailer for The Forbidden Sanctum, and we'll then do a deep dive on the League itself.
Huh?
We'll cover this expansion's new endgame revamps and content.
Nice,
and
nice,
then we'll
nice.
have a look at all the new skills we're introducing.
All the new skills.
We'll then reveal some new unique items and the massive buffs and rarity adjustments we have made to a variety of endgame unique weapons.
Ooh.
We'll then briefly cover some balance
Yes.
topics we have posted articles about recently. Jewels, curses, and the replacement of the arch nemesis monster mod system. Finally, we'll discuss the upcoming release of the optional Ruthless game mode before touching on some quality of life improvements and the new supporter packs.
Supporter
The
packs!
stream concludes with a Q&A session between Ziggy D and me, where we'll answer questions from Twitch chat. Then we'll drop the full patch notes. Let's get started with
So
the
much
trailer
reading.
for The Forbidden Sanctum, which launches in 1 week.
There we go.
Many have met their fate here in the shade of Fell Shrine.
That's right.
So step lightly. For here you are bound by new rules. My rules.
Oh, she almost one shot.
Each step with gold to tempt you. A foe to wound you. A curse to spite you.
Oh.
But do not give up, for vast riches await the bold.
Ah.
Pillage this sanctum if you must.
It is a roguelite.
And one day you may uncover its
Nice. Yes. It's just legit bosses over and over again. Fuck yeah. Well. Ooh, what was that skill? What was that? Wait, was that text line? No, that wasn't. What? Those are all melee attacks. Is it really melee leg? Okay. Okay. Was it a biscuit top tree? Yeah, that was a different tree. It went so quickly I didn't have time to react to it. I was like, Alright. Talk us through. Give us the deets. Every time it's melee log is not though. I mean, on Starforge. Oh, Curse of the Dead Gods. I mean, I love that system. I'm all for it.
The Forbidden Sanctum is an old Templar enclave, long rumored to be hidden beneath the Fell Shrine ruins. Abandoned for a long time, it is now controlled by a malevolent entity. In this league, you'll explore it, find out its secrets, and deal with the evil that lurks there. The Sanctum Challenge League is a roguelike game, played out one room at a time as you explore Rayclast and the Atlas in Path of Exile.
Okay.
In every area or map you enter, you can make a choice of which room in the Sanctum you will explore next. On the Sanctum map, you can see the contents of a few rooms ahead, enabling you to plot a path through its dangerous halls.
Hell
And the
yeah.
Sanctum is dangerous. Like most roguelikes, you should not expect to be able to complete it on your first try. Getting to the deeper floors requires experience, knowledge, and luck.
Fuck yeah.
You should expect that your early attempts will fail, but over time, you'll be able to push yourself farther and farther. As you progress deeper into the Sanctum, you'll find a variety of treasures that will help you eventually fight your way to the dangers that await you at the end of its 4 floors. Eventually, by endgame, you may be able to push through all 4 floors to face the final boss. Every roguelike needs a resource to help you track how well the run is going. In the Forbidden Sanctum, it is your resolve, indicated by this bar here. As you explore the Sanctum, your resolve is threatened by the dangers within. When you lose all of your resolve, your Sanctum run ends. Your level of resolve is maintained between consecutive rooms on your run, but is only shown when you're in the Sanctum itself. The resolve mechanic applies equally to all build archetypes. Your resolve is reduced when you are hit by monsters or environmental hazards in the Sanctum, and these telegraphed attacks are not affected by regular Path of Exile defensive mechanics, such as evasion, armor, or block. While these attacks do some nominal damage to your regular life, the bulk of their impact is against your resolve. This mechanic provides a mechanism for tracking your progress between rooms, where your regular life pool would long ago have been recovered. Another aspect of the resolve system is that characters who are struggling can be ejected from the Sanctum without actually having to die, avoiding experience loss or hardcore death. So maintaining a healthy level of resolve is key as you navigate the Sanctum. And that means making careful choices of what rooms you enter. Let's have a look at some of the things that Sanctum rooms can contain.
That's a neat way of doing
rooms
that.
Cause you to gain an affliction when you enter them. Afflictions make your Sanctum run more difficult. For example, reducing your resolve recovery, causing rewards to become hidden on the Sanctum map, or causing Sanctum rooms to spawn volatile anomalies that follow you. These minor afflictions accumulate as you get deeper and deeper into a run, making it more challenging. Major afflictions exist and are a big deal. They have significant consequences, such as entirely preventing the recovery of resolve.
Oh fuck.
So, a Sanctum run gets harder and harder as you pick up more afflictions. Sounds great. But every roguelike needs a way for you to gain power throughout your run. In the Forbidden Sanctum, that system is boons. Boons are beneficial buffs that help you as you progress through the Sanctum. Minor boons make things a little easier, such as slowing down monsters or adding a special shield to your resolve called Inspiration. Major boons don't come along often, but have large effects, such as preventing you from receiving more minor afflictions, or recovering your resolve to 50% the next time you run out. Due to the vast variety of afflictions and boons, no 2 runs are the same. Generally speaking, your best Sanctum runs are the ones where the afflictions you choose have little effect on you, and the boons either counteract them or have a large benefit for the strategy you're running.
Yeah, make everything super slow. Yeah.
Some rooms in the Sanctum contain a fountain, which will restore some of your lost resolve.
That's great.
Others contain afflicted fountains that restore even more resolve at a cost. Rooms with a treasure reward contain chests full of the Templar Aureus currency, a type of gold coin they used for commerce within their Sanctum. You'll also find some Aureus coins from monsters that you kill as you explore. These are picked up automatically, like Azurite, and are not tradable, and like your afflictions and boons, are lost when your Sanctum run ends. Some rooms contain a merchant who accepts your Aureus coins in exchange for boons. Plan your purchases carefully, as you may encounter the merchant again later on with even more expensive boons to purchase. Occasionally, the sinister powers controlling the Sanctum will present you with the choice of making an accursed pact. You are given several pacts to choose from, and can even opt to take all that you are offered. All pacts have a big upside and a big downside, such as exchanging a portion of your maximum resolve for a random major boon.
Those devil deals,
It's very dangerous to make a pact, but if you pick the right circumstances, your gamble could pay off. In addition to rewards that help you progress through the Sanctum, many rooms let you immediately receive Path of Exile currency items, but with a twist. Whenever you're offered some currency items that you can receive right away, you are also offered a more valuable option that will be waiting for you after the boss fight at the end of the current
18 if you complete it.
It's a gamble, because if you fail your run before you reach and defeat the boss, you will not receive the reward you picked. Later on, you're offered the extreme temptation of getting a massive currency reward that is conditional on completing your entire Sanctum run without failing. At a specific point in the Forbidden Sanctum storyline, you'll discover a special altar that Templar relics can be placed on. These relics directly affect your Sanctum runs and are not lost when a run ends. They persist throughout the League as a permanent source of meta progression.
There's the light function.
Acquiring new and better relics is one of the ways you can push farther and farther with each run you try. Relics
this looks
cannot
so
be crafted
good.
and cannot be traded, as they represent your personal progression throughout the League. You'll accumulate more than you can use simultaneously, so you'll have options to fine-tune your strategy from run to run. You can store your extra relics in the Relic Locker, a free storage space like the Expedition Locker. We don't want to spoil important story details, but the end boss of the Forbidden Sanctum can drop unique items from a pool exclusive to this league.
Get additional download.
Today we'd like to show you a unique amulet called Eternal Damnation. This amulet offers a powerful way to gain additional elemental mitigation by introducing the concept of elemental damage reduction. Despite the drawback of reducing your maximum resistances, if you have sufficient chaos resistance, this is more than compensated for. Because of the roguelike nature of the Forbidden Sanctum, defeating the boss of a floor is a difficult achievement and hence rewards a lot of experience. You may fail on the way, so if you do
that is what I needed.
a good experience boost for your achievement.
I gotta make it with that leadership's price now,
Another reward you can find is a special type of relic called a Sanctified Relic that has mods that directly affect your character's build.
That thing's insane for me.
You can only unlock one slot for this type of relic.
It makes it
While
immortal.
these relics can't be crafted through conventional means, you may find special reward rooms in the Sanctum that can modify them. These relics exist for this league only and provide a boost to character power for players who are able to master the Sanctum. The Sanctum League offers a roguelike experience that tempts you into taking risks.
Because the
and
yellow
rewards you
attacks
for
that
those payoff.
do resolve.
There's a lot to explore in the Sanctum, and we can't wait to hear about your experiences next week. In each expansion leading up to Path of Exile 2's release, we're improving Path of Exile's endgame, with new content to explore and improvements to how you customize your endgame experience.
Tell me more.
In the Forbidden Sanctum expansion, we're revamping the Atlas tree, reworking how Eldritch Altars function, and are introducing 2 new Atlas memories. The Atlas tree is generally working really well, but has a few problems we'd like to address. The tree offers you the ability to specialize in killing pinnacle bosses, providing extra rewards when you do so. While this sounds good on paper, it creates a situation where you're incentivized to specialize your tree for regular mapping, save up all of your boss fights, then respec fully into boss mode, and then do all of your saved up boss fights before speccing back again. Ideally, the design of the Atlas tree would let you spec into one build and then just play the game. We have removed all boss bonuses from the Atlas tree, and have baked some of them into the actual base properties of the boss fights. For example, you don't need to allocate the Gaze into the Abyss notable that makes the Elder more likely to drop a Watcher's Eye, as he just has that drop chance built in now.
Oh, hell yeah.
The Atlas tree is now focused on allowing you to specialize into content that you encounter in every map. We also want you to be able to specialize into your favorite leagues even more deeply on the Atlas tree. For each of the 10 leagues that the tree lets you disable, we've added a bunch more passives to the tree. These new passives allow you to increase the league's spawn chance to much higher levels than currently possible, and juice the league even further than before.
Sweet.
We are making a number of changes to Eldritch Altars that mostly affect their rewards, but will also affect gameplay decisions you make involving them. Some of the key changes include splitting up the basic currency, Scarab, and Divination card rewards to be explicit in their description of what rewards you'll get. For example, instead of map bosses dropping 3 unknown basic currency items, the altar specifically says which currency item they'll drop. As part of this change, we've removed some of the lower value yet quite common currency rewards from the pool, such as Orbs of Augmentation and Orbs of Transmutation. Speaking of Scarabs, these will be less available from altars, but we've improved their availability elsewhere to offset this. Rusted Scarabs can now drop from the core drop pool, and we've added a vendor recipe that allows you to upgrade your Scarabs up to Gilded, using the normal 3-to-1 ratio.
The Atlas tree.
You can also perform this action from your Fragment tab using the new upgrade button.
Hell yeah.
We have made reward types exclusive to different influences, so that you know which influence type to invest in if you want to target farm a certain reward. To give you a specific example, if you run maps influenced by, say, Eater of Worlds, you'll see Divine Orbs from the basic currency reward more than twice as often as before. We've also rebalanced rewards so that choices that affect boss drops or influence monster drops are comparatively more valuable. The Wrath of the Cosmos keystone has been reworked. Previously, it was so rewarding that players felt obligated to use it despite its extreme level of difficulty. It has retained the risk versus reward element, but with the overall intensity toned down. You can now also get awakened gems from defeating Maven Witness map bosses. This additional reward helps further balance the expected returns from the various types of influence.
I was looking
detail in these changes. Check out the balance manifesto we posted last week.
I was looking to see if there was new stuff.
Notes.
What?
In the Lake of Calandra expansion, we introduced Atlas memories. When applied to your Atlas, they unlock a sequence of maps that tells the story of an NPC's past. These stories manifest as specialized encounters that involve a new challenge and exciting rewards. In this expansion, we've introduced 2 new Atlas memories, describing events related to Beastry and Domination. The Beastry memory line allows you to capture harvest monsters as beasts for your menagerie. These harvest beasts can be used in 9 new beast crafting recipes. These recipes cover an array of options. For example, you can remove one of the special modifiers from a Watcher's Eye Jewel and then add another. This can have potent results, but won't affect the life, mana, or energy shield modifiers. You can re-roll an Awakened Gem from one type to another.
Okay.
Another example is that you can also re-roll a Synthesis Implicit modifier. If your item has more than one Synthesis Implicit, it will randomly re-roll one of them. The Domination Atlas memory thrusts you into a tale of Pantheon gods that stand watch over their shrines. Like regular shrines, these are guarded by monsters and emit a buff that empowers the monsters until you claim that buff for yourself. This Atlas memory introduces a new set of shrines with specialized buffs, guarded by rare monsters that drop tantalizing rewards. The Forbidden Sanctum expansion introduces a new type of shard that can drop from Harbingers, Fracturing Shards. When combined together into a full currency item, you get the Fracturing Orb, which behaves the same as the Fracturing Craft from Harvest. It can be used on any rare item with at least 4 modifiers.
Oh,
When the
yeah.
orb is applied, it locks one of the modifiers in place so that further crafting efforts do not affect that
Yes. I'm
modifier.
speaking in
Items
Harvey.
fractured in this way can only have one fractured modifier. Previously, this crafting option was gated behind the Oshabi fight in Harvest. Now that it has been rehomed to Harbinger, the Harvest crafting option is no longer available. This means that you'll be able to use your Harvest Life Force and Oshabi kills on other crafts. Because Fracturing Shards drop from Harbingers, you'll be able to target farm them by speccing into Harbinger content on your Atlas tree.
I'm speaking Harvey. I need
The
those.
Forbidden Sanctum expansion introduces a number of new skill gems.
Here we go.
In addition to some new melee Val skills we'll discuss later in the livestream, there are
Val
two
skills?
totally new skills that we'd like to unveil today.
Hell skills you say.
Volcanic Fissure is a new fiery slam skill that can be used with staves, maces, axes, and unarmed attacks. Strike the ground to create a chasm that winds towards your target. This chasm can path around corners before erupting as the fissure gets as close as it can reach. It releases a burst of fiery projectiles that explode on striking the ground. Enemies hit by multiple impacts will take a lot of stacked damage. Use it up close for reliable bursts of damage, or aim far away to damage a larger area. Frozen Legion is an unusual spell, summoning a ring of icy statues that attack with your own weapon damage. This skill has multiple cooldown stacks and consumes all cooldown uses at once to summon a statue for each available cooldown. The statues perform a sweeping ice slash, and these sweeps can overlap, resulting in multiple hits against targets close to you. This spell can be used with staves, maces, and axes. The skill is particularly powerful with slow, heavy weapons, as while the statues will use your attack speed, you should instead prioritize the spell's own cast time and cooldown. This expansion also introduces many new Val melee skills. As you know, equipping a Val skill gem grants you both the Val and regular version of the skill. As you kill enemies, the gem charges up with their souls, and after a certain number are collected, the Val skill can be used once. Most of the new Val skills introduced in this expansion are melee skills, and this results in an indirect buff to any melee builds that use one of these skills. Where previously you'd just be using your melee skill to kill enemies, you now get to periodically use a super-powered version of the skill. If you like Flicker Strike, you'll love Val Flicker Strike, as it really dials up the concept of letting fate take the wheel. Val Flicker Strike causes you to flicker dozens of extra times, slashing enemies. During this time, you don't deal any damage to the enemies you slash. You're quite vulnerable due to not leeching or generating Fortify stacks. When you finish flickering, if you survived of course, you'll be rewarded with a single huge hit of damage against each enemy you slashed.
That's so good!
Val Cleave is a new Val skill that buffs the behavior as non.
You're already dead.
In a similar way to how Val Reeve works. Val Cleave triggers 2 buffs, one when you kill a rare enemy, and one when you kill either a rare or unique enemy. The latter is a strong buff to regular cleave, which you can keep up almost permanently if you're able to kill rare or unique enemies often enough. The bonus for killing a rare enemy is that you get to steal its mods for a time. You can enjoy part of the power of having a headhunter without actually needing to find one.
Oh shit!
Overall, Val Cleave is a pretty powerful upgrade to any melee build that could run cleave. That +2 radius buff is looking pretty good now, right? Don't hurt me. We'll showcase the other new Val skills we're introducing over the coming
Chris,
week.
we won't. You're safe.
The Forbidden Sanctum expansion introduces over 15 new unique items, from Sanctum exclusive uniques to ones that can be found from Path of Exile's pinnacle bosses.
Okay.
I'd like to show you 3 examples of these, designed by winners of our prior league's boss kill races. Progenesis is a unique amethyst flask that was designed by Ben and drops from the Uber Maven. It's a defensive flask that grants a mini version of the Petrified Blood effect, but without requiring you to be on low life. This is a useful tool to prevent you getting one-shot by large amounts of incoming damage in scary situations. Rational Doctrine is a unique jewel that was designed by Rawlings and drops from Uber Venarius. By manipulating your attributes, you can change how this jewel behaves. While the ideal dream outcome is that you manage to get your strength and intelligence tied for highest, enabling both of the benefits simultaneously, the jewel is still very powerful if it only grants your choice of permanent consecrated ground or permanent profane ground. Entropic Devastation is a pair of unique gloves that were designed by Gucci Pradas and dropped from the Uber Shaper. Currently, the ways to get Spell Impale are very limited. These gloves provide the powerful property of causing all of your spells to impale on crit.
Okay.
So let's talk about unique weapons, specifically endgame unique weapons.
Oh.
In many ways, the weapon is the most iconic and important item on a character, so it's very important that we make them exciting and worthy of their unique status. While some unique weapons have special properties that enable entirely new builds, others are best compared to powerful rare items as a primary source of your character's damage. We have to be very careful when pitching the power level of these unique weapons. If they're not powerful enough, then they're useless and are ignored. But if they're too powerful, then they discourage entire archetypes of characters from trying to find or craft rare weapons.
Right.
Interestingly, the above problem doesn't apply to belts. Despite Mageblood and Headhunter both existing as extremely powerful unique items, people still craft plenty of rare belts. That's because Mageblood and Headhunter are extremely rare, and people don't actually expect they'll reliably get one in the league. Players tend to treat them as luxury upgrades to their build, rather than something they're certain to get. In this expansion, we're promoting 10 iconic but underused unique weapons to the same tier of rarity as Mageblood and Headhunter. We are buffing them a gigantic amount and are making them incredibly hard to find.
What?
Remember when Starforge used to be an exciting item? Well, after this change, it certainly is again. It still drops exclusively from the Shaper and the Uber Shaper, but it'll take a lot of runs or a lot of luck to earn it.
Okay.
Over the next week, we'll reveal the other unique weapons that have been massively buffed. We have targeted around 10 iconic underused unique weapons and have generally buffed only their damage stat, but by a lot. We've made a number of changes to jewels that are covered in a recent balance manifesto, but in case you missed it, we want to quickly summarize what the changes are. In the Forbidden Sanctum expansion, we have made jewels a better source of ailment mitigation by buffing the values of ailment-focused jewel modifiers and adding new modifiers that enable mitigation to a wider variety of ailments than before. We have also removed some ailment mitigation modifiers that were only available on jewels through corruption, because there are now better options through the regular jewel mod pool. This also means that other desirable corruption modifiers, like immunity to corrupting blood, are more likely to roll. We want the moment of finding a unique jewel to be way more exciting than it currently is.
Which is pretty strong.
We've added a handful of new, very powerful unique jewels and have removed some old, less interesting ones. An example of one of these new unique jewels is Fire Song, which propagates any modifiers to your ignite mitigation to other elemental ailments. If you're able to substantially reduce the duration of ignites on you, then you can use Fire Song to basically shrug off any elemental ailment. For full information about the other changes to unique jewels, check out the Balance Manifesto post we made recently.
Interesting.
We've rebalanced curses to make them stronger where they matter most against unique monsters and pinnacle bosses.
I like that idea.
We have buffed several Hex-related unique items and reworked unique items that previously interacted with Doom. To replace the Doomsday Keystone passive, we have brought back a version of an iconic curse-related keystone from the past. We've introduced some powerful new unique items that interact with hexes, which we'll reveal in the lead up to launch.
Right.
For more details on changes to curses, check out the Balance Manifesto we posted recently, or the patch notes that will come out after the livestream concludes. When we first created the Arch-Nemesis monster mod system, our goal was to improve Path of Exile's outdated set of monster mods with new and interesting mechanics that have modern game balance. We feel that Arch-Nemesis did introduce a lot of interesting mechanics, but it unfortunately had several of its own problems. We have replaced Arch-Nemesis with a system that is more similar to the way monster mods worked in the past. The new monster mods are a lot simpler. They now each do one thing and very clearly state what they do. Each encounter with a rare
did
monster
combine
is
it.
now
That
less
said lightning
complex
and shock
easier
resistance.
to understand in the heat of combat compared to Arch-Nemesis.
So it does
You'll
have an
still
and.
encounter challenging combinations of mods from time to time, but this emergent synergy will be rarer than it was under Arch-Nemesis. The goal is that combat is interesting and varied, with moments that get your heart racing, but without the frustrations of the Arch-Nemesis system.
You really need to make that.
Let's talk about
Stay on the
rewards.
screen.
Under Arch-Nemesis, it often felt mandatory to bring in a magic find culling character to kill some monsters for you in order to maximize your rewards. In the new system, we've added a significant pool of new rewards to rares, but the reward that is on the monster is hidden and not associated with a specific mod, so you don't know what kind of rewards you will get until you kill the monster. Rare monsters with more mods are more likely to have these special hidden reward bonuses.
Right?
To find out more about other balance changes that are taking place in the Forbidden Sanctum, check out the patch notes, which will be available when the livestream ends. Over the last year or so, some of our senior developers have been tinkering with a more challenging way to play Path of Exile. We've been publicly alpha testing this mode, known as Ruthless, for the last month, and are planning to make it available to anyone who's interested alongside the launch of the Forbidden Sanctum next week.
Good. But those of you who enjoy.
Ruthless is an optional additional character flag like Hardcore or Solo Self-Found that completely changes how Path of Exile feels to play. Ruthless is a lot more difficult than regular Path of Exile, but it doesn't achieve this by making the monsters harder to kill. It instead focuses on reducing character power through extreme item scarcity, limited crafting, and many other changes such as support gems being dropped.
Uber drops, so...
We've posted an article about the philosophy and rules of Ruthless on pathofexile.com/ruthless. We plan to release this mode alongside the Forbidden Sanctum expansion in a week. In addition to being a character flag like Hardcore or Solo Self-Found, it's also available as a modifier for private leagues. To be clear, the Forbidden Sanctum League content can be played in Ruthless with appropriately balanced rewards. Ruthless is still very experimental during 3.20, and we won't be afraid to make mid-league balance changes to it during this experimental phase. Ruthless is not for everyone, but so far it has found a supportive and growing group of players who enjoy the additional challenge that it brings.
It ain't for me, but...
If it sounds like something you're interested in, then try it out next time you're looking for a new way to enjoy Path of Exile.
I got too much hype.
This expansion also contains a number of small quality of life improvements.
Tell me more.
Some examples are, Divine Vessels can now be used by right-clicking them rather than taking them to Sin.
Nice. Very
On the
nice.
player overhead life bar, the energy shield bar is split into a separate bar.
Oh, finally.
You can now right-click an itemized Temple of Atsuatl to see its layout. And most importantly, beast crafting recipes that add mods to flasks now actually say what the mods do.
Goodbye, exclamation
Post
flask
more
command.
information about these and other quality of life improvements in the
You
lead
will
up
not
to
be
release.
missed.
Today we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Forge and Gemling packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value and points, plus several exclusive microtransactions. These packs will only be available for the duration of the Sanctum Challenge League and will leave the store forever in 3 months.
One less
As always, these microtransactions are entirely cosmetic and do not affect your character's progression or power.
You will be missed.
The
No, you
Forge
won't. Never
series
mind.
of supporter
Thanks,
packs
guys.
contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Hell?
The Clockwork back attachment ramps up as you build a kill streak, building pressure and releasing it when your streak ends.
You just take a long rip.
The Delirious Hideout decoration lets you summon delirium fog in your hideout at will, complete with strange voices and terrifying apparitions.
Feeling okay? A little pale. Exile.
No thanks, I don't want to be reminded of delirium at all. Art attachment.
The Forge Guard armor set summons a hammer and anvil so that everyone nearby can watch you craft.
What the hell?
The Ethereal Fusing effect turns your item linking attempts into a spectator sport. If you manage to hit a 6 link, people watching are even prompted to send a congratulatory message.
What the fuck? What happens when you
Summoning
spam
the Crow
that?
Storm portal effect causes a murder of crows to erupt from the portal. The portal becomes dormant if you are too far away from it, causing the crows to take to the skies. The High Templar weapon effect smites the undead you fight and scours the souls of those you put to rest. The Gemling Pack series also has 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Beehive weapon effect lets your weapon play host to a swarm of angry bees, which erupt from the hive whenever you hit an enemy with the weapon. Critical hits cause the hive to send out its best warriors. The Stampede Quicksilver Flask makes you the leader of your own personal rower herd.
What the
Activating the
fuck?
flask causes a host of ghostly rowers to charge alongside you. This is the Gemling Artificer armor set. It is inlaid with gems that match the gems you've socketed in your items. Crafting gems with Gemcutter's prisms, Val orbs, or regrading lenses visualizes the process for all to see. This armor
Okay.
set also includes alternate gem level up effects. Prospero's Ring blesses you with a constant shower of coins, and it helps you thank players you've traded with through a hearty fist bump. The Consuming Ooze Pet bounces alongside you and devours corpses in your wake, spitting out a tidy pile of bones.
Oh, he's cute.
Finally, this pack allows you to reunite with Kadiro Perandus, inviting him to your hideout as a vendor. In addition to buying items from you and using his connections to accept your divination cards, He'll provide commentary on your goods, equipment, and anything else he sees fit to judge you for.
What?
That might be a little too much to drink, even for me.
Kadiro has hundreds of lines of voice acting.
What? Oh, a mighty headhunter. I'm so impressed.
Oh,
Try
damn.
to duck when the brain fragments splatter everywhere. You wouldn't want to sully your armor.
These new packs are available right now at pathofexile.com/purchase.
Damn.
Purchases like these directly fund the ongoing development of Path of Exile 1 and 2, and we really appreciate your support. Meanwhile, the Knight and Rogue packs leave the store forever in 1 week, so now's your last chance to purchase them. The Calandra edition of Kirik's Vault Pass is only available until the end of the Calandra League, and will be replaced with a new set of unique items when the Forbidden Sanctum launches.
Right, okay.
By the way, we're hoping to film Season 11 of Build of the Week once the Forbidden Sanctum comes out. If you want to submit your build for the season, share your build guide on the class forums on pathofexile.com.
Uh-huh.
Next up, we've got the Q&A with Ziggy D. Once that ends, we'll post the full patch notes for the Forbidden Sanctum. Over the next week, our community team will post the expansion's challenge rewards,
No, I gotta
information
figure out
on
a build.
to update your item filters, all new and changed gems,
Like
and
everything on his
information on
lightning
how
might be
prepare
able to
for
do that.
launch.
With,
On
I
launch
need to get
weekend,
that
we
amulet.
expect to release the new mystery box, and we'll follow up with the new Kirik's Vault Pass in the days after launch. Thanks for joining us and checking out the Forbidden Sanctum. We can't wait to join you in
Plus
Raycast
the
on
next
December
year's
9th.
core packs already?
We'll
I don't
begin
think so.
the
I'm
Q&A
sure.
shortly, so please get your questions ready in chat.
Yeah, I need that amulet. I need that amulet for stuff. The cosmetics are great. I love them. Changing your starter. So they were all melee? Wait, was there a spell starter? There wasn't. Am I willing to start melee? Oof. Oof. A spell that used your melee. Yeah, fair enough.
Good morning, Exiles, and welcome back for another
Spell,
Q&A session.
but it
with
uses
none
your
other
melee.
than Chris Wilson. Good morning, Chris. Thank you for joining us once again.
Oh, thanks for being here as well.
I'm very keen to jump into chatting about Forbidden Sanctum straight away, but as always, you folks can put your questions in the chat, and our helpful team of moderators will pull some out for us to answer. So, Path of Exile gets to be so many things. It has gotten to be so many things over the years. Do you ever really feel like you just don't need to make another game in any other genre because you can just make a league that is that genre? Like make a farming league or a city building league or a roguelike league?
I guess that's one
Battle
perk of the
Mage.
job, but we always try to make sure that when we're designing our leagues, they're games that fit within the idea of being an action RPG. Like they have to
I
involve
don't
you
know.
killing monsters and finding items in order to fit within Path of Exile.
Yeah, so even when you're farming, you're killing monsters, or even when you're fishing, you're killing monsters. I look
Yeah,
forward to
there's
the
a
one where we pull
Bit of
monsters
an
out of the
agenda
water.
there, Ziggy.
I was planning on
Information
pushing the
isn't out yet.
fishing angle.
So that's when you get on the boat and have your fishing league, right?
And you like pull monsters out of the water, right? Like giant fish that you then battle.
Would
with.
you
Is that
like to
right?
try?
That makes
I'll
sense.
let you borrow a ride.
NDA, sorry.
Grebo's a man,
No,
that's
I'm in
all.
trouble.
Indeed, indeed.
How do you gain access to the new Forbidden Sanctum?
Thanks so much, Deus.
So basically, every
Really
area you're
appreciate the
playing in
month.
has a portal that gives you access to it. It basically takes you to the next room that you're playing in the Sanctum in your current run.
Ah, okay. So to clarify then, the Sanctum's divided into rooms, each with their own encounter, and then floors with a boss at the end of each. And then there's the whole Sanctum itself, which is multiple floors?
That's right. So the Sanctum itself has 4 floors, each one guarded by a boss at the end, with the ultimate boss fight at the end of the 4th floor. And each of the floors has 8 rooms, and so a maximum length Sanctum run would be 32 consecutive rooms, which you'd play out over potentially 32 maps. But it's worth emphasizing that, as with most roguelikes, you don't just install it and then happily play through to the end in one go. It's something that you get further and further with each run as you get better meta progression, as you learn more about it, and as you have good versus bad runs.
I presume it like level scales to the character kind of as you're leveling still, as per
Yes.
regular leagues. Is there any potential, do you think, that someone who's like quite good at the game maybe gets through on their first try, or is this quite definitely you're going to have to make it a bit further each time?
We never underestimate the players, right? Like we
Yeah.
will try as hard as we can to achieve something, and then players will just blow right past that because there
Spell,
are millions
cold,
of them.
attack,
They're pretty damn
AoE,
good at the
melee.
game, so I don't want to make any promises there. But it certainly is the case that in order to get really deep into the Sanctum, you have to know a lot about it. You have to have some experience with it. You have to ideally have a good character with a capable build. You'd ideally have a good setup of your relics, which are the meta progression. To get to the deeper floors, it certainly requires that you've assembled relics that fit with your strategy. And it also helps to be having a good run. I can't emphasize that enough. It's very roguelike, where you're picking up these random boons, these random afflictions. And if you get the bad afflictions on you early on, that run is not going to last long. If you get a really good set of boons, you could have a really deep run, much further than you otherwise would at your current level.
Not be triggered,
This is,
echoed,
so
or
like
unleashed.
30 something rooms. That's like the biggest thing we've had by a pretty substantial margin. Because even building the temple was around 11 maps to build a full temple and then run that. And that was like, that's a pretty sizable thing. So this is a lot bigger than that then.
That's correct, but a lot of the rewards you're getting along the way, and so it's entirely fine to play the Sanctum a few floors in and then fail and play again, and it's still a rewarding experience, assuming you don't gamble on pushing the rewards right to the end of the entire Sanctum run. But
No, why would we
it's
do
unlikely
that?
you're going to choose to do that until you are really confident in your ability to do this run particularly well.
Yeah, so I saw the reward options are like take a tiny reward now, take a decent reward at the end of the floor. So you're like, oh, I can make it 3 or 4 more rooms. And then there's the really big one at the end as well. And there's stack right if you get a bunch of them.
That's right, and it was kind of funny because in the live stream I said this is a massive reward, and we're showing like a few Chaos Orbs as the reward. So of course, you know, chat memed that as much as they could. The thing is, okay, so let's do some math here, right? It's 32 rooms in a Sanctum run, and deferrals make up something like 40%. So deferral is what I'm internally calling the offer reward here. It makes up around 40% of the rooms.
Wow.
And so if you're offered an average of a whole bunch of Chaos Orbs, I think the example there had like 18, but obviously the currency numbers will vary a lot, and you were to defer those entirely to the end of the Sanctum run, you would be getting hundreds of currency, and it can have divines, mirrors, and various other stuff in there moderately rarely. So it's entirely possible that were you to defer everything to the end in a big gamble, you could receive a very, very large payout.
Ooh.
Now, of course, deferring it to the end of the Sanctum is a crazy strategy. We don't recommend that. It will end in tears. Only do this if you're confident in this run.
Nope, that's how I'm doing it.
It's set up so that the rewards for immediately taking them are still worthwhile. If you play the Sanctum and just took the reward immediately, it's a decent amount of currency that makes it worthwhile on top of the other rewards you're getting. But there's always the temptation of the end of the floor. The floor one is the one that's juiced a little bit. Of course, in later floors, the end of the Sanctum doesn't look very far away. And if you know you're having a good run, you've got confidence, then why not take the extra reward by doing the big gamble?
This deferral mechanic's super interesting, actually, because you've designed leagues where you get like some reward immediately, and then you've designed leagues where you do like a lot of content and then get a ton of rewards all at once. So this allows players to have control over that mechanic and make that decision for themselves.
It looks like
kind of. Yeah, sorry.
I was just going to say, this is because roguelikes have good runs and bad runs. If you're having a bad run, take the rewards now and get as far as you can. If you're having a great run, that gives you the ability to make an ultimatum-like gamble.
Yeah, right. You can make those strategic decisions kind of based on.
Looks like you only have to not get hit by the yellow shit. Taking a lightning would be really strong in that.
I'm gonna check out now.
I need Fonts of Thunder. I need that amulet.
Have you thought about like the player mindset of just like
stuff.
I always gonna take the big one? Because I look at it and I'm like I'm always gonna take the one, and I'm the biggest one. I'm never gonna get it because I'm always gonna die.
I need a new spell.
Obviously,
to use that
players
skill,
want
though.
to min-max stuff. They want to get the best result, but the best result may pragmatically say, I'm going to take this reward that's in a shorter time frame. Plus, okay, so anyone who's done economics or finance understands the concept of the time value of money. $1 now is worth more than $1 later because you can put it to use right now. And when these full Sanctum runs taking 30 maps, maybe getting a pile of Chaoses, potentially some higher currency like Exalts and Divines, a few maps from now is actually better for your character development than getting a very large pile in 20 maps. Maybe, especially when there's a conditional element to that. It may be that getting something a few maps from now that you can then trade to get more progression is actually better for you. So there are a lot of hard decisions which we put on the table here for the players.
That way.
Damn, I'm gonna have to dig out my old economics textbooks.
Okay. Excel, right?
Yeah, now you're speaking our language. Let's talk the resolve mechanic. So to clarify, resolve is an independent health bar for the Forbidden Sanctum specifically, and when your resolve runs out, you're kicked out of the Sanctum, dead or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's correct. Now, I noticed the reaction when we're announcing the resolve system there, as a lot of players said, why, as though this is a negative thing, but I want to have a chance to explain it. So we tried very hard initially to work out a system here that works with your player life. Then there's no additional bars. The problem is, though, Path of Exile's player life fluctuates up and down rapidly. You're constantly healing yourself. You've got recovery. There's no persistence to this. Your player life is like how out of breath you are, if you see what I mean. It's a very brief, it's almost like your heartbeat to some extent. And so if we were to say, look, if you lose some life in this room, then when you come back into the next room, that life is going to be missing. So you've got a kind of a progression through the Sanctum. Then they just press 1 and heal themselves fully and carry on playing. And so our experiments where there's no meta progression in it do not function as a roguelike. There has to be a thing where you get worn down. Having said that, half of the plan here, half of the strategy you have to do in your Sanctum is work out how you are recovering your resolve. And there are lots of different ways. It's along the lines, I mean, it's as simple as if your resolve is lower than you'd like because the Sanctum one is one you're struggling with, then you have to start pathing through various things like fountains or choosing boons which enable more resolve recovery. And every time you have to choose something focusing on resolve recovery, you're implicitly losing some other thing you could be getting, like more rewards or a different axis of power.
Right.
And so the degree to which you're struggling with the run forces you to focus on staying alive and not getting rewards. But conversely, this means if you're having a good run where you are not struggling at all, you can just kind of ignore your resolve and focus on becoming super powerful. And this works really well as a roguelike. And I would really encourage people to try it out before judging it based on the fact that it's an additional life bar. We don't add those kind of things, for no reason. And it means as well that you don't have as much pressure on your actual player life. And it's very interesting how build agnostic this is, because it creates a situation where different Path of Exile players can experience the Sanctum in similar ways, despite the fact their builds play quite differently.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
This is why this Q&A is super good to do, because you get a chance to explain this, like how you arrived at this design decision that you can't really do in the
Don't get hit by yellow shit. Got it.
Yeah, bog down the reveal for like 10 minutes. So that's super interesting. You actually touched on a topic I wanted to ask. So Resolve seems to reward high mobility play styles that can completely avoid attacks. So since mitigation doesn't affect resolve damage, how does it feel playing like a low mobility tanky melee character in the Sanctum when you kind of just be failing runs due to chip damage that otherwise is not a threat to you?
We thought of that. So we've made it so that the resolve damage is lower if you're close to a target. Essentially, if you're melee and you're right in their face, then you take less resolve damage than if you're further away. And so attacks are also very telegraphed. And that means that even if you're a tanky melee character, you have an opportunity to get out of the way. You probably should consider at least a Quicksilver Flask if you're going into the Sanctum so that you have some ability to respond to stuff. But that's normal Path of Exile play. Even in Ruthless, where there's significantly less mobility skills, Quicksilver Flasks still exist. The other thing is, if your build is one where you're expecting to take a lot of resolve damage, just spec your relics into resolve recovery. Relics are your meta progression that you can choose. They're locked in for the Sanctum run, and you keep them between runs. So if you feel that you want more resolve recovery, get relics that do that. And if you're a character that's given up mobility, has some ability at the expense of maybe less damage or less tankiness or something, then there are other things they can specialize their relics into if they have enough resolve.
That taking less damage at close range thing is super interesting. Is that like kind of a fast shot mechanic applied to projectile attacks or something?
It's like that for all of the resolve stuff, and this is something that we've realized is necessary because the melee and tanky characters get up close, and so it's better for that to be balanced around it.
That makes sense.
All right, cool. And just to clarify for people, if you are playing hardcore, this means you can fail the Sanctum without dying. So I was like, I thought that was a hardcore league.
Right. The intention of the Forbidden Sanctum is that you will fail your Sanctum many, many times on the path to finding all of the good stuff in it. And so if that meant the hardcore character was dead and had to start again, it just wouldn't be a hardcore compatible league. And so a side effect of Resolve is that hardcore characters can actually engage with it without putting themselves in mortal danger. It also means, of course, with the way that experience penalties work, high-level characters can play without putting their current experience so much on the line. I mean, it's still very... I mean, I've died in the Sanctum numerous occasions with legitimate player life deaths because I was careless, but it's certainly easier from a player life point of view than, say, high-level mapping is.
Well, that kind of speaks to the concept of Resolve as a whole. Resolve is about how well you've done over the course of the entire dungeon, whereas your health is how well you've done in this specific engagement, which is an interesting kind of like two-faceted approach that we don't normally have in Path of Exile. Like if you do bad at the start of a map, it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect the rest of the map, right?
Yeah, and it's also meant that if we want something to be dangerous, we up the resolve a bit. We don't up its damage, threatening the actual characters.
Right.
Interesting. Cool. All right. So to clarify on the sanctified relics, these are the ones where the effects
Those
work
ones.
on your character outside of the sanctum.
That's correct. Yeah, both inside and outside. So these are a permanent power progression for characters. They're hard to get. They're very end game. You know, we're talking late maps here, and they're obviously due to the fact that they can't be crafted and can't be traded means that you are very limited in how many of these you get access to. But they're
okay.
very powerful, and because of the fact that they can't be crafted or traded, we've made sure to juice the mods on them and make sure it's not watered down. These are
Okay.
relics which will significantly affect the character
No
power
old spamming.
of your build. Now, they are shared among all the characters on your account, or meaning you can equip, from the same pool. So it does mean that if you find one for one character and you want to use it on a different build, it's entirely possible to.
Very cool. How does the sanctum work in a party then?
Okay. Got a bunch of rules here. Short answer is, as with all recent leagues, we want party play to work, but we also want it so that people don't feel encouraged to cheese things through party play. And so the philosophy basically is, like, one of the problems with Arch Nemesis with the whole culling situation is that players realize when they find a certain monster that, oh, I now have to engage with other humans in order to get maximum result here. We want Sanctum to work in a party without creating the feeling that you have to engage with humans in order to get the best out of your Sanctum. It shouldn't feel like you only want to go in there when you have a whole bunch of friends who are online at the same time. So we've come up with rules that enable you to play as a party, and certainly there are some benefits for doing so, but there is also some liability to it. And so the way it works is the sanctum is always that of the map owner. The person who created the map is the one whose sanctum you are playing. So if Ziggy and I are playing and we're doing Ziggy's sanctum, he's the one getting the progress for that. I'm there to help, and afterwards it would be nice if he reciprocated and we did my sanctum as well, but it's primarily your one that's progressing. And so this means that you are the one who makes the choices about stuff. This is the one, it's your relics matter there. We're using your gold, your boons, your afflictions, and your resolve bar. That's the important thing to note. If you invite other party members into your sanctum with you, they don't just get a free ability to have their own resolve bar, which doesn't matter, or they can run around and distract the monsters. You are, as a party, sharing the resolve bar with the map owner. And this means that extra party members can't just go and suicide themselves on stuff to distract the monsters. They actually have to be playing properly. Party member deaths do not end the current run, so if they happen to die legitimately, that doesn't screw up what you're doing. There's a bunch of other small rules there, like party members can view the merchant and view the map, but only the map owner actually makes the choices and purchases stuff.
Right.
In practice, what this means is it's fun to bring people in and play together. It does give you a small advantage from a combat point of view if you have multiple players, but you do all have to be playing cohesively, so only bring in party members you trust. You can also drop party members in and out, so by that I mean, I can play this room with Ziggy and the next one with someone else, and because it's sharing my resources, that's compatible without having to have like a party resolve bar that's reserved for a specific group of people and so on.
All right. So if I bring a viewer in and they want to sabotage me, they can run in front of all the monsters.
Yep.
Great.
Nice.
That would be hilarious. You guys should do that.
No, please, please. Okay. We got a couple of chat questions on the mechanics here specifically as well. Also, I just wanted to add another one. When you die in the sanctum via resolve death,
yes,
and your character flops on the ground like a fish, are you fully protected from taking any damage from any source, dots, anything like that? You guys have checked, right?
Yes, I checked this yesterday. The list of things you are I'll read it to you. Cannot be damaged. Minions take no actions. You have grace period. Dealt no damage. Minions have no damage. Minions cannot be damaged. There's a whole bunch of stuff.
Good. Okay, cool. Excellent. Just had to make 100% sure. We didn't want any people I fell over in the sanctum and then I died when I couldn't control my character. So good. Excellent. Losing a resolve death, TK Hectic asks, is your XP lost or is your XP protected?
My belief is, correct me if I'm, so that was the dev check. You don't lose experience if you fail out through to resolve, and that's because it isn't actually a death. It doesn't increase the deaths count. You don't lose experience, you don't lose hardcore characters.
We'll go over it.
It's entirely basically fainting and being ejected.
Gotcha. Malik asks, do we need to interact with the league mechanic every zone, or can we somehow build them up or save them to run them all at once?
You do interact with it in every zone, and it's not a particularly long encounter. These aren't very large rooms, but yes, you should interact with every zone. Yeah,
sometimes you would probably just portal in and click a fountain and leave, right? And then go back to your map?
The structure is that every room, so the basic way it works is You take the portal and you appear in a small antechamber, which enables you to make a choice. You click on the map, have a look at what the options are of where you want to go next. You can look a few ahead, and you lock in a choice. And then a door, one of the 3 doors, well, up to 3 doors in that room slides open. So you go through. Now you're in the actual main sanctum room. So you do whatever the objective is in there, which may be just getting to the exit or killing the
that's easy
guards
enough.
or whatever. And this is not designed to take long. It's meant to not interrupt your mapping from a pace point of view. And then you end up in the reward room. Every room has a reward, and these vary from all the things we've talked about, you know, fountains, affliction fountains, merchant, treasure room, and so on, or the offer one, which is the item deferral, and a whole bunch of other, I should add, there are a lot of other reward rooms we haven't shown in the live stream. Like, the goal here is players explore and find stuff, so we only showed a subset in the announcement. And so after you've done that, you're right back into the map you were playing. And so it's a relatively quick process and does improve your sanctum progress or give you some actual currency with each room you play.
Yeah, for some behind the scenes insight here, for this one we were specifically like, let's try and avoid spoilers as much as possible for like the things you can discover in the Forbidden Sanctum. So there's a bit of a discovery process there.
There's a lot of discovery, and there's quite a lot of story as well. Like, there's an actual reason why the Sanctum is, you know, got this bad person in there and what's going on with that. But we'd much prefer people actually enjoy that rather than us dumping it all on them here.
And bosses too. I'm very excited.
Yeah, lots of boss fights.
Lots. I was thinking there might just be like 2 or something.
Half your chaos resist.
Official Arrow asks, do totems, when they take damage, lose your resolve? And I'll tack onto that minions as well.
That's insane.
No, they do not.
Great. Excellent. Does self-inflicted damage affect resolve?
I don't think it does. There's a lot of shrugging. No, it's only damage that's tagged with affecting your resolve, like ones from the monsters. There are some, let's say, environmental hazards in the Sanctum. You can see it briefly in some of the footage of some, like, you know, big molten orbs flying around and so on, and that kind of thing. You know, an object in the middle of the room that's spewing out laser beams that rotates, for example. That stuff will hurt your resolve.
Okay.
But it's really telegraphed. Like, it's very easy for people to deal
You'll
with.
know.
Well, that answers Monkey Dota's question as well. So we'll move on to the next topic, which is endgame changes. So the need to swap between bossing and mapping in the Atlas trees was definitely something that felt awkward. So I'm pretty excited to learn a bit more about that change. Many of the nodes have been rolled into the game as default now for bossing. But are there any passives that remain on the Atlas tree for bossing reward stuff? I'm guessing there are still nodes, for example, to enable the Uber versions of the various bosses, at least?
Yes, there are Uber nodes still, so if you want to play the Uber fights, you can allocate the passive, but thankfully that's a very small investment that you wouldn't do particularly often. And the main problem, which is where you feel like you have to fully spec into bosses and then fully unspec back into mapping, which is a large investment, is not there anymore. And it's worth noting the kind of people that are doing Uber pinnacle farming can afford the regrets to flick a passive on and off from time to time.
Yeah, it was like nothing.
But basically, the plan is that you can play bosses at any time without feeling like you have to respec your tree or you're missing out on something.
I mean, it's also important to note that the Ubers are not the default bosses now, thankfully. Very good. Some of the allocatable boss nodes made things more challenging in addition to more rewarding. So, for example, Inevitable Ambush, which added a second Guardian to the Guardian fights. Are things like this made default behavior now, or are they still passives, or are they just gone?
How does that work?
The ones that add extra challenge and rewards are gone for now, but this isn't a we don't like them, they're gone forever. It's a case that we want to bring them back in some form. And we have some plans for this. They probably won't be an at 320 release, but we do have some cool ways where basically the ability to opt in to the challenge and reward is not going to come from the tree, because that creates the problems we've discussed, but it will come from somewhere. And so players will be able to get their challenge and reward back for those. But in the meantime, obviously, there's still a lot of ways you can ramp up the juice and challenge.
So just remove those completely.
Jack was wondering if Atlas Tree will be viewable today alongside patch notes, or is that a little bit later maybe?
I don't think it's today, but our expectation is to release it before release so that you do get a chance to plan around it.
Okay. Reign of Pain Games asks, there was mention of boss nodes being moved from the Atlas passive tree to the bosses directly. To avoid what happened last league with loot, are there any number changes happening with the modifiers?
I'm unaware of any. I mean, we've tried very hard to communicate everything as clearly as we can in the patch notes. I mean, I can't promise we haven't missed anything, but we have scoured stuff in order to try to make sure it's complete, and also written the live stream and our information up based on this kind of stuff. So we are trying very hard to disclose any small changes like that which would have an impact. I'm not aware of any stuff we haven't spoken about there.
All right, let's talk a bit about rare monsters. I think a lot of players are very happy to read the manifesto about the replacement of the Arch Nemesis system for rare monsters with a new, more, I guess, Nemesis-like system. Do you think that this new system will still achieve the goals that you set out to achieve with Arch Nemesis, though?
So the goal of Arch Nemesis initially was modernization of the effects and their balance. We felt that the old monster mods were just really old. We just basically needed to give them a fresh coat of paint. Now, our fresh coat of paint included some stuff that players didn't like, and so we're trying very hard to make sure the new system does achieve the core goals of Arch Nemesis without having the things that people didn't like.
Yeah,
and
that's
so
only 2 weeks
to that
so far.
effect, it now does use modern effects. There's a lot of cool stuff that we weren't doing with the system that was 2 systems ago.
There's more we
and
don't
the
know.
balance is appropriate for current Path of Exile. So it's definitely ticks those boxes, but at the same time, it's trying to be much more understandable and simple and a bit less in your face than Arch Nemesis was.
On a very kind of just like rough feelings basis, how do you think like an old Arch Nemesis compares to a new rare monster on average?
My impression so far is that the monsters are on average a bit easier, but the key thing is this. A previous Arch Nemesis mod had a grab bag of stuff that it did. It generally made the monster do more damage in a generic sense. It also had an interesting thing that happened gameplay-wise, and it added a bunch of defensive properties, and
7.
often more,
Okay.
often on multiple axes. And so it cohesively had a kind of a, this is a fire, it's going to screw you up with fire in 4 different ways kind of theme. And so therefore it applied to pretty much any character, right? It would have some way of interacting with them. The new mods are very simple. The new mods say, cool, you're not going to be able to do much fire damage to me, or I'm going to do a lot of fire damage to you, or I have a magma barrier. They just do one thing. And therefore, they're very, let's just say, Boolean against certain players. I'll give an example. Let's say you run into a rare monster with 2 mods, and those 2 mods are that it will blind you
Now
and
it's
that it's
new attack.
resistant to fire damage. So if you're playing a cold caster, neither of those mods affects you whatsoever. They're literally nothing. And so you can kill a monster easily and it doesn't do anything extra to you. Great. And on average, you're often encountering this. But if you're playing a fire melee character, it blinds you, which is going to affect your accuracy, and the fire damage is going to be mitigated against it. This will be a harder fight. It will wake you up a bit when you encounter it. And so you're going to find this situation where a lot more monsters are just speed bumps along the way and aren't causing a problem. And sometimes there'll be one which causes you issues because of your build. And so it's quite a different experience for different players. But overall, the monsters are at a glance much simpler in terms of what they do. And you're not encountering the onerous, long, frustrating fights every single area like you were before.
With that new
See, I like
spell.
that because you feel good when you're playing a build and you run into a challenge. You're like, "Ha, my build doesn't care about this at all." And you feel clever, you know. Even though it's just kind of the luck of the draw on that one, but yeah, that feels good. So on the modifiers, only doing what they say, fantastic.
Does it reduce scope? I don't know.
However, there still kind of remains a problem where this information is in a small text list at the top of the screen. Have you guys explored the idea of color coding the new modifiers in some way to help players identify them? Or maybe using other systems like, I don't know, little symbols or maybe like color-coded glows on monsters to denote certain effects and so on?
They do have visual effects on them in many cases, so you often can see what a monster does based on what it looks like. But otherwise, what we focused on here is to succinctly and completely describe what the monster does in text. And this is a list that has more words than Arch Nemesis, because Arch Nemesis would have something like Flamewalker. And then what does that mean? Who knows? You'd learn, of course, but there were 70 plus of them.
Oh, yeah.
And so now it specifically says what it does. This may mean more reading. It may not be a good endpoint here, right? It might be that we need to make the things slightly more concise, but I'm really worried about us getting back into keywording, because part of the problem with keywording was then a player can't look at the keyword and actually understand what it does. So I don't know. Longer term, there are probably solutions here. Maybe the right answer is to put some color coding back. Currently, it's not color coded. That was something which went with the keywords in Arch Nemesis. I mean, it could be restored, but we'd like people to play and give us some feedback. If you guys can suggest how the mods can be made further clear, so that you can easily identify them while you're playing, that's really useful.
The thing I said. Make it so that the rare life bar, we can choose how long it stays on the
screen. Still easy to read.
Yeah, I think the color coding would be a good thing. It could be something that could be done gradually over time as well. Like you start with
just make it so we can choose between 0 and 5 seconds
alongside there.
So we can hover over it and we have time to read.
Done, and this isn't something we spoke about on the live stream, is that the text under the monsters that says like resist fire, resist cold, or vulnerable to fire, vulnerable to cold, the one that kicks in when they have approximately 15% resistance, was feeling a bit spammy alongside all these mods. Like when we're asking you to read 2 or 3 short lines of mod text, having like resist fire, resist cold underneath it as well was quite a lot. And so we've moved those to little symbols over on the right of the
easier
life
to do the
and so
UI
if you are
change
the
for
kind
it to
of
stay on
character who
screen.
cares about which monsters are fire resistant, you're just glancing at symbols now rather than trying to read text. And that's helped declutter it quite a bit.
So that's great. That sounds awesome. I look forward to seeing that. Yeah, it's kind of like what I was talking about. Yeah, little symbols and life bars. Great idea. Excellent. Good to know. So let's look at the loot goblin issue. It seems like it'll be solved by players simply just not knowing which monster is going to be the
symbols for
big
some stuff,
loot
so we'll see how
pinata.
that looks.
Good news indeed. But how do you feel about the loot conversion system overall? Because I thought this system was quite interesting, but maybe a little bit tainted by how it was implemented. So for the unfamiliar, the loot conversion system is this new system that takes what a monster would usually drop and converts it into a new type of reward, like all currency, for example.
So
I want to open my
we've
Discord. I'll make it after
reviewed the loot
this.
conversions and added some new ones, dropped some old ones, like the ones that just gave you piles and piles of flasks, for example. As far as I know, that doesn't exist anymore. And we've gone through and made sure to use the feedback that people have had. So the way it works is rare monsters drop more items than regular monsters. By itself, that should be enough reward. But we want it to be interesting, and we want people to feel like they're really, that there's an extra reason to kill rare monsters, because you could otherwise ignore them. And so you basically have these bonus drops that can occur. And bonus drops include conversions, but they also include a lot of other stuff. And there's a chance of getting the bonus drops that's proportional to the mods that are on the monster. For example, if a monster has 2 mods on it, then it has 2 chances to get a bonus. If it has 4 mods, it has 4 chances to get a bonus. And the individual mods have higher chances, where I believe like the more difficult ones, like for example, if there's one that's similar to one of the old Pantheon mods and that it does, like it evokes some, god who comes and smites you, for example, then it is significantly higher. There's a significantly higher chance that it's going to have a special drop here. And what you find is when a monster has, the convergence of all of the really big mods in it, it's a hard fight, that results in there being a very high chance of one of these special drops, which is potentially a conversion or potentially one of the other ones we haven't spoken about yet. And this results in a thing where you have a lot of incentive to fight rare monsters, a lot of incentive to fight hard rare monsters, but you don't feel that you can assess a monster beforehand and then try to min-max what your exact party composition should be in order to get the maximum rewards.
Yeah, we don't know. Fractured Flask might
We've also
still
tried
be a
to
drop.
smooth this out a bit more. Like the thing in the past where you could potentially, under the right circumstances, get dozens and dozens of divines from a monster, and then everyone else feels like they're getting nothing, wasn't great. So we're trying to make sure that there are still spikes, but it's a bit less spiky than before. There's a bit more spread across all of the different things, and a lot of the bad options are a bit better now.
A lot more variety too, it sounds like. Is this something you've considered doing to map bosses as well? Like, map bosses have definitely gotten better over time in terms of reward and more interesting, which I like. But it still seems like, in a lot of cases, they could get a little spicier.
Yeah, it's worth looking into. Yeah, we've been focusing this cycle on trying to get the monster mods into a good place and to scrub all the arch nemesis off everything.
Yes.
Damn.
Oh, feels good.
Those power washing videos? It's like that.
Yeah, I'll get my gurney out and hose off the arch nemesis filth.
Oh man.
Oh dear. Definitely threw me there. A lot of people in chat asked, how will Headhunter work with the new monster mods?
Okay, this is the first question we're expecting. There are way more mods now, and that means Headhunter players that are getting a lot of mods cap out later. Previously, because there were relatively few Arch Nemesis mods, I mean, there were still dozens, to be fair, but there were fewer. Once you've got them all active, you can't get more. Whereas here, there are far more mods, and so you can have far more upper-end power. Having said that, these do less than the Arch Nemesis mods because that's what you asked us to do. And so they do implicitly, like at the low end, Headhunter is less powerful. At the high end, Headhunter is more powerful. You pick which is best.
Fair enough.
It's a kind of a slower ramp up to a higher potential sort of deal. You asked for this.
And we're calling Headhunter Val Cleave now.
Oh god.
Excellent. Immortalum asks, does that mean no more fractured flasks because of the flask thing being removed?
Do you happen to know that?
Yeah, I opened it. Guys are in the background just to know that it was up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the flask conversion is gone. That and the like piles of whetstones ones are 2 examples.
The monster drops in the fracture conversion.
Yeah.
Fracture.
Yeah, it'll fracture regular flask drops.
Okay.
Okay.
Simple
they
Cookie
still
asks,
exist.
will the Atlas passive that increase the amount of mods on rare monsters be added back with the new rare monster changes?
I don't think it has been. Do you know that? Yeah. I mean, we certainly discussed it, but
yeah,
we want to kind of get a vanilla experience here of how many rare monster mods is appropriate, and an issue with feedback is if there are ways to juice it up and then people say there are too many mods, we don't know if they necessarily had that active. So we'll consider it for the future. But this has been a year of rare monster mods, so let's just try this new system and see if people appreciate the changes, and then we can look at further changes to it.
It's been a wild ride, Chris. All right. Recently you swapped kind of Divine and Exalted Orbs around. Now that we've had a league with the various changes surrounding these high-end currencies, I'd like to know what were the goals of effectively swapping Divines and Exalts, and how effective have the changes been?
Well, the goals were that exalts were used more for crafting, that someone would actually consider taking an item and using an exalted orb to get another mod that is random.
And I did that.
That's happening now, a lot more than it was before. Secondly, we wanted it to be harder to divine items, not just because we're mean, but because it makes well-rolled uniques more valuable. Previously, because divines were really accessible, well, relatively accessible, it meant that if you have a really rolled unique, it didn't really feel that special because someone can slam a few divines into it to get something like that. Now there is quite a wide variance of stuff. Like look at something like Brass Dome, for example, where the the worst versions of it are worth quite a lot less than the really good ones, and that's more fun because then you find something that's just a much better version of something that someone else has that's worth less, and you feel good about that.
Version.
These goals were achieved, right? Like it certainly is harder to divine items. It is easier to exalt them. The economy survived. Life goes on. We'll continue to make broad changes whenever we feel like it that affect the economy, but it's sometimes good to just cause a bit of a shift in how people value items so you don't get entrenched values. You don't get people believing, oh, this item is 6x forever. You know, it changes because the game changes.
So for the standard players that are still coping
one,
with their stash full of exalts because they didn't convert them over in time.
This is like, seriously, like, oh, I had entirely all my money in Bitcoin and now it's worthless, right? Like, diversify, right? Again,
diversify your bonds.
Chris is teaching multiple economics lessons today.
After Exile will set you up for life. Have a diversified portfolio of currency items.
Okay. It's really
currency. Keep some rares, keep some crafting stuff. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you got to invest in some high-end one-of-a-kind items, right?
Some old skin maps, maybe alternate.
Yeah.
I found out I have this red beak on my account from the early race seasons. Like I'm talking, I logged in to do races back in 2013 to literally test they were working and got an alternate art red beak, and now it's worth a mirror in standard.
Wait, is it? I'm pretty sure I have one of those.
Well, I mean that was just with a quick search, but yeah. So invest in a variety of different items.
Invest in red beaks.
Standard portfolio if you don't want to get wrecked by economic changes.
If only I played in standard, I'd be rich. It's so good. It's interesting to see some new Vars skills. It's certainly been a while. I tried to look up exactly when, and I think 3.3 in
weapons are a bit weird
last time, which was get ready 17 leagues ago. So powerful, longer cooldown or like ultimate skills can make gameplay quite a bit more engaging, I think. And a lot of people love Val skills for that reason. It's certainly an underutilized skill category, though, not something you add new skills to all the time. So how do you decide then whether to make a skill a Val skill or just a regular skill that does a similar thing?
Well, if we're trying to come up with an ultimate skill, Val skills are ones that we have a control over you only using periodically, whereas regular skills, we generally don't put big cooldowns on them unless there's a bypassable thing. So if it's something where there's a good cooldown bypass mechanism, then it will probably be a regular skill. Now, the thing we're doing with Val skills here is
CDR
we want to buff melee. There are a number of, like, you may be thinking, wow, that's a lot of changes to melee, or you may be thinking, where are all the melee changes, depending on whether you happen to notice stuff. But the changes to endgame unique weapons affect melee, the Val skill stuff affects melee in a way I'll discuss in a second. There's a bunch of other bits and pieces, like melee splash is being added to, there's a node on the passive tree, and we have some, I'm not supposed to talk about the details because it's secret, but you'll find there's some totem mastery that affects melee in an interesting way. So there's a few bits and pieces that together actually do make quite a cohesive set of melee buffs. But the theory with the Val ones is we targeted a set of weaker melee skills, where previously, if the player is using that skill, they just do the damage they were doing. And rather than just saying, oh, we're going to give the skill a little bit more damage, which has various issues, we've created a Val version, which at face value means that every X attacks, you get to do a more powerful one, which is an indirect buff. But we've tried to design many of these Val skills so that they also directly buff the main version, like Val Cleave is an example, where if you're using Val Cleave occasionally, your cleaves themselves are more powerful. And so it's doing a more powerful attack sometimes and increasing the power of your other attacks the rest of the time. And because of the change where using the Val gem gives you the regular version of the skill, then there's no excuse not to be using Val Cleave if you were playing a Cleave character. And so overall, there are a lot of Val skills there that cause melee characters to be quite a lot more powerful. It also meant that we could, for example, target skills that we felt needed it. Now, when you see the patch notes in a little bit, you'll notice there's a small nerf to Lightning Strike, right? And you may be thinking, well, if we're trying to buff melee, what are you doing nerfing Lightning Strike? And the answer is it's far, 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 far better than the other melee skills.
Yeah.
And so we're buffing the category, but that doesn't mean that every skill needs to come out entirely, entirely with additional damage on it.
Makes sense.
And so you'll find that melee overall is more powerful, but within the melee category, there's quite a lot more options available than there were before.
Well, that's what he's saying. That one had to come down because everything came up.
So yeah, you like file cleaves a little underutilized, +2 radius not enough. We'll just give it a mini headhunter. Well, that'll help. should do. Evolve skills then a concept that's likely to carry forth into Path of Exile 2 with its altered skill fit system even.
No comment.
Nice. Frozen Legion is a pretty big news as well. So to clarify, for people who missed a particular detail about it, it's actually a spell that summons statues that then attack with your weapon, right?
Yeah.
Yep. That's correct.
A spell attack. So you've done it now. There's nothing to stop you from casting a spell that shoots your bow's arrow or attack that casts a spell that then does another attack. So is there something you're going to explore more potentially?
Spell.
I'd say consider this as a hint at the way we're designing some Path of Exile 2 skills.
A little bit more going on. I like it. Very cool. We have a couple extra chat questions here. Oh, everyone was asking about divine shards. Yeah, I see your chat. I see you spamming divine shards. Okay, everyone wants to know, are divine shards going to be a thing? Chris?
They're called chaos orbs. Shards have problems. Okay, so we designed Path of Exile to get away from the concept of there being a homogeneous gold currency in games, right? And I understand every league we do, we introduce gold in it, but that's, within the confines of that particular scope. But overall, in main Path of Exile, we want to make sure that the currency items have fluctuating values relative to each other. It's very important as part of the way that trade works. And so taking something like Divine Orbs that are the de facto currency for high-end trades and adding a granular, proportional, like Divine Sense thing is not something that we would do unless there was a good reason
doesn't need
for
attack
it.
speed.
And so we'd have no plans to add divine shards. We think it would potentially be negative. It's okay to use cheaper currency as the divine shards. Like you can take chaos orbs and turn them into divines through trade or other mechanisms. The value fluctuates, but that's what we want it to be doing.
Cast speed.
All right.
Yeah.
Booze Addicts asks, do the clones from the new skills count as minions? That'll be the Frozen Legion. I only ever saw them referred to as statues.
They do not.
Still?
Val Double Strike or General Strike.
Yeah, so it's like Val Double Strike, for example.
The attack onto plane asks,
Fresh Orb is
flicker
huge.
attack one target multiple times. So does it have like boss applications then, or is it more about pack clear?
Can hit the same target more than once, so on a boss, every single target.
Yeah, against a single target, it will do every single hit against that target.
Very anime. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It is very anime, yes.
Let's talk crafting and league mechanics a little bit. So
doesn't use
challenge
swords,
leagues in
I don't
Path of
think.
Exile have always been a place for you guys to experiment with systems. Some of them intended to go core, if they work out, for example, but otherwise others are like never really intended to go core and they're just specifically for that. But even in that case, I imagine there's a chance that they can give you some useful information to inform future design. So crafting systems have been a bit of a trend lately, I notice, with leagues, like Sentinel Recombinators, for example, and Lake of Calandra Mirroring. Some of these crafting systems end up being particularly liked by the players too. I think people really like the Recombinators. Are these sorts of new crafting systems designed with becoming core features in mind, or are they more experiments to explore future design possibilities? And is crafting system something that you're keen to keep experimenting with?
We want to introduce something new in every league, a new way of getting items, or a new thing you can do with items. We found that if we leave it in the game just as a de facto thing, then you accumulate dozens and dozens and dozens of systems that create both power creep and complexity creep for the way the crafting works. And that's good. Path of Exile is meant to have that stuff, and power creep is natural, and there's no big problem there. But we have found that introducing stuff like recombinators and then turning it off until we've had a good think about how it fits in is probably safer. Like a lot of expectations with Harvest would have been reduced if we hadn't reintegrated it into the game before we were ready to and before we fully understood the consequences of that. And so with the mist from Lake of Calandra or the recombinators, we are looking for ways that we can bring them back. And we do plan to continue to introduce systems like this, some of which will stick around, some of which won't.
Well, that's what he says.
An example
it's
is
being removed.
Sanctified relics in the Sanctum offer a lot of character power. And that's a Sanctum specific thing. We don't expect that Sanctified Relics will necessarily exist after
The
Sanctum
idea
is
of
finished. Maybe
shards
we
being
make it
bad,
core, maybe we don't.
so they
Maybe
might
we
be
keep
phased
them,
out.
maybe we don't. But they're a thing for that league that it let you experiment with builds that you otherwise wouldn't be able to. There are a lot of things in there which let you push your build further than you normally would. And that's something that's cool about the Sanctum League. It may be that it becomes a permanent part of Path of Exile later, and we are looking for ways to bring stuff back. Like,
cool.
I don't know if this is actually a thing, but at least in our planning, one of the things that the monster mods could cause, you know how they have those special drops that occur that we were speaking about a few minutes ago, one of the things that they could drop was the mist that mirrors from Calandra, for example, the one that gives you the 2 currency items. I don't know what form that will be in. If it's in 320, we're still sorting out the details of some of the exotic ones like that. But that's an example of us taking a system that was used as a reward mechanic for a league and then making it a rare reward from another system in the game.
Right.
Cool. Speaking of things that potentially can come back in the future, is there any word on Ultimatum?
Ultimatum is split into 2 pieces. There's the boss fights with the uniques. They're back in the game, as of like last league, I think, or the one before.
No, last league.
Time is a blur. And then there's the actual Ultimatum mechanic. Now, we have a plan for the Ultimatum mechanic, and we mentioned there is a plan for a while, and that plan is not due yet, but it is coming at some point until it changes. Having said that, the offer/deferral system in Sanctum does feel a lot like it. This is where we say, here is a thing, or you can keep going in order to double it, essentially, but with quite a lot more doubling going on. And so players who liked the risk of Ultimatum will certainly like that mechanic.
Interesting. Yeah, I can see the parallel there. Very briefly, just 2 small questions on Ruthless. How has the player interest and reception been to the Ruthless Alpha from your perspective?
The alpha testers are very positive. That's really good to see. I'm glad to see they're enjoying it. And hopefully those who couldn't get into the alpha and who are interested in that mode can have a chance to check it out when it launches alongside 320.
Yeah, that's the reason I made one originally.
Is Ruthless a mode that you want to keep making changes to long-term, like rebalancing skills specifically for the mode, for example?
We will do some Ruthless specific skill balance. Currently, the focus was on getting fundamentals in place, like getting the mode to function. And then if we find time later, we'll be able to use it to make whatever changes are needed on specific skills. And to some extent, with, as you know, with the way Path of Exile works, if there's a skill that's dominant and somewhat trivializing stuff, then we won't have any qualms about ruthlessly nerfing that in that mode. Now, there's a fundamental philosophy difference, right? A player who's playing the main game will get upset if we nerf their skills. And this is because it's the way they like to play Path of Exile. If we just decide we hate minion characters one day, then all these people who come to Path of Exile to enjoy playing minion characters as a reliable way they can engage with the game would be upset that now they can't do the thing they like. In Ruthless, all bets are off. We will make whatever changes we feel like, and it will stay hard, and you will have to adapt. And, you know, the Ruthless players are big boys. They can deal with this. And it should be fine. So we will make some skill-specific changes, and very likely that those changes are not the same as balance changes that we do in the core game. In the core game, we want to make sure all the archetypes are viable and there's good diversity and that kind of stuff, but in Ruthless, we have other objectives.
I'm going to spam you with some uncategorized random questions from chat now. Kyle MC asks, how does quantity and rarity affect the Sanctum? And I'll append to that another question I saw someone ask. Map mods don't affect the Sanctum, right? It's a separate zone.
Yeah, your map mods do not affect the Sanctum. Quantity and rarity on your character will affect your drops you get from the monsters, I believe, right? There are monsters in the Sanctum that you can kill, and they drop items. So it's not like, you know, the goal is that when you're mapping, it doesn't reduce the amount of item drops you're getting by going and playing in the Sanctum. You do get drops, and those monsters are technically unique monsters, so technically they're pretty juiced, and quantity and rarity do affect that. So going into the Sanctum, killing some monsters is roughly similar to killing monsters in the map that you came from, plus all the Sanctum rewards on top.
Nice. Damaris asks, how endgame is the new mechanic? So that'd be Sanctum. Does that encounter that on like the first beach as you start the campaign, or is it kick in later?
Yep, kicks in right at the beginning. So basically, you start doing your first Sanctum at level like 2 or whatever. You know, as you get into the coast,
get into it,
and
die.
You probably won't get very far in those Sanctum runs, but it's a good opportunity to start learning. Start accumulating some relics and so on, and you'll need them because later on it gets really hard. There are some things in the Sanctum, like the special endgame uniques, that can only be dropped if you are very high in maps, because they're very, very powerful pinnacle things. But yeah, it does play throughout the entire campaign.
Great. El Swigo asks, if Soul Taker is going to be so insanely rare, what does this mean for Kingmaker, the item that you can make out of Soul Taker?
I'm just going to smile. We thought that one.
Oh, okay. Mystery.
Maybe it's been buffed as well.
Oh god, what does Kingmaker
Something
do
to be
nowadays?
revealed potentially. Then I'm getting chat.
Good
Will our Star Forges or Lionized Glares sitting in standard be buffable to their Headhunter tier strengths with a Divine Orb?
Yep. I know, it's stupid, isn't it? But,
oh god, that's gonna be a
we
lot
had
of...
to do that because it's fair and because of divination cards that you could have been hoarding and all the other things. So yeah, you get some free ridiculous items in standard if you had diversified into them.
I got so many of those kicking about
right now.
That's funny.
Excellent.
Someone says stonks. That's great.
Okay.
Starforge with double DPS.
With endgame unique weapons becoming more rare, what about their respective divination cards, like Starforges, for example?
Yes, we are adjusting the divination cards. This means in standard, the old divination cards are now worth more.
All right.
Double damage Starforge, huh?
Man with Hat. Any plans to decouple melee from buffs granted by totems, Ancestral Protector, or War Chief?
Oh. This is
actually a hot topic internally. I don't know the answer. Okay. Like, I think it's the case where our designers acknowledge this is a problem and are looking for solutions, but maybe we've doubled down on it a little bit in this one because of that totem mastery I mentioned before. You'll see what I mean.
Yeah, okay, I was waiting for that.
Doug Isolas will Ruthless launch on console at League launch too?
I believe so. Yeah.
Great. Lots of ultimatum questions, which we already asked.
I don't need both totems on this build. I need only one of them.
Prefix/suffix coming back in some shape or form. Speaking of things coming back,
I'm not aware of it coming back. No, sorry.
Okay. And is there any ETA on the next mystery box release from Forest Bishop?
It's attack damage, right?
It's likely to be at the League launch or within a day or so of it.
All right. Spooky asks, Chris, can you please share your current thoughts on the loss of the historic buff to loot? Yeah, that's a big one.
So this is one of those tricky things where, like, we feel people completely misunderstood what is there, and, like, we didn't want to go on a big rant and try to correct people, but...
Rant?
We posted some numbers at some point during the league and then left it, but... it boils down to this. If you're a regular player playing regular content, as we can see based on like looking at what regular players are doing, and by regular I mean people in red maps, then there is no loss of anything. It's better than it was before. Like Sentinel is higher than it was previously. And people didn't believe us. They said doubt. They weren't happy with that, so we just stopped trying to push the point. If you were one of those groups that were juicing stuff to insane degrees with 6-person parties and all the crazy stuff going on and using exactly the right league mechanics with exactly the right stuff, then yeah, absolutely there was a nerf there. And for some reason, the community like feeling about this was that we nerfed the average person. Like, it's a little bit of a Robin Hood thing where we tried to take from the rich and give to the poor, and the communication around the whole thing was poorly done. We didn't explain it, like patch note it correctly. We didn't communicate about it. We didn't really understand the nature of the changes fully ourselves. But where we got it to with the buffs we did was better than where it was before, unless you were doing one of the crazy juice situations. And so it was frustrating for us because we felt that the miscommunication had kind of... The miscommunication is our fault, but we felt the whole situation kind of ran away and caused people to really hate the loot situation more than they should have done. Anyway, I think that this has taught us a lot of lessons about communication, but there's no need to further improve drops related to that. The amount of currency and stuff that you're getting, and uniques, in fact, especially uniques that you're getting for regular gameplay involving a variety of different leagues does exceed what it was in 3.18. It's just that if you're playing the crazy Imperium style stuff as we describe it, then you're certainly getting less, and that was an intentional part of the change.
I still felt fine. I'm good.
Has there been some sort of change to the way that you're like approaching the reveals and the patch noting and stuff? Maybe like with how you're describing some things, because you don't like historically you've never revealed everything. Like there's a lot of stuff that's
probably
better,
yeah.
Not in patch
now that it's spread out, it should be way better.
Changed at all over time?
Historically, we've tried very hard not to talk about drop rate changes. If we feel that something drops too often, we'll just change it. And for decades, well, not decades, but more than a decade, we have followed that policy. Having said that, we should have talked about the changes to the quantity and rarity bonuses from different league content, because it does affect decisions people are making. There was stuff before that was really juicy and everyone wanted to play that, and we tried to make it more fair so the leagues were roughly equal, and that's something that should have been communicated more clearly, and we certainly learned the lesson there. And the lack of communication there was not malicious, it was entirely just ignorance on our part. There was miscommunications internally. I missed the memo almost literally, and that meant that it wasn't as much part of the marketing as it should have been. And we certainly have tried very hard this time not to make the same mistake again.
All right. Good to hear. Thank you very much for the insights, Chris, and thank you for spending this time together with us, the Q&A. I'll let you get to it, and we'll let him release the patch notes so that everyone can have a read.
Oh, God.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy, everyone. Thanks so much.
See you later, everyone.
Goodbye, Chris. Thank you for the chatting, the information. There's the read now. I was going to go look at the other stuff now. Thanks for watching. Wrong patch of notes? Not at this time of day. So yeah, this thing is a spell cold attack melee. And you don't need attack speed for it if you're going to use it as a cooldown thing, which is very weird. Which is very, very weird. Fizz damage converted to cold. You cannot use this yourself. You get CDR and charges with it. Right point. With CDR and many charges, right? Sorry, one time. Yeah, I think it's fine. Dyer's in love with it because it's weird. I mean, yeah, kind of. That's what I've been thinking about the entire Q&A, trying to figure out how the hell do I do this. Because axe, mace, scepter, or staff. No bleed buff? Well, we don't know. We don't know what the other Val skills do. You cold to fire it, then use innocent staff? Get leech accuracy crit, for his totem mana reservation stream. May have to get more stuff. I mean, it's still about the same, and it sounds like there's some mastery thing changing. Innocence's staff. What does innocent staff do? What's that thing called again? Martyr? Martyr of Innocence? Actual thing that does damage an attack, not a spell. Yeah, but the attack is on cooldown, so yeah. Because it does. I know it's the shitty wheel. I mean, I always take that wheel. That wheel's pretty strong for it if you're down there. Spells on cooldown. The attack. Not the attack. Right. But there's no attack to it. As far as I can tell. There's no attack numbers on it. It's only the spell that does damage. Yes, Andoon. Used by the spell. Right. But the spell's on cooldown. He found out melee exists. They did, yeah. Battle Mage won't do anything. Oh, yeah, right. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. I don't know what the hell to do without it. I'm moving towards one. Tyson spells, scaling off weapons. Yeah, I mean, it'll be slow. It'll be slow. Only cast speed? Well, even cast speed I don't think really matters the more I think about it, because it's all on cooldown. So, why would you need cast speed for it? I think you just want CDR. Cast speed affects CDR. Does it say that? No, if it doesn't say it, it doesn't change anything. Multiple cooldowns using the icy totems on a ring. Each totem attacks one sweep before vanishing. This cannot be triggered, echoed, unleashed, totem, trapped, or mined. In an area while stepping forward, you cannot repeat the skill only by use. Yeah. Yeah, cast speed is just cast time. All you need is cooldown. Like, this skill will not need attack speed, cast speed, anything. You just need CDR. You just need CDR and a weapon. That's it. Yeah, basically. Like, it's attack speed too. You don't really even need attack speed. What would you need it for? When the spell's on CDR? But what are you attacking with? There's no base attack. Like, there's no base attack number. You cannot use Frozen Sweep. You are not able to use Frozen Sweep. Frozen Sweep can only be used by the other things. In the video, he's attacking, but I don't think it does anything. Hold on, where's the... What just happened? Site? Okay, the site just crashed. Oh, the whole site just crashed. Uh-oh. The second attack for second target. Yep. Nice. Yeah, the whole side's down. Anyway, the skill cooldown scales with this damage since you have 4 attacks and only need 2 to kill packs when you have 2 separate within. Right. Hey, it can't be triggered now. Oh, okay. Well, that's a brick. Nice.
The Forbidden Sanctum is an old Templar enclave, long rumored to be hidden beneath the Fell Shrine ruins.
We'll look at all this again, but I want to see this.
Introduces a number of new skill gems. In addition to some new melee Val skills we'll discuss later in the livestream, there are 2 totally new skills that we'd like to unveil today. Volcanic Fissure is a new fiery slam skill that can be used with staves, maces, axes, and unarmed attacks. Strike the ground to create a chasm that winds towards your target. This chasm can path around corners before erupting as the fissure gets as close as it can reach. It releases a burst of fiery projectiles
I can use an arm.
explode on striking the ground.
That's pretty strong.
Enemies hit by multiple impacts will take a lot of stacked damage. Use it up
One
close
with nothing.
for a reliable burst
Stack.
of damage, or aim far away to damage a larger area. Frozen Legion is an unusual spell, summoning a ring of icy statues that attack with your own weapon damage.
Yeah, see?
This skill has multiple cooldown stacks and consumes all cooldown uses at once to summon a statue for each available cooldown. The statues perform a sweeping ice slash, and these sweeps can overlap, resulting in multiple hits against targets close to you. This spell can be used with...
Yeah, okay, so here, look. He's using a second attack. That's what he's doing when he starts hitting the thing.
Maces and axes. The skill is particularly powerful with slow, heavy weapons, as while the statues will use your attack speed, you should instead prioritize the spell's own cast time and cooldown. This expansion also introduces summoning a ring of icy statues that attack with your own weapon damage. This skill has multiple cooldown stacks and consumes all cooldown uses at once to
Wait, do you need accuracy for these things?
Summon a statue for each available cooldown. The statues perform a sweeping ice slash, and these sweeps can overlap, resulting in multiple hits against targets close to you. This spell can be used with staves, maces, and axes. The skill is particularly powerful with slow, heavy weapons, as while the statues will use your attack speed, you should instead prioritize the spell's own cast time and...
Archers and dodge check needs to hit, don't they? I guess they do.
Resulting in multiple hits against targets close to you. This spell can be used with staves, maces, and axes. The skill is particularly powerful with slow, heavy weapons, as while the statues will use your attack speed, you should instead prioritize the spell's own cast time and cooldown.
Yeah, well, cast time. Why you don't need cast time, do you? Why would you need cast time for it? No, they attack in a ring. Has 0.7 cast speed. Right, but like, whatever. I don't know. If it's on cooldown, there's no, like... It's kind of
The
slow.
statues perform a sweeping ice slash, and these sweeps can overlap, resulting in multiple hits against targets close to you.
Some people don't
The
like
spell
going
can be used
slow,
with
I
staves,
guess.
Maces.
I'm just thinking of using, like, the biggest fuck you weapon with it possible, and just, like... going on cast speed. Vroom. Vroom. And just doing these massive fucking... sweeps with it. Mercury. I mean, yeah, just something fucking huge. Cast speed red rings have a home now? I mean, kind of, yeah. I wonder how... Can reverb sweet then? Right. I wonder how, what's the cooldown on it? It was like, what, 0.6 for cooldown? There's the sweep totems. Flash node sweeps is up. Yeah, the side's just dying. It ain't going anywhere. All right, let me look at the reveal trailer again.
The Forbidden
Go
Sanctum
slower
is
through
an
the
old
stuff.
Templar enclave, long rumored to be hidden beneath the Fell Shrine ruins. Abandoned for a long time, it is now controlled by a malevolent entity. In this league,
0.8 second cooldown with 6 uses. Okay. You could get it down to 0.45 per use-ish. So 2 charges a second, 1 attack every 3. You always have a charge? Yeah. Every 1 sec, you could almost get it to every 1 second. It would be every 1.2 seconds you have 3 charges, which is realistically you could walk between packs with that. Yeah, I mean that's like the very top end. But it's possible to do that then. Oh, okay. And we don't know, yeah, we don't know if it levels up and gets better. The cooldown might go down. Or up, or, you know, what's a melee AoE skill that scales off CDR? All quality 2, maybe,
you'll explore
Can
it.
I league start that as a skill? I know I said I wouldn't, but can I league start that as a skill? I don't think there is anything. Because melee skills don't have CD. Right, they don't have CD cooldowns usually. But it's a spell. But it uses your weapon. You can't leech from it. What? Wait, what do I do with this thing? You wait till Po2. No, you don't have to. It's not a Po2 skill. It's just a spell that uses a weapon. It's you don't need Po2 for this. You don't need 2 weapons. You don't need attack speed. You just need 1 totem. Battle Mage, yeah, Battle Mage, because it's a spell that attacks with your weapon. That's all it's doing. You need a second skill. If you get CDR, you don't. But I mean, yeah, you can if you want to. It's about gym space. You have 2 6-links. Where do you need more space? Like, if you want a second weapon, why not? Yeah, you're gonna use a 2-hander. You have a chest and a 2-hander. So yeah, it's not that, like, you don't You don't need a. It's not a Po2 skill. It's you could totally make use of it here. Battle Mage's Cry. Right. Scion. Slayer. Slayer doesn't really get anything for it. No, he's saying for the spell power boost. Because you can't leech from it either. It's not a strike, it's not a leechable skill, and it's not you attacking. Right? Or with lead. Assassin power charge? Maybe? Or quality earthquake, the spell damage affects 10 to Val earthquake with the spell. Yeah, you still need attack modifiers. Because you need to scale your weapon. Iron Will strength stacking with that shit? Applies to your spell damage as well. Side is dead. Requires melee crit chance to make it crit and accuracy. Right. Doing attack damage, not spell damage? God, this is a weird skill. It's a spell, yeah, it's a spell that triggers an attack, so you still need to do attack damage, but you're not the one doing said attack damage. I know I shouldn't league start this. Okay, that didn't work. That's the patch notes. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll read them when they're available. Do we have a link to the spell? Path of Exile. Wait for gym info. Right. There it is. Oh, those are the cleave spells. Do we not have a link to it? Ah, shit, we don't. Okay. Your idea would be that they would have added a line saying spell damage affects the attack dimension. Yeah, true. They didn't tweet them? No. Yeah, it's a Zorka's the likely not leak server. Right. Oh. Out for maintenance. Fuck. It's an attack that when you attack you spawn mirages. It's a spell that spawns mirages that attack with your weapon. Is what it is. Let me put on some like background jazz or something. Actually, no, I'll just watch the more of the video real quick.
Find out its secrets and deal with the evil that lurks there.
The evil!
The Sanctum Challenge League is a roguelike game played out.
So you get... Oh, interesting. So the pathing for this is not like you path like this. Like this is 2 options, 2 options, 3 options. Mirages don't scale with minimum damage, no. He said up to 3 paths. Okay. So we're making like... You may make like a bad choice in the beginning to maybe get like a more path choice option like later on. After the full one's built. Yeah. I don't know. I like doing one at a
Limited
time.
time as you explore Rayclust and the Atlas in Path of Exile.
Okay, so then you
In
open.
every area or map you enter, you can make a choice of which room in the Sanctum you will explore next. On the Sanctum map,
Offers items completion. Offers items on completion. Okay. The second row. Right. Built onto outer floor. That's the thing. You would save it up and then you would just lose it because, you know, it's a roguelike thing. You're going to drop it at some point.
you can see the contents of a few
Offers items on completion. Afflicts you with empty trove on entry. Chest no longer drop Oris coins. Huh. How to increase attack skill? Action speed? I don't... See, the thing is, I don't really see... No, because it does say they use your attack speed, right? Hold on, where was it? Boys,
damage or aim far away to damage a larger area.
it uses your attack
Frozen
speed.
Legion is an unusual spell, summoning a ring of icy statues that attack with your own weapon damage. The skill has multiple cooldown stacks and consumes all cooldown uses at once to summon a statue for each available cooldown. The statues perform a sweeping ice slash, and these sweeps can overlap, resulting in multiple hits against targets close to you. This spell can be used with staves, maces, and axes. The skill is particularly powerful with slow, heavy weapons, as while the statues will use your attack speed, you should instead prioritize the spell's own cast time and cooldown.
Yeah.
Impact is against your resolve. Changes within.
Because of the shatters? Probably.
When you lose all of your changes that await.
This be a secondary clear skill. I'm gonna try to see if I can make it primary somehow. I can scale the attack speed, but it's not worth it. I don't think it's worth it because, like I said, if you can only attack at a full 6 stack every 2 seconds, there's no reason to go for attack speed. Because the boys will just do their damage anyway. So all you need is accuracy. And then maybe some cast speed. But, you just want a lot of CDR. You want, like, as much CDR as you can get. Boss included. Right. If they do, like, a massive fucking chunk, like, double damage and CDR are the big ones. Can you get them to inflict elements? I don't know. As they overlap? Yeah, well, like you said, yeah.
You at the end of its
Patch notes are back up? Okay. I'm gonna watch the video again. Anyway. Replica shroud work? Maybe. For a bunch of CDR eyes? Yeah, I think you will want CDR eyes. Where's the skill? Where'd they go? Oh, it's like really slow to load. CDRs, yeah. You'll want CDR belts and boots, no doubt. And you'll probably want... Pastebin? Is that a click pastebin? Oh, patch note pastebin? It's fine, it's fine. There's no breakpoint for that. It's not cock. There's no server tick. It's just you want as much as you can get, and you can't get like cock is the awakened cock is how you get the breakpoint for that. Use maces always chill to enable hypothermia. Right, true, yeah. There are breakpoints though? Wait, why would there be breakpoints for it? It's just a cooldown, isn't it? For how often the stack comes in. Like if you can force having 2 up always or 3. I mean, I guess? Because of cast time? Oh, 0.7. You'd have to get it below 0.35 then. which would be really hard. I mean, well, we don't know what if the cooldown gets lowered by leveling this thing up, or if there's an all quality for cooldown. So that's the biggest thing. I just pressed Alt on it to see if there's an all quality. Yeah, we don't know what it does yet in terms of like cooldowns and all qualities and stuff. Because a 0.8 to a 0.35 I don't think is doable within the game. Because you can't use Awakened Cock on it to get 28% on it. So you can get it down from 0.8 to something. Patch notes aren't that long. Okay, that's good. It's only when you attack speed as well as complex. Like, do the math first. Yeah. There's the alt quality second wind. Would that give it a 7th charge? And then also reduce the cooldown? I feel this gym feeling good without Giga Gear. I mean, maybe, yeah. Was it Feral? Second wind. Reduce cooldown recovery. Oh no, it's just normal quality actually. Is the one you'd want. You get a 7th charge and then you get 5% CDR. Yeah, I guess it would give you 7 dudes that spawn, right? It's a longer cooldown though. It's only a +1 use. You lose a damage link. Well, I mean, it is 1/6 more damage in a way because you get +1 more if depending on how you work the cooldowns. You know, if you can like 17%, yeah. And depending on the fight, that might be worth it because you could weave in like another thing. Patch notes work? Yeah, I know. I'm just looking at other stuff. I'm not worried about the patch notes at the cost of CDR though. Yeah, that's 5% cooldown recovery, right? Good. But I have no idea what to do with it. You'd almost want to do... That's 5% CDR? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Need more damage. Average hit. Yeah, basically. You want just damage. You don't care about attack speed. And anyway. Huh. And then a cooldown from somewhere. Flat fizz and cold? Yeah, maybe. Want to attack speed for the leap slam? Or flame dash. Because you could just get cast speed. But it just depends on if you need either. Say flame dash. Oh, I live on flame dash, so. That's what I was gonna say. If you're going CDR anyway, you're using flame dash because you just have dashes all the time. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Maybe it is a Scion. This is a Warcry build. Buffs increase in items to spell damage also apply to attacks at 25% of their value. How would this work with that attack? They're not your attacks, right? You can't exert them. No. That's your attacks. 2 attacks at 24. No, I don't think that would work. You can't trigger it. It's non-triggerable. It's really weird to build around. Front of eyes. The statues use it. Huh. It does say just attacks, right? The Soul Taker. What can it use? Axe, mace, scepter, or staff. Okay. Yeah, let me keep going with this reveal video because I want to look at it again. Shockwave support? Not a slam. Shockwave. Support melee attack skills. Cannot support triggered attacks, skills used by, or skills which create minions. It doesn't need to be a slam. Support skills would trigger shockwave them. They're minions, yeah. Guess so. And they're triggered. I don't think so. Oh no, they're not minions. Sorry, they're not minions. No, sorry, I'm too many things at once. They're mirages, is what I meant to say. They are they're the same as the boys from the Val skills or Savior. They're mirages. They're classified as their own thing. I wonder if you can support it with Shockwave. Can you support the Val boys with Shockwave? Inzabo. I mean, yeah, that's the only way I know that. I can you use Val Double Strike and then Shockwave, and will they Shockwave for you? You cannot use Shockwave with Val Double Strike? It just doesn't do anything? The same. Well, that's what he said in the QA, yeah. The Val boys do not do Double Strike for you. Or they don't do Shockwave for you. Gem tag and all. Gem tag? What do you mean? Isn't attacked AoE? Tons of daggers. Uh-oh. You're right. Wait. Shit. Save your blade if you're in with... Maces and staves. Yeah, it doesn't say you can't use it. Okay. Let me just grab them and try. Double strike. Has restrictions, not the skill. Right. So I just need a mace. A bit small. Yeah, that's fine. Well, it's got shockwaves as a support. I need to get enough of them to summon them. Can we see if they're even gonna do it? I guess that radius is the shockwave, right? It's very small looking on this one, but okay. So now I just gotta find a... Okay, let me find a pack. Here we go. Pop the boys. No, they do not do shockwave. Okay, so that answers that question. Shockwave cannot be used on the boys. There we go. Scienced once again. Interesting. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, they have your... Yeah, right. Okay. Anyway, back to Sanctum. While I think about what the hell to do with that.
4 floors. Eventually, by endgame, you may be able to push through all 4 floors to face the final boss.
Yeah, I just wanted to see it in game because pub is unreliable in weird edge cases.
Every roguelike needs a resource to help you track how well the run is going. In the Forbidden Sanctum, it is your resolve, indicated by this bar here. As you explore the Sanctum, your resolve is threatened by the...
So this is, yeah. So this is what resolve damage comes from. Doesn't matter. These very, very choreographed zones, which is good.
When you lose all of your resolve, your Sanctum run ends. Your level of resolve is maintained between consecutive rooms on your run, but is only shown
that will take resolve damage.
The resolve mechanic applies, but is only shown when you're in the Sanctum itself. The resolve...
Would you like to try? I'll let you borrow a rod.
Thank you so much for the 32 months. The Echo of Chrome comes in hot and heavy. Greatly appreciate that, Mater. Hopefully it's been a good one. I love the Echo. Yeah, it's because I'm using Chrome to do this. He took resolve damage there.
Run, but is only shown when you're in the Sanctum.
He gets hit by it a little bit. Right before he walks out.
The resolve mechanic applies equally to all build archetypes. Your resolve is reduced when you are hit by monsters or environmental hazards in the Sanctum, and these telegraphed attacks are not affected by regular Path of Exile defensive mechanics, such as evasion, armor, or block. While these attacks do some nominal damage to your regular life, the bulk of their impact is against your resolve. This mechanic provides a mechanism for tracking your progress between rooms, where your regular...
I honestly might just go Inquisitor and go Elemental Penetration and Pious Path again with it.
Life pool would long ago have been recovered. Another aspect of the resolve system is that characters who are struggling can be ejected from the Sanctum without actually having to die, avoiding experience loss or hardcore death. So maintaining a healthy level of resolve is key as you navigate the Sanctum, and that means making careful choices of what rooms you enter. Let's have a look at some of the things that Sanctum rooms can contain.
Right.
Afflicted rooms cause you to gain an affliction when you enter them. Afflictions make your Sanctum run more difficult. For example, reducing your resolve recovery, causing rewards to become hidden on the Sanctum map, or causing Sanctum rooms to spawn volatile anomalies that follow you.
Interesting. Those like your choices. Never choose the most bottom or top option.
These minor afflictions accumulate as you get deeper and deeper into a run, making it more challenging. Major afflictions exist and are
Can you play Decay with each Mirage? I don't know how it works with Mirages. Maybe.
a big deal. They have significant consequences, such as entirely preventing the recovery of resolve.
I mean, this is crazy that cannot recover resolve, but I guess if you're on a build that you just don't take hits in almost ever, you could do that and just YOLO it if you're close and if the reward is good enough.
So, a Sanctum run gets harder and harder as you pick up more afflictions. Sounds great. But every roguelike needs a way for you to gain power throughout your run. In the Forbidden Sanctum, that system is boons. Boons are beneficial buffs that help you as you progress through the Sanctum. Minor boons make things a little easier, such as slowing down monsters or adding a special shield to your resolve called Inspiration.
No, boons.
Major boons don't come along often, but have large effects, such as preventing you from receiving more
Inspiration. Monsters reduced action speed, cannot receive any more minor afflictions.
or recovering your resolve to 50% the next time you run out.
Okay.
Due to the vast variety of afflictions
Disappointed, are you? I'm like hyped as fuck.
and boons, no two runs are the same. Generally speaking, your best Sanctum runs are the ones where the afflictions you choose have little effect on you, and the boons either counteract them or have a large benefit for the strategy you're running.
Okay.
Some rooms in the Sanctum contain a fountain, which will restore some of your lost resolve.
Okay.
Others contain afflicted fountains that restore even more resolve at a cost. Rooms with a treasure reward contain chests full of the Templar Aureus currency, a type of gold coin they used for commerce within their Sanctum. You'll also find some Aureus coins from monsters that you kill as you explore. These are picked up automatically, like Azurite, and are not tradable. And like your
Not worth your
afflictions and
time.
boons,
It's worth my fun, and that's all I care about. This looks hella fun.
are lost when your Sanctum run ends. Some rooms contain a merchant who accepts your Aureus coins in exchange
It probably
for boons.
depends on what floor you're on, maybe.
Plan your purchases carefully.
Rusted Disarray. 50% increase resolve recovered. Okay. Next time you go below 20 resolve, heal for 50 resolve. Ooh. I like the new stuff. I lost hope for melee. So now I feel like shit before 4.0. It's possible, yeah. Aureus coins found at this floor are doubled, so if you get that early on in a run, that's pretty good. The merchant's coins shop can be re-rolled. Okay. Nice, nice. Alright.
As you may encounter the merchant again later on with even more expensive
ninth,
boons
yeah.
to purchase.
8 days away.
Occasionally, the sinister powers
Okay.
controlling the Sanctum will present you with a choice of making an accursed pact. You are given several
Gain a minor boon, gain a random minor affliction. Random, okay. One boon, one down. Gain glowing orb. Lose 25% maximum resolve. Gain random major boon. Lose 50% of maximum resolve. Holy fuck. Okay. That's a glowing orb.
pacts to choose from, and can even opt to take all that you're
Next time you go below 20%. Oh, okay, so it's the same thing you can get from the merchant, you can get from this. Okay.
All pacts have a big upside and a big downside, such as exchanging a portion of your maximum resolve for a random major boon. It's very dangerous to make a pact, but if you pick the right circumstances, your gamble could pay off.
With one room
In
at a
addition
time.
to rewards that help you progress through the Sanctum,
We'll see.
many rooms let you immediately receive Path of Exile currency items, but with a twist. Whenever you're offered some currency
It looks
items
cool
that
to
you
me.
can receive right away, you are also offered a more valuable option that will be waiting for you after the boss fight at the
2
end of the
horizons now, 6 at the end of the floor, or 18 at the end of the Sanctum. If that scales up and you get, like you said, what, 40% of the time these are offers? So 32 rooms, 40% of the time, that's like, what? 8-ish choices, so you could have like 100 chaos drop in the last room, just from if you get this one over and over again. That's pretty nuts, man. Just got a room to chill and make your choice. Yeah. That's there. This is just choose that.
Floor of the Sanctum.
Get 3 mirrors for sure. Oh, totally. And then you drop it on the last run. I get 32 maps worth of league content. Yeah, basically. I mean, 18 chaos as a drop from the final room, and that adds up. He's droid considering it's finished the temple on 32 maps. Yeah, but that's 18 per time you get this, right? It adds up. Like he said, what is it? So if you, 32 times 0.4 times 18. So if you get that's 230 chaos on the finishing the room. I mean, there's a chance, yeah. But then if you think you're gonna rip, you just go for this one. Spell tracing. I think those you just sell. The ones that like stack up, you get from every mob or like thing. Yeah, you just sell them. They're just money. So I mean that's if you choose the end of the run and you can complete it, and we're just in like chaos. It's 230 chaos after 32 maps. That's pretty nuts. I mean, in terms of like my currency, that's pretty good. 232 divided by 230 divided by 32. 7 chaos. I mean, I don't usually get 7 chaos from a league mechanic per map. I don't know. That seems pretty good. I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's probably not good for you, Limit, but for me, that's insane. Like, if I can succeed and get 7 chaos on map from the league mechanic, that's huge for me. Along with everything else you're getting from the temple and the loot and the drops. That's like on top of what you're already getting. So
because if you fail your run before you reach and defeat the boss,
I mean, honestly, yeah, I don't really care about the rewards all that much either. This just looks like a fun thing to do.
Later on, you're offered the extreme temptation of getting a massive currency reward that is conditional on completing your entire...
The fact that the resonance isn't based off, like, your damage taken is huge, because that means, like, if you play well, you could do some weird walkie builds in here and, like, have, like, builds designed just to do Sanctum runs, which would be really cool to, like, set up something that's, like, specifically Sanctum style.
A Sanctum run without failing. At a specific point in the Forbidden Sanctum storyline, you'll discover a special altar that Templar relics can be placed on.
These are the res,
These
right.
relics directly affect your
6% increase resolved recovered. Monsters have 7% to drop double Aurorius coins. Okay.
Sanctum runs and are not lost when a run ends.
Gain 34 inspiration at the start of each floor, so that's that like buffer thing you get.
They persist throughout the league as a permanent source of meta.
When you receive an infliction, gain 15%. Okay, or 15 infliction. Right.
Acquiring new and better relics is one of the ways you can push farther and farther with each run.
Dang it.
Acquiring new
13% reduced merchant prices. Okay.
And better relics is one of the ways you can push farther and farther with each run you try. Relics cannot be crafted and cannot be traded, as they represent your personal progression throughout the league. You'll accumulate
10% chance to double drop them. 5 mobs. I mean, I want them to be less mobs, because they look like bosses to me. That's, to me, the way I want them to do. They all look like they're like mini bosses.
You can use simultaneously, so you'll have options to fine-tune your strategy from run to run. You can store your extra relics in the relic locker, a free storage space like
this.
The
yeah, like this
locker.
Looks like a league for me.
We don't want to spoil important story details.
Big bosses that, or big mini bosses that you like do like nice fights in with choreographed attacks per room. That's like hella my thing. Oh, this thing. How the hell am I gonna get one of these and then make it work? Gain additional elemental damage reduction equal to half your chaos resist. This plus the damage taken as lightning build is gonna be... How the hell do I make that work? 40% elemental damage reduction plus... That makes your chaos resist 90? 90? Divine Flesh? Yeah. No, wait, what are you... Yeah. Divine Flesh? Imagine extra curse on that. Oh yeah, it'd be insane. It was 450, I think. Yeah.
For the end boss of the Forbidden
Or
Sanctum,
79.
can drop unique items from a pool exclusive to this league. Today we'd like to show you a unique boss resistance this is more than compensated for.
Right.
Because of the roguelike nature of the Forbidden Sanctum,
This is so
defeating
cool.
the boss of a floor is a difficult achievement and hence rewards a lot of experience. You may fail on the way, so if you do manage it, expect a good experience boost for your achievement.
That's a massive boost. Holy fuck! I didn't notice that in the thing. Look at that fucking HP, the
So if you
XP
do
bar.
manage
I don't know
it-
what level he's, of course, but like he's probably leveling. Look at that
Expect
thing.
a good experience boost for your
Oh.
achievement.
Damn. I didn't notice it was that much, Boom. Holy fuck. I don't know what level this guy's at, so for comparison, you know, who knows, but that's like a fucking bar.
Another reward you can find is a special type of relic.
+2 maximum fire resist, increased effective onslaught. Yeah, these would be insane. Get this for the lightning resistances and then run it on that build.
Called a
Ooh.
sanctified relic.
5%.
It
I mean,
has
yeah,
mods that
true.
directly affect your character's build.
Could be a lot.
You can only unlock one slot for this type of relic. And while these relics can't be crafted through conventional means, you may find special reward rooms in the Sanctum that can modify them.
Those are
These
nice.
relics exist for this league only and provide a boost to character power for players who are able to master the Sanctum. The Sanctum League offers a
$1 for our league starts. I mean, like they said, it's you take less resonance damage when you're close, so I think it's fine. And then these are very choreographed. You're always on the move with RF, right? So you should be fine. I don't think it's that big of a problem for RF. To be there. And then I mean, yeah, the co-op being that you both share the resonance bar and you both have to like not fuck up is a little rough, but at the same time you do have two people killing stuff, so it's, you know, it's a little easier that way.
roguelike experience that tempts you into taking risks and rewards you if those pay off.
All the mitigation is
There's a lot
useless.
to
Well, no,
explore.
you're still taking damage, but you know, you get to concentrate on just the resonance hits, which is actually better for you, right? The thing is, like you're not taking as much damage in this zone, so you'll be safe, and you can just focus on not getting hit by resonance, and that means you clear farther that way. Like right here with the onslaught buff and onslaught, not to get hit by this thing. I mean, yeah. But if you do get hit, then you're gonna be really far from the mob and
The Sanctum, and we can't wait to hear
resonance
about
stuff.
your experiences next week.
Oh,
In
that's
each
definitely good.
expansion leading up to Path of Exile 2's release, we're improving Path of Exile's endgame, with new content to explore and improvements to how you customize your endgame experience. In the Forbidden Sanctum expansion, we're revamping the Atlas tree, reworking how Eldritch altars function,
Yeah, we
and
saw
introducing
this, yeah.
pinnacle bosses. Fully into boss mode.
They're
Build, and then
rolling
just play the
the
game. We have removed
rolling these into the bosses themselves, except some of them, like the shaper ones, just being removed. Okay. I mean, that's good. I'm down with that. It was kind of weird having to spec into this one and the spec into this one and this one and this one to run bosses and then swap out, swap in, swap out, swap in.
all boss bonuses.
They changed the highest one. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these have probably changed to something else. You see in the video, while your arrow screen wide, Frostblink or Flame Dash, manager, dodge traps. I mean, yeah,
on the
there'll be
and
movement
have
skill
baked some of
mandatory,
them
no
into the
doubt.
actual base properties of the boss fights. For example, you don't need to allocate each of the 10 leagues
And then, you know, there's
that the tree lets you disable. We've added a bunch more passives to the tree. These new passives allow you to
your maps have 10% chance to
increase the
get
league
breaches.
spawn chance
So
to
yeah,
much
you
higher
can
levels than
push
currently possible, and juice the league even further than before.
one league mechanic really
We're
high.
making a number of changes to Eldritch.
Okay, we saw this stuff already.
These will be less available from altars, but we've improved their availability. Influenced by, say, Eater of Worlds.
Yep. We knew that.
For more words. In the
A notable for highest and a shitty bounty back. Now there's two notables. Oh,
Lake
okay.
of Calandra expansion, we introduced Atlas memories. When applied to your Atlas, they unlock a sequence of maps that tells the story of an
Aren't even
NPC's
now, let's put it in
past.
lower. Oh, yeah.
These stories manifest as specialized encounters that involve a new challenge and exciting rewards. In this expansion,
I like
we've
these.
introduced
These are cool.
two new Atlas memories describing events related to bestiary and domination. The Beastry memory line allows you to capture harvest monsters as beasts for your menagerie.
Push heartbeat to the max. Oh yeah, for fractured fuck? Yeah, hell
These
yeah.
harvest beasts can be used in 9 new beast crafting
Fucking suck.
recipes. These recipes cover an array of options. For example, you can remove one of the
This is so insane.
special modifiers from a Watcher's Eye jewel and then add another.
Fucking re-roll a Watcher's Eye modifier. Remove one, add another? Dude, the gamble is real. Yeah, Maven Witness bosses, like these, they drop at a lower percent chance, but if you're doing Maven influence rather than Exarch or Eater, the bosses will now have a chance to drop Awakened Gems.
The Beastry memory line allows you to capture harvest monsters as beasts for your menagerie. These harvest beasts can be used in 9 new beast crafting recipes.
I have not looked at the patch notes yet, no. Because the site was down and I figured I'd just go over stuff. But they are out, yeah. I'm gonna read them in a second.
These recipes cover an array of options. For example, you can remove one of the special modifiers from a Watcher's Eye jewel and then add another. This can have potent results, but won't affect the life, mana, or energy shield modifiers.
That's nuts.
You can re-roll an Awakened Gem from one type to another.
That's kind of cool. So the re-roll an Awakened Gem, if you get like a bad one, you could then like YOLO it. See what you get.
Another example is that you can also re-roll a Synthesis
Wait, what does that say? Oh, cannot do Enhanced Enlightenments. Okay.
Another example is that you can also re-roll a Synthesis Implicit modifier. If your item has more than one Synthesis Implicit, it will randomly re-roll one of them. The Domination Atlas memory thrusts you into a tale of Pantheon gods that stand watch over their shrines. Like regular shrines, these are guarded by monsters and emit a buff that empowers the monsters until you claim that buff for yourself. This Atlas memory introduces a new set of shrines with specialized buffs, guarded by rare monsters that drop tantalizing rewards.
I wonder what that is, what they mean by tantal. I wonder what that is dropping. Because I don't know.
Sanctum expansion introduces a new type of shard that can drop from Harbingers.
This is why I'm
fracturing
speccing into
shards.
Harbinger.
When combined together into a full currency item, you get the Fracturing Orb, which behaves the same as the Fracturing Craft from Harvest. It can be used on any rare item with at least 4 modifiers. When the orb is applied, it locks one of the modifiers in place so that further crafting efforts do not affect that modifier.
Oh, that's
Items
so
fractured
good.
in this way can only have one fractured modifier. Previously, this crafting option was gated behind the Oshabi fight in Harvest. Now that it has been rehomed to Harbinger, the Harvest crafting option is no longer available.
It's fine by
This
me.
means that you'll be able to use your Harvest life force
Literally means I just use Harvest for chaining resistances. Beautiful.
and Oshabi kills on other crafts. Because fracturing
Beautiful.
shards drop from Harbingers, you'll be able to target farm them by speccing into Harbinger content on your Atlas tree. The Forbidden Sanctum expansion introduces a
we
number
already
of
saw the
new
new
skill
skills.
gems. In addition to some new there's many new Val melee skills. As you know, equipping a Val skill gem
got 7
grants you
new,
both
and
the
these are the
Val and
first
regular
2.
version of the skill. As you kill enemies, the gem charges up with their souls, and after a certain number are collected, the Val skill can be used once. Most of the new Val skills introduced in this expansion are melee skills, and this results in an indirect buff
say which
to any
Val
melee
Val
builds
skills.
that use
Oh,
one of these
okay.
skills. Where previously you'd just be using your melee skill to kill enemies, you now get to periodically use a superpowered version of the skill. If you like Flicker Strike,
Maybe past
you'll
league
love
stuff?
Val Flicker
Maybe,
Strike,
yeah.
as it really dials up the concept of letting fate take the wheel. Val Flicker Strike causes you to flicker dozens of extra times, slashing enemies. During this time, you don't deal any damage to
So
the enemies
dumb.
you slash. You're quite vulnerable due to not leeching or generating fortify stacks. When you finish flickering, if you survived of course, you'll be rewarded with a single huge hit of damage against each enemy you slash.
Right.
Val Cleave is a new Val skill that buffs the behavior of its non-Val version, in a similar way to how Val Reeve works. Val Cleave triggers 2 buffs, one when you kill a rare enemy, and one when you kill either a rare or unique enemy. The latter is a strong buff to regular Cleave, which you can keep up almost permanently if you're able to kill rare or unique enemies often enough.
That's pretty cool.
The bonus for killing a rare enemy is that you get to steal its mods for a time. You can enjoy part of the power of having a headhunter without actually needing
You have to
find
kill it
one.
with the Val?
Overall, Val Cleave is a
It's gonna be a
pretty
little
powerful
weird and
upgrade to any
wonky,
melee
but-
build that could run Cleave. That
It could
+2
work.
radius buff is looking pretty good now, right? Don't hurt me. We'll showcase the other new Val skills we're introducing over the coming week.
Wait, what was
The
that
Forbidden-
text that pops up on screen?
We'll showcase the other new Val skills we're looking pretty good now, right? Don't hurt me.
It pops up as his email, Chris, and grinding your games.
We'll showcase the other new Val skills we're introducing over the coming week.
Oh god.
The Forbidden Sanctum expansion introduces over 15 new unique items, from Sanctum exclusive uniques to ones that can be found from Path of Exile's pinnacle bosses. I'd like to show you 3 examples of these, designed by winners of our prior league's boss kill races. Progenesis is
When hit during effects, 25% of life lost from damage taken over time for instead. Okay, so yeah, it is just a mini petrified blood without having to be petrified blood. Pretty cool. If you combine it with petrified blood, it's like 75% of damage taken. I mean, you should be able to, yeah. I don't see why now. And it's 2 charge use, chaos resist flask 7.4. I mean, yeah, it looks pretty good.
a unique flask that grants useful by manipulating.
What the fuck was this thing? And scale recoup, yeah. Just make it massive. You have conk ground around you while stationary if strength is your highest attribute. 25% chance to create profane ground on critical strike if intelligence is your highest attribute. Effects of conk ground you create linger for 4. Effects of profane ground create linger for 4. Profane gives +1 base crit and minus resistances. Is nuts. Okay. Deal a shitload of damage and then get one shot 90% of the time. His clunk is like probably Shanks, but we'll see how it goes. That with RF. Just stat balance easy. I mean, it's the same with Leadership's Price, right? It's not that difficult to stat balance that. You can combine that with Leadership's Price, actually, I just realized. Yeah, you could. Holy shit. That's actually really strong. Because if you, yeah. If you go Leadership's Price and that, you get Conk Ground, Profane Ground, and the All's Ailments. Ooh.
Manipulating your attributes, you can change how this jaw behaves. While the ideal dream outcome is that you manage to get your strength and intelligence tied for highest, enabling both of the benefits simultaneously, the jaw is still very powerful if it only grants your choice of permanent consecrated ground or permanent
That means you could, yeah, you get the crit cap yourself really easy. You need more base? I mean, you don't have to spec in a crit at all then.
Ground. Entropic Devastation is a pair of unique gloves that were designed by Gucci Pradas.
There it is. Critical strikes with spells inflict impale. There it is, huh? We finally got the impale gloves we need to make spell impale a thing. Cocking impale? Yeah. There's a lot of weird impale setups that can now work. Because you don't have to spec into impale chance or weird roundabout ways. You just get spell impale. Cock EK impale could totally work, yeah. Impale blade blast, yeah. Because I mean, we were looking at EK. It was just it took so much to get it to go. Small hits versus big hits. I don't know necessarily. It's just you want a lot of hits. Isn't that the idea with Impale? You just want to rapidly. So, you know, Cock Impale is, or Cock EK is like 7 attacks a second or 7 hits a second on the entire screen if you go real ham on it. You'll remember I did the same. I'd like to see Spell Impale. No? Yeah, true. We'll see.
And drop from the
that looks really good.
Currently, the ways to get Spell Impale are very limited. These gloves provide the powerful property of causing all of your spells to impale on crit. So let's talk about unique weapons. This is the most like they use to find plenty of
they are going to be super rare.
Mount weapon.
The question is, what do they do?
The
old one is 128, the new one is 168. Gains 25 base, 25 base. Keeps the same modifiers. Okay. And then there's also the next tier up from this, which we don't know what it does. Soul Taker is tier 1, and then we have Kingmaker. So, much bigger base. Goes up about 100 fizz. What was that? 182 plus 295 divided by 2 times 1.86. 443 for one hand with chill and mana. And that's not with quality. 446 without quality. Yeah, that's not too bad actually. Quality. Yeah, they don't show Kingmaker. We don't know what it is then. Okay. So you could get like 500 on a Soul Taker for a one-hander. That's not bad. That's not bad. And you can reserve your entire mana pool and not give a fuck. So you get one more aura in there if you want to really squeeze it in. One aura and 500. Oh, it is in the patch notes? Oh, okay.
In this expansion, we're promoting 10 iconic but underused unique weapons to the same tier of rarity as Mageblood and Headhunter. We are buffing them a gigantic amount and are making them incredibly hard to find.
We don't know if these are the final numbers.
Remember when Starforge...
So there's the Starforge one. 435, 7, 100. What does that look like? 32690 divided by 2 times 1.45. 740 without quality, so it's 800. 800 Starforge, 97 life with massive shocks. I mean, that's dang good. How's the rolls? I mean, we don't know. That's the thing. It was a 435, 7. 860 max roll. Roof of the floor, 440, 450, 860 max. Oh yeah, double corrupt for a flat fizz if you really balls it into it. I mean, that's strong. That's strong, definitely. For the shocks you can do with that thing. That's, yeah, that definitely takes it up in line, especially because you still get the life and all that stuff. 400, 500, yeah, maybe.
Forge used to be an exciting item. The Uber will reveal the other unique weapon.
And then what does this one do? Goes up to, so we double the flat fizz on it. 121 plus 435 divided by 2 times 1.7, 470. With no need for accuracy and far shot on top.
Would you like to try?
Echo.
I'll let you borrow a rod.
Thank you so much, Rod, for gifting us up to Not a Bible. Greatly appreciate you destroying a pleb and casting a rod in this man's face. Mageblood rarity. I mean, we'll see how the Mageblood rarity really works out to be. Realistically. Some of the stuff, we'll see. Because, yeah, that's the thing. I was like, even if they're rare, there's still plenty of people getting them. So we'll see. They said it's going to be Mageblood rarity, but I don't know. We'll see. The same thing, but better. I mean, I don't know. I don't really mind having Starforge be, like, a power move to get from Shaper or something. Will be Mageblood rarity. Starforge, Lion's Eye. These new uniques that are, like, buffed up uniques, they're Headhunter Mageblood rarity is what they're saying. But yeah, I mean, we don't know. We don't know the reality of it. We don't know how it's going to work. Are they also, are this, I mean, Starforge should be, right? Starforge should be still a boss drop. Lions shouldn't be, but we'll see. And other rare items are made. I mean, he literally says we are making these the same rarity as Mageblood.
characters from trying to find or craft rare weapons. Interestingly, the above problem doesn't apply to belts. Despite Mageblood and Headhunter both existing as extremely powerful unique items, people still craft plenty of rare belts. That's because Mageblood and Headhunter are extremely rare, and people don't actually expect they'll reliably get one in a league. Players tend to treat them as luxury upgrades to their build, rather than something they're certain to get. In this expansion, we're promoting 10 iconic but underused unique weapons to the same tier of rarity as Mageblood and Headhunter.
Yeah, so they are becoming tier 0 items. So they are taking 10 items and putting them into tier 0 pool. It doesn't do enough? Oh, we'll see. We'll see. Lost jobs don't have tier 0 pools. I mean, they kind of do. Sublime Visions is a tier 0 pool. Right? That's the idea. Like, you get 1 in every 50, or 1 in every 100 or something. You craft a better one, 4th the cost. They're not quite, you know. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, no, like, I don't know. I'm not going to make a judgment on these until they start dropping and we see the actual numbers. Because these don't even have to be the real numbers, right? Like, we'll see. Like, we just don't know. And you know, that's the thing, is like, if they're not as powerful as they need to be and they're super rare, then who cares? You could buy a like juiced up Starforge for like 5 divines. I mean, I'll buy that rather than make a weapon. I mean, yeah, I was gonna say, like, it doesn't sound bad to me. If people are running Shapers and you can get a fucking juiced up Starforge for 5 divines, you bet your ass I'm buying this thing. I'm not gonna fucking make a weapon to try to compete with it. Same thing with like Siege Taker. I could maybe see myself using Siege Taker if it's good, because you could reserve everything and then hell, I could use it on the next build. Item stats can be found from the patch notes. I mean, yeah, but whatever, they do change here and there. Like last league, we saw Lightning Conduit change like 9 times before the fucking league started. So, we'll see. Sucks if you're not a Slayer.
It'll take a lot of runs or a lot of luck to earn it.
We'll see, we'll see. Like I said, I don't want to sit here and doom and gloom about the numbers. I mean, if they don't work and it looks like it's not working, there'll be changes, I'm sure. Maybe not this patch, but you know, it's an idea. I don't mind the idea. Is she just gonna try to go that for me since my non-common? Oh, really, randoms? Okay, cool. Hell yeah. I just want things to be strong, but also accessible. Right. Buy 25 at high speed essence, gluttony, crowdsourcing, much cheaper than 5 divines. Right, but you also don't get 100 life on it. You don't get your fizz does shock on it as either. I haven't looked at it yet. The Hex Duration Jewel, Infinite Hex. No, I haven't got there.
To quickly summarize what the changes are.
What's the real elements? What I can do as a chemist in Phoenix? Oh, gotcha, randoms.
In the Forbidden Sanctum expansion, we have made jewels a better source of ailment mitigation by buffing the values of ailment-focused jewel modifiers.
Yeah, hopefully you can figure out a way to
that enable mitigation to a wider variety of ailments than before. We have also removed some ailment mitigation modifiers that were only available on jewels through corruption, because there are now better options through the regular jewel mod pool. This also means that other desirable corruption modifiers, like immunity to corrupting blood, are more likely to roll. We want the moment of finding a
modifiers ignite duration on you apply to all elemental ailments. That's an interesting one. I like that idea. Because they took the idea of like, why would you only spec into one thing and then be like, you know what, you're right. Why would you spec into one thing? So here, spec into one thing and run this thing and it applies to everything. So that definitely opens up a lot of pathways for getting ways to get around the mitigations. Increase ignite duration fucks you? I mean, sure. But that's fine. That plus is like, yeah, true. Self-ignite lasts 20 seconds. Oh yeah, true. I mean, it's a good idea.
A unique jewel to be way more exciting than it currently is. We've added a handful of new, very powerful unique jewels and have removed some old,
There's
less
probably Fire Song, Ice Song, and Lightning Song.
interesting
So you could do
ones.
either
An
of them.
example of one of these new unique jewels is Fire Song, which propagates any modifiers to your ignite mitigation to other elemental ailments.
That also means it does Sap, Brittle, and Scorched.
If you're able to substantially
Nice.
reduce the duration of ignites on you, then you can use Fire Song to basically shrug off any elemental ailment.
Oh yeah?
For full information about the other changes to unique jewels, check out the Balance Manifesto post we made recently. We've rebalanced curses to make them stronger where they matter most, against unique monsters and pinnacle bosses.
Welcome, Jewel.
We've
Yeah.
buffed several hex
100% chance to curse enemies which hit you with a random hex, ignoring curse limits. Neat.
related unique items and reworked unique items that
Yeah, we saw
the
this
patch notes
already.
that will come out after the live stream concludes.
So, replacement of Arch
When we
Nemesis,
first
Ruthless
created
mode.
the Arch Nemesis monster mod system, quality of life improvements.
Thank you,
Some
Ella.
examples are divine vessels can now be used by right-clicking them rather than taking them to sin.
Yes, thank you.
On the player overhead life bar, the
I'm so happy that they split these two apart.
energy shield bar is split into a separate bar. You can now right-click an itemized Temple of Atsuatl to see its layout. And most importantly,
I thought you could already do that, but I'm
beast
crazy.
crafting recipes that
And then, yeah. We said Sayonara to exclamation flasks. Don't need it.
add mods to flasks now actually say what the mods do. We'll post more information about these and other quality of life improvements
nice.
in the lead up to release. Today we're launching 2 new series of support.
Yeah, that's new tech. Is it? Okay. Fair enough. Alright, let me use the bathroom and we'll continue reading through this thing and then I'll go through the patch notes afterwards. Oh, so much information. Here,
Most of the time, I sleep it. Most of the time, I sleep it. Long, most of the time, I sleep it.
Oh god, I left the slap on Echo. Oh god. I forgot. I walked away with the echoed slap. Let me put on some background jazz. Was it good? I'll be doing well. Chilly. We'll say. What was I gonna think? Oh, yeah. I wanted to see. Is there a reason I would go? Gain 1 stars if you've attacked recently. Lose mass cast speed, reduce cost, increased area effect. No, not really. Because you'd be attacking more often than every 4 seconds. Not really. Alright, let's go over this stuff again. Anything that's in here that we haven't seen already? Yeah, wait for overlaps. Yeah, I was debating that, but you'd only Phantasm every other time. It would be, yeah, it wouldn't really work that well. Test your resolve, right? The very obvious shit is gonna do resonance damage or resolve damage. I'm gonna keep calling it resonance, not resolve. Fuck. You got some boons and stuff. Yeah, I'll check. I'll check those and hover those. It's got an 8 over there. Adapt or die. Recover 25% of maximum resolve. Increase resolve recovery. Your aura's coins are increased by 10% on room completion. Remove when you purchase something from the merchant. Oh, okay, so you can like slowly build up more coins if you're willing to like hold on to it and not buy anything. Silver Chalice, the next minor boon you gain is converted into a random major boon. Ooh, okay, okay. That's piggy bank, yeah. Lose 30 Aurus coins on room completion. Door tax. Oof. That's a very, very negative one. Alright, alright. I see, I see. Pay the price. Divinia. Inside the Sanctum you'll find gold coins. Oh, right, this is the merchant. 10% on room completion. Okay, so you can actually buy that, and then you slowly work your way back up. Can be re-rolled. Your next purchase from the merchant has no cost. Oh. That's interesting. So if there's nothing you want to buy, and, you know, you have a bunch of coins, you could pick that up, and then the next merchant you may find it would be really good. So you could buy, like, you know, something more expensive in the later on's room, if you see it that way. Okay, okay. I see where that's going. So we got the major miners. Major boon, lose 50 max resolve. Resolve recover is doubled. Max resolve is lowered by 50% of recovered resolve. Whoa. That's a fucking back and forth thing. Damn, that's painful. 50% less resolve lost in boss rooms. 100% more resolve lost in non-boss rooms. That's like a good one to get at like the end of a run. When you're like nearing the point where shit can hit the fan. Okay. 2 random miners, lose resolve. Gain 200, lose resolve. Remove tight choker. Gain random minor affliction. I don't wonder what tight choker is. I guess some kind of negative boon on you. Remove unhallowed ring. Oh, okay, so yeah, these are remove afflictions, but gain a minor one. Random minor, minor. Gain free purchase, lose resolve. Reap or weep. Right. That's pretty cool. There's the rewards. Reduced merchant prices of 15%. Or 14%. What the fuck am I reading? Gain 30 inspiration at the start of each floor. Chests have 6% chance to drop double Aurorius coins. 30% critical strike multiplier for attack damage. Skill strikes target one additional nearby enemy. Holy fuck. You can just find additional strikes for the rest of your account-bound life for this league. Woo! Woo! Damn. That's a pretty fucking spicy find if you just were to find one for additional strikes for the rest of the time. And is this the one that was in the thing? What does this one do? Lethal Shade? Corrupted Lethal Shade? You just get Lethal Shade? 20% increased area of effect, 15% increased effect of non-cursed auras from your skills. Wow. You can actually get keystones on this as well. Damn. Damn. Alright, dude. There's some good relics out there, man. Running that shit is gonna be key. Hell yeah. I haven't read the patch notes yet, no. Yourself and Unsuman, start of the league. No, these ones I believe they said are like everywhere, right? He said that these are the ones that work everywhere.
So you'll have options to fine-tune your strategy from run to run. You can store your extra relics in the Relic Locker, a free storage space like the Expedition Locker. We don't want to do and better relics as one of the ways you can push farther and farther with each run you try. Relics cannot be crafted and cannot be traded, as they represent your personal progression throughout the league. You'll accumulate more than you can use simultaneously, so you'll have options to
I don't know where it is.
And are not lost when a run ends.
But yeah, there's yeah, he says they're everywhere. Check the new tweet. The tweetiest of tweets. I got a reply to open. The very type that affects your character's build, you may only use one of these, but the benefits stay with you to beyond Sanctum walls that bestow Templar powers on you on your journeys through Relic class. Effects downside. Hell yeah. We can confirm that you will be able to save up consecutive Sanctum rooms up to the limit of 8 total, one entire floor to play later. Oh, okay, so they do have save them. Okay, cool. I guess it wasn't a thing they were ready for or didn't know about. Okay, cool. Was it Buzzy? Hell yeah. Stack hundreds. Oh god. Many bosses, including random mini bosses, bosses at the end of each floor, and then the ultimate showdown of Ultimate Destiny. Relics, piles of Oros coins, masses of experience, new unique items, and more. We got ourselves the Fracturing Orb, which means I'm Spec and Harvey. We got 2 new memories, which both seem pretty cool. I like them. I like them. We've got the skill that I may league start at, and I have no fucking idea how to do so, but fuck me if I'm gonna try. Okay. Volcanic Fissure. Slam the ground, casting a winding fissure that deals area damage while traveling outwards, and it reaches its target. It erupts, releasing a burst of molten projectiles. Requires axe, mace, scepter, staff, or unarmed. 4 additional projectiles, 60% converted, and less damage with hits and elements by 50% on the projectiles. 60 is nice. Yeah, it means you could just spec once and you have just grab Lava Lash and you're fully converted. Got ourselves the Vile Flicker Strike. Some Shindaru action going on there. 25 repeats. Woo! Solid Bombay. Kind of, yeah. And then we got Cleave. Modifiers to skill effect duration also apply to skill soul gain prevention. Culling Strike. Buff grants Culling Strike with Cleave. Buff grants 60% more Cleave. Oh, it's a buff. Oh, okay. Energy Blade, Battle Mage, Frozen Legion. What? Energy Blade, Battle Mage, Frozen Legion. Energy Blade is a sword. That doesn't work. Axe, mace, scepter, or staff. So you do 25 flicks and burst on the final hit? Basically, yeah. Archmage with Mana Helm for attacks. That could actually work really well with the 3-second delay between attacks. Hold up now, that actually might work really well. Huh. Archmage. Mind of the Council, huh? Seconds don't get buffs. Start ruin it by making a good build. Mind of the Council Archmage. Mind of the Council. Attack skills have added lightning equal to 6% of maximum mana. What's this? Oops. You don't even lose mana when you attack. Because you don't attack. You're casting a spell. It has the attack tag, but you're not attacking. You cast a spell. Use an attack skill, it also... Is it cold? Yeah, it is physical, yeah. Two color below shock bone chill scaling sounds dirty too. It's got a damage effectiveness of 170 as well. Mind of the Council Frozen Sweep as a starter. That's jank as fuck. You think Color Brother doesn't work? Bloodthirst work with it? Maybe. Yeah, they should work. Mind of the Council, Call of the Brotherhoods. Mana stacking Frozen Sweep Hyra. Steel Battle Mage? Battle Mage doesn't do anything for it. Because it's attacks with your weapon, not your thing. Attack skills have added lightning equal to 6% of maximum mana. No, that will definitely be added to it. Huge flat doesn't matter for Archmage. Yeah. Gain added lightning equal to 75% of mana cost. Outside of mine on the council? Wanna get Gem of Hope sometime in the next days. Apple neck for the percent. You need foible. Like always. But that's it. You know, the rest is just mana gear, like always. You need mana cooldown, belt, and boot, though. Losing the mana rings, Zoof. Yeah, I think you might still want Wed and mana. I think you just stick with doing lightning damage with it rather than trying to do split. Will work. I think you just lose too much because 50% Wed on both rings with mana and then whatever else you need would be such a bigger boost. So you really just need Mind of the Council and Foible. That's it. That's all you need. I'm not league starting this, am I? Maybe I am. You or else. It's not fully. I mean, no, I'm convinced. I'm like, this is a really dumb idea. For rage speed, go Chainbreaker. You don't really need speed. Because, I mean, it does work with Archmage. The way that the skill is designed, it does work with it, right? Because you need to wait between cooldowns, and if you wait between cooldowns and have a massive fucking thing, it works. Also... Oh, I can't be used with that. Wait, what weapon do I use? It works with mana stacking. No, Archmage is a support. Wait, why doesn't it work with Archmage? Supported skills gain added lightning damage equal to 75% mana cost. Was only? It's an attack. Drop by Minotaur, spell flat. What? Spell doesn't do damage. Supported skills have 7 to 1/3. You're supporting the skill, right? Would it not add to it? Because it's spell attack. It has both tags. Second skill in the gym. Supported skills gain added lightning damage equal to 70% of mana cost. Does say any spell skills in the mods though? It does. Yeah. Spell cold attack AoE melee. The spell consumes multiple cooldowns. The attack is used by your statues to deal attacks in an area. Then This skill cannot be repeated and can only be used by statues from Frozen Legion. You cannot use the skill yourself. Your statue uses the skill for you. 100% physical damage converts to cold damage. Each statue uses your Frozen Sweep attack once before vanishing. Requires an axe, mace, scepter, or staff. This skill cannot be triggered. It cannot be echoed, unleashed, totem, traps, or mines. Maybe annihilating for triple damage. Mind of the Council, annihilating light. You just won't have resistances from anywhere. You'd have to use it for purity of elements. In a essence worm. Yeah, I wonder if you can Archmage the bottom section of it. Because it doesn't really say. Because you are supporting the skill, but are you supporting Frozen Sweep? Because Frozen Sweep has no tags on it, according to this. But it obviously has some of the tags. What tags does it have? Is it supported by Archmage? Attacks using your weapon damage, right. I wonder if it just doesn't do anything, but still works. Yeah, maybe. There's two components. No Archmage by the sounds of it. Supported skills have base mana cost equal to 5% of unreserved mana if that value is higher. Supported skills gain added lightning damage equal to 75% of mana cost. But you are supporting that skill. But you're not supporting your weapon, I guess? In that sense. And your weapon is the one that they attack with? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was pausing on, because you could actually go this and still reserve your mana, because it's your maximum mana on Mind of the Council, not your thing. So you can still actually build defensively by going Mind of the Council and still run auras. You just need to make sure you have a 6% base that you can eat every single time you use it, which is pretty easy. So you just mana stack, run auras, run Mind of the Council, give yourself a mega fucking weapon. Like, yeah, you could run Grey Spire for all you care about. If you just don't need the sockets. You never use an attack, you only use a spell, so you never pay the cost. Yeah, exactly. So you're like this weird hybrid approach to building it. Huh. Max res. It does do that, yeah. Interesting. Low weapon damage, but you're adding a lot to it, so... I mean, that's just a starter thing, you know, if you wanted to. Spell effect, Arcane Surge. Oh, it's funny. Just didn't do Divine Shield determination for Defiances. Yeah, because you get your mana as Energy Shield as well. No useful Uber Ascendancy for Hyra though. What do you mean? You get endurance charges and then you get totem charges. You get put down a War Chief totem and have a giant boost to your attack damage, right? It is attacking with your weapon, so I think that should work. So you go these 4, and then you steal fucking Inevitable Judgment. I'll take both totems for a bit of damage and regen. I mean, they are, yeah, they are 5% more. I have no idea how to level this. I don't have a fucking clue how to level this. I was joking about Inevitable. I don't even know. It's a mess. It's definitely a mess. But what if? Double ES region. But what if? Think of the power. Level as a typical Archmage, respect to attack passes when you get mined. Yeah, I could do that. Or I could just struggle it. Mine's not gonna be expensive. Struggling playing the first week, you fucking betcha. Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna cost anything. Annihilating Light. Annihilating Light would actually probably work pretty well with it if you could get your resistances back up. Getting mana plus Raz. It was 2C a day. 2C a day, 1 of Archmage. That's what I'm saying. Oh, am I doing this? Am I doing this stupid fucking idea? Frozen Sweep, Mind of the Council, Archmage as my starter. What in the fuck would this be? An update exclamation starter. Oh. Oh yeah. I'd be going staves right then. All that blame when it fails. I'd block as well if I fucking wanted to then. Yeah, power charges get block. Crit. Is it better to use brain lateral? Maybe. Fizz to lightning, chance to shock, hits with this weapon, shock is dealing 30% damage, penetrate 20% lightning resistances. Actually, yeah. Don't worry about the attack speed. I mean, yeah, maybe mutant, yeah. %50 shock. Probably Mind on the Council on top of it. Yeah, I could see that happening. . Does it work with this skill? It's already converting to cold? Yeah, yeah, but we add on base lightning, right? Because of Mind of the Council. We're adding 6% max mana on there. As lightning. It's just like we get base lightning. Reduce movement speed, reduce cast speed, right? Big shocks on top of it. What is this idea? For how much flat? I have no idea. 6k mana, 6%, 360 base lightning. Effectiveness of 170. Plus brain readily boy on top. What's up, Damon? Oh man. Oh man. So instead of going this, I had to go maces. Maces and hypo. Yeah, because I could always chill with it. Yeah, no, I was just looking at Mace Mastery. Don't worry, don't worry. Was it lonely? You did a thing yesterday? Cat-like coding. What the hell? Oh, weird. You got yourself a wiggling plane of existence. Nice. You got some comments down here. What's going on? It's like 1,000,000 cubes. Ah, okay. You got it? Gotcha. Neat. Dude's like, what's going on? he's upvoted. There's a bunch of people be like, what the hell? Neat. Runs at 200 FPS instead of crashing the computer. Ah, okay. Hell yeah. Pretty. Going Marace's Mace. I mean, Brain's gonna be hard to get. Mariki maybe easier. And we don't care about attack speed. That is true. We do have that going for us. Well, that's kind of cool. We gotta claw back the accuracy though, but we could do that as well. Yeah. Do we care about accuracy? I think they're mirages. I think you have to have accuracy for your mirages. Even though I'm not the one attacking, I think I do have to have accuracy. Wait to patch. Oh, okay. All right, let me read the patch notes because that's getting like spoiled constantly. LDS. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Is there anything else? We got the new uniques. We looked at this stuff. Yep. Goodbye to Arch Nemesis. New balance stuff. Witchbane. When you kill an enemy affected by a non-aura hex, become immune to hexes for the remaining hex duration. Oh, weird. Ruthless, don't care. Corrects Vault, we'll see that soon. Okay, cool. To the patch notes. Download the press kit while I'm at it, because I'm gonna need that again. I open the patch notes yet? No. It makes you immune always. Oh, I guess so. Yeah, nukes. Yeah. Remaining duration. All right. You guys saying this is short? I mean, I guess some of the stuff we already know, so it's fairly short. It doesn't look short. If I'm thinking that's a very short one. Oh man, I can't believe that might be my starter, but it might be. It's so dumb. Okay. Challenge leagues are interesting things for content. Yep, we already know this stuff. I'm gonna skip over a lot of this because we know a fuck ton of this stuff already. It's a roguelike experience with stuff to do. We got different modes. We got the new challenges and sweet goodness there. New optional mode, Ruthless, don't care. Frozen Legion. Yep. We've been staring at this the whole time. This skill cannot be repeated. It can only be used by the statues. Yep. Volcanic Fissure, we saw that. Cursed Ground, we saw that. Hex Bloom. Transfer to all enemies within a certain distance with hexed enemy dies. Oh, okay. Prolif for hexes. Cool. Val skills. Cleave. Flicker. Blade Flurry. Venom Gyre. Molten Strike. Caustic Arrow. Volcanic Fissures. And Smite. Huh, okay. So we've got Cleave, Flicker, Blade Flurry, Venom Gyre, Molten Strike, Caustic Arrow, Volcanic Fissure, and Val Smite. Interesting. Alright. I'm cool with those. I guess those will be revealed as time goes on. But, yeah, Caustic Arrow. Interesting. I wonder what... Huh. I mean, I'll take an excuse to play Caustic Arrow. That's cool. Smites your ass. Cool. Alright. Interesting. Well, we've seen these two, and they're pretty neat. So, see what the rest of them do. Fracturing Orb. Yes, I'm specking into Harvey. Because, fuck yeah. That shit's gonna be stonks. Hopefully a single target skin. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's a single target version of it. We got the Fracturing Shard, 15 uniques, 10 new div cards, 5 designed by supporters, and 5 designed by the boss kill event winners. New Atlas Memories and Domination and Bestiary. Those are pretty cool. I like the stuff you can craft from that. And 9 new beast crafts that come from the Bestiary pool. Calandra's Touch unique ring has been added to the core drop pool. Calandra's Touch unique ring has it added to the core drop pool. What the fuck is Calandra's Touch? The mirror ring? Oh, that was called Calandra's Touch? Oh, yeah, okay. Grand and Exceptional Ichors have received new art, so they're more distinguishable. Nice. And more sound effects, arts, environments. The huge. Maven Witness bosses drop Awakened Gems. Nice. Maps have been added, maps have been removed. What have we lost? What have we removed? We've got Arena gone, Arid Lake gone, Armory gone, Barrows, Belfry, Bramble Valley, Cells, Chateau, Dig, Excavation, Fungal Hollow, Jungle Valley, Lava Chambers, Marshes, Mud Geysers, Park, oh no, can't park game, Pen, Racecourse, Ramparts, Stagnation, Summit, Vault, Waste Pool, Waterways, and Wharf. Okay. Both Catavas are gone. Damn shame, I tell you. What do we get back? Academy, Bazaar, Burial Chambers, Cage, Channel, City Square, Courthouse, Courtyard, Coves, Estuary, Forbidden Woods, Graveyard, Haunted Mansion, Iceberg, Infested Valley, Ivory Temperate, Lookout, Mineral Pools, Primordial Blocks is back on the list, Sepulture, Shipyard, Spider Lair, Sunken City, Toxic Sewers, and Volcano. Okay. Get a couple good ones. City Square for quick rooms. Oh yeah, true. Couple good ones in there, and a couple bad ones go out. Sweet. Yeah, City Square is definitely, depending on where it is, the bounce back and forth effect might be really strong for that one. Map tiers and things have been location, though the pinned ones have not changed. Most maps are now initially found at different tiers. Some of the map bosses you require to defeat upgrade your Pantheon have changed as a result of the Atlas changes. Yep, 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 yep. Crafting recipes that were previously unlocked in maps now have been moved around. Yep, yep, yep. A bunch of shit can be found everywhere. Yep, I'll worry about that later. Anything crazy in here? Buried treasure, gift of Nosh, Azanath, gift of the Gemling Queen, Azanath, Bear Woman, Endurance, Mind Eye, Mountain Nurse, found in the Carcass. Offering, found in the Carcass as well. Wolf, Wolverine, Time Lost Relic, Volatile Power, Wild Power Divination cards have been re-enabled and now awards a Doomfletch. Nice. Grotto, Grotto. Grotto, Grotto, Grotto. Yeah, you're right. Everything is in the Grotto. What the fuck? Achilles Prophecy Divination has been re-enabled. Now awards a double corrected, unique, elegant round shield. This card can be found in the Temple of Otsawatl. Teases about the Golem Jewels. No, not yet, Nukes. No. Head over to juice boxes. I don't have any. I've got this cup of water. Good luck. Hope you're doing well, Rooster. Hope you're doing well. Transformation Div card has been re-enabled. Now awards a Tainted Mythic Orb. The Wind Divination card has been re-enabled. Now gives you Asenath's Mark. The Mad King Divination has been re-enabled. Ultimatum Aspect. This award can be found in Caldera, Colossum, Dark Forest, and Reefs. Cool. Bunch of div cards, places, farm stuff. If you're looking for that, you can find it. Arch Nemesis things, this we've already seen. Eldritch Altars, this we've already seen. Is there anything new in this, or is it still the same stuff? I'm in a hurry to finish everything uni related before the 9th. Getting in there, cramming it hard. Hell yeah, man. Hopefully it works out. This looks all the same, Yep, 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 looks the same. Eldritch Altars, yep, that looks the same. Atlas Tree. The passive tree creates pressure to run only Pinnacle boss content when you're spec'd into Atlas passives that will maximize your rewards, hoarding as much as you can, given content as you can run it before, and speccing back into it. I did hate this in a way, because I wanted to run stuff while I was doing it, but I was like, I'm not spec'd into it, and then I get like a horde of fucking shapers, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to do that. So that was a big good. Drink your own juice box at high capacity. It's weird, actually, now that you mention that. Like the Finnish style idea of like juice boxes that we have over there, where like, you know, it's common to just grab one. At like the stores and like the bigger packs, we don't have that in the States. Juice boxes are only for like kids, but like in Finland, I usually would, you know, have one of those like in the backpack when I went like fishing or hiking and stuff, and just have like a juice box. That's not a thing we have in the States, at least not that I've ever seen to that degree that we have it in Finland. Canada has a decent variety of juice boxes. Perfect for fishing trips, yeah. Because you have more cans. It's a bit more kid focused, but they're good options. Yeah, like Finland, the juice box never really goes away from being like adult focused as well. We have like Capri Suns, that's the thing. Yeah. But we have like, Finland has like a selection of like just juices. They're like, you know, normal juices you'd get in everything else, but they're in juice box form. Like great for fishing, yeah. Grab one of those and chuck it in the bag and like get yourself a little bit of a flavor juice sugar thing going. Very, very common in Finland. I've never seen it anywhere else. To the juice box style. They're like one type of liters. No, they're like normal juice boxes, but they're made for like adults. Like it's not marketed towards just kids. Like what you would see in America is like a kid's juice box. They're designed for like they're marketed towards everybody. And there's a fuck ton of different varieties and brands and stuff like that. It's not like a kid's drink. Lots of kind of juice box in those ones which have more adult taste. Yeah, 2 deciliters, yeah. You have them here, but often they're for kids and school lunches. Yeah, exactly, Nukes. Like it's in America, it's a lot more focused on kids and only kids, and past age 12, no one ever has a juice box. But like Finland, that's fucking normal. When you go on a fishing trip, you have like you got your rye bread with a bit of sausage in there, and then you got a juice box. Like that's just how it is. Sausage. Yeah, whenever I go back, I buy way too much Håkon Sinisen. Håkon Sinista. Wow, that's really hard to fucking translate between English and Finnish on the fly, but yeah, I just buy way too much of it. Håkon Sininen, there we go. Like really, Sininen is a really hard word to say when you're speaking English at the same time. I've never had to switch to that, but yeah, I buy way too fucking much of that. And then Turun sinappia päälle, or on top. Mustard, a lot of it, or what is it still called that? I think they changed the name, didn't they? The tube, the yellow tube of mustard, is it? It's not still called that. It's like vegetable sausage since meat is only 20%. Yeah, right. It's not much, but it's so delicious. It's auron sinappi now. Okay, yeah. I remember that. I'm like, wait a second. I think it's changed names. But yeah, that rye bread. And, what the fuck's the rye bread company called? Don't we still have Turun? Is it still Turun? I thought it was going Auron now. Sorry, I got talking about Finnish stuff. Yeah, it's Turun. But it's different manufacturing. Auron is the original one. Oh, is it? Okay. So you have like both of them now? That's weird. Okay. What's the rye bread called? The ones that come like ruispalat. That's what it is. I don't know how to spell ruispalat. Ruispala. Yeah. Vasen ruispalat. Yeah, that's what it is. This stuff. Hell yeah. That's how you go on a fishing trip. A bit of this, bit of butter, bit of Håkon in between, and then fucking slather it with mustard. Grab a juice box, slap those two in the bag. You got yourself a fishing trip ready. You can tell I miss some stuff from Finland very heavily. Because I mean that's just like every single time I went fishing, that was what I did. Grab a bunch of those, put in the bag, and then, grab a thing of coffee and something to boil water from, and you're good to go. Yeah, that shit's great. I love how all the Finnish people are like, yeah. Everyone in Finland is on the same wavelength when it comes to the fishing trip. Which is like, not really a trip in the way that you think about it in the States. That was just like a normal day for me on the weekends. When I'm visiting, I'm like, all right, cool. Let's pack it up, get in the boat, row. Fight the power. All right, what we're doing? All right, Atlas passives. We removed Atlas passives that did limited content, such as Shaper, Elder, Searing, Exarch, Eater Worlds, the Maven. The purpose of this is so that you should be able to engage with the content at any time. We want to improve the concept of the Atlas tree to players invest in leagues that they enjoy. So we've added a bunch of things that increase the amount of times you see the content enjoy. Existing clusters have also been tweaked with the goal of making them more attractive options. In addition, we've added new keystones that causes scarabs used in your map device to provide increased pack size rather than their usual modifier. Oh, that's kind of cool. We've added a new keystone passive that causes scarabs used in your map device to provide increased pack size rather than their usual modifier. So yeah, it's a way to burn all the shit ones. Enjoy being mosquito bait. Just put a bunch of off on you and just enjoy it. I mean, realistically, yeah, I'll probably just spec into that and just use my scarabs just by chucking them in there. I don't really care. Depending on where in the tree it is. Because, 1% pack size with the keystone. Oh, yeah, just like really juice it. You think you'll remember to? I'll just add like a stack in there every now and then when I remember to, and then I'll have it for like 10 maps and then I'll forget about it. Unless rerolling Scarab Gamble. Oh yeah, true, Viraj, that is a thing. No, well, that's fine. 200% increased pack size? Holy fuck, yeah, that's gonna be nuts. Jewels mitigations. Alright, what do we got here? 5 new suffixes, 35, so 30, 35, 30, 30, 35, okay. Now, yeah, it's a 3-to-1 now. Basically mutant, yeah, that's what it sounds like. And then reduced duration, 2025, okay. On stuff. Right.
Would you like to try? I'll let you borrow a rod.
We're not in double echo anymore. No, okay, good. Viraj, thank you so much for gifting a rod to young Rooster. Now he, too, can go fishing in this hole. Greatly appreciate that. You missed the echo already. Sorry. The echo is gone. I'll give you one echo real quick.
Would you like to try? I'll let you borrow a rod.
Where are we? Chance to avoid being ignited, shocked, poisoned, abyss. Jewel modifiers now have a value of 3140 and 4150. Abyss jewel modifiers for avoid, freeze, and chill now provide a chance from 3150 as well, and corrupted jewels provide frozen now only provide 2025. So that went up, these went down, or these went up, these went down. Okay. Reduced effective curse jewel modifiers now have a value of 25 to 30 from previously 10. Okay. That's pretty good. So you can reduce curse of cool jewels if you need to a little bit more. Effect of chill and shock jewels can no longer roll because they've been moved into these. Such an impressively shit global emote. So pixelated. Oh, the big brother. Oh yeah, that is pretty bad. Increased block and stun recovery now has a value of 35. Was previously 10 to 14. Okay, cool. Jewels. We saw the Fireborn. Right. Solution, we've already read this. Suffixes, we've already read this. Specifics. Wait, what? So some of this is new. That was all the stuff. Okay. The availability... Some build and image... Okay. The availability of existing unique jewels has been reviewed, and many, including replica versions, no longer can be attained. The following existing unique jewels are able to be found as item drops. Inspired Learning, Intuitive Leap, Lion's Fall, Might of the Meek, Pure Talent, Unending Hunger, and Unnatural Instinct. So those are staying. Good. Can only be attained through corruption. Zeri's Reign, Brute Force, Careful Planning, Chill of Corruption, Efficient Training, Energized Armor, Energy from Within, First Time On, Fevered Mind, Fluid Motion, Fortress Coven, still exist, Fragility, Healthy Mind, still exist, Hidden Potential, Inertia, Pacifism, Powerlessness, Quick Coveting, Rain of Splinters, Reckless Defiance, Seething Fury, Self-Flagellations, Soulic, Golden Rule, and To Dust. Okay. So Corrupting Jewels is still the way to get a lot of the ones that I use. So the transferring ones, Mind Over Matter, Energy Within, Seething Furious, Corruption Only. Yeah, you'll see plenty of them. Okay. Replica Primordial Might and Replica Reckless Defiance are the only replica jewels that are able to be attained. Oh, okay. Interesting. Primordial Might, Harmony, and Eminence are no longer in the core drop pool, are now found from other deterministic sources. Alright, they're still not saying what it is then, I guess. Added new 6 vendor recipes for Dead Reckoning, Endless Misery, Spirit Guards, and 3 combat-focused jewels. Happy hunting. Okay. Ancient Orbs and Altar of Sacrifice in the Temple of Ostalawa can no longer be used on unique jewels, flask, or maps. Oh, interesting. Okay. The Bestiary recipe that creates unique jewels has been changed. It now creates a rare talisman. Nice. We rebalanced some unique jewels and compensated for the loss of specific jewels in the form of new modifiers on or skill changes. Okay. Add an Ethereal Helmet enchant for Spark and Ethereal Knives that causes projectiles to fire in circles. The Spark Projectile Speed Helmet enchant and Ethereal Knives Pierce Helmet enchant have been removed. I see. Okay. Frostblades has 100% 10 effectiveness of added damage at level 1, previously 110, or previously 100, scaling up to 225, previously 175. No longer has increased projectile speed. Quality on Frostblades no longer provides 0 to 20 increased damage. Okay, so they just boosted the effectiveness of Frostblades quite hard, but reduced the projectile speed and a little bit of damage lost. Yeah, Circle EK can work on the Chieftain now. That would actually be good. As a new banner, it means no league starter. Skeleton mages. Well, it depends on the depends on what the banner recipe is. It could be easy. What's the new quality though? I don't know. Good question. It just says quality has been it doesn't provide that, so it must do something. Quality on Divergent Summon Skeletons now provides 1 second to cooldowns and summons 0 to 4 skeletons. Previously, it was chance to do 10% maim on hit. Oh, okay. Projectile speed. Oh yeah, probably. Maybe these two get flipped. Someone to find what recipe is. Nah, that'll be found in like day one, because standard people will do that. There's enough clout on Reddit for getting the recipe, and that karma farm is real, so somebody on standard's gonna sit there and figure out what it is. Like, guarantee it. It'll be found day one. It'll be found. Don't you worry. The Spirit Guard's unique jewel now has, with at least 40 dex and radius, animate weapon can animate up to 20 range weapons, previously 12. Existing versions of the unique can be updated using a divine orb. Ooh. Now this is really convoluted. Yeah. But we'll see. I doubt these are that convoluted. We'll see, we'll see. Pure Talent Unique Jewel now provides melee skills have 25% increased area, previously 15 when your passive is connected to the Marauder. Everything else is the same. Added 2 new prefix modifiers that can roll on jewels. Mana reservation efficiency of 2 to 3%, so we were in the right ballpark with that. And Flask Effect Duration, 10%. Ooh, Flask Effect Duration, you say? That is nice. Your talent for league start. Yeah, Flask Effect Duration is actually really nice. Corruption roll? No, this is the implicit one. This is the prefix. Like, these are the new prefixes because they took out Conqueror's Efficiency and put the prefix roll for 3% mana reservation efficiency as a prefix on jewels. You can just roll, so you can do 1 to 10 rare jewels with 30% total if you wanted to. You get 5% on jewels. I guess with the corruption, maybe. I don't know. Did they say anything about the corruption? I haven't seen it yet. The corruption implicit is gone. Okay. That thing was awesome. I guess they just didn't want it. That's all there is to it. Which gives you Soul Eater. Oh yeah. I don't remember the name of it either, but maybe. Unique jewels are gone, unique jewels are gone, unique jewels are gone. Yep. Soul Thirst, that's what it was. Hex builds are the weakest against monsters that they need damage on. Yep, we saw the Hex stuff. Whispers of Doom notable skill continues to give an additional curse. It now has a much larger selection of small passives leading to this notable, which provide increased curse effect, increased curse speed, increased area effect, 10% mana reservation efficiency of curse skills, and 15% increased curse duration. Okay. The Malicious Intent notable that used to give +2 now gives +2 to level of curse skill gems. The cluster now has 15% increased duration and 5% increased effect. So the additional curse +2. Defiled Forces notable passive give refreshed duration of Ignite, Chill, and Shock on non-cursed enemies you curse. Weird. 10% chance to remove elemental ailments when you cast a cursed spell with a small passive skill in the cluster. Now providing curses have 10% increased cast speed. What a weird fucking node that is. Okay. Refresh duration of ailments on non-cursed enemies you curse. Huh. Weird. I guess if you set your timings up, you could just keep casting curse on something over and over again, but that's gonna be really hard to, like, time and then not drop off. Bleh. Ignite then curse? Yeah, basically. I mean, it's kind of handy, but weird. The last right's notable passive gives cursed enemies you kill are destroyed. Oh shit. Multi-button builds, yeah, it does, it does. And still provides enemies cursed by 50% you curse. The cluster now has a small passives granting recover 1% mana on kill, 2% mana on kill, 2% life on kill. That's actually kind of strong. That's not bad. The Skittering Rune's notable. It now gives 50% increased area effect of Hex skills. 20% increased mana reservation efficiency of curse auras, and 20% reduced mana cost of curse skills. The cluster now also has area of Hex skills, mana reservation efficiency, mana cost of skills. You can actually spec really heavily into mana reservation efficiency for curses. You got 10 there, you got 20 here, or 20 here. The Steeped in Profane notable gives 15% reduced curses on you and 10% increased effect of your curses, with Sunala nodes giving curse stuff. Okay. Quality on Divergent Doom support is no longer 25% more damage with hits per 5 Doom on Hex, instead 40% cooldown reduction rate. Yeah. Increased Doom rate now gives curse duration. Essence of Delirium, chance to block spell damage for amulets. Previously, hexes you inflict have plus 10 Doom. Block spell damage. Huh, interesting. Hexes you inflict 5 max Doom. Essence modifier on rings has been replaced with effect of curses. 10% Doom. Essence modifier on amulets has been replaced with 10% effect of curses. Okay. Xbox no longer has any Doom related stats. It now has a cast of 1 second, previously 0.6, a mana cost of 16, previously 10, scaling up to 30 at level 20. Now deals 92 to 138 chaos damage at 135, and 1262 to 1893 at 1397. It now has 100% more damage with hits if enemy is hexed, 60% more damage with ailments if enemy is hexed. The spell cast time is added to its cooldown if triggered. Remove a hex after damaging. It also has 280, previously 310. Okay, so instead of having to wait, you can rapid fire it if you get the cast speed up. That's not bad if you can make it go back and forth. That's a big old nerf. I mean, there's no waiting period, though. That's the big thing. So if you put on 5 curses and you hold the button down, you go bum, 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 bum. Like, you Bane curse 5 hits really, really rapidly. Versus having to put the curse on, wait for the Doom, then cast, wait for the Doom, then cast. You just go Bane, Bane, and repeat. The damage goes up a lot, I think, with this variant. Because you'd have no waiting period. Well, it used to scale the damage by how much Doom they had on them, right? So now that that's not there, they just said, fuck it, it's flat out 100, but you can rapid fire the hell out of it. So I think this is... I will have to wait for someone to actually do the numbers, but I think this is actually a buff. And you'd have a huge potential... oh, this thing? Yeah, but I mean, you know. Like I said, Bane click, Bane click, Bane click. I think this is a really strong setup. We'll wait and see if somebody does the numbers. Impending Doom has also had his base damage roughly doubled to compensate for this loss. We replaced the Doomsday Keystone with the new Hexblast Keystone. Yeah, okay. It gives a nerf to the Ignite version. 60% damage if the enemy is hexed. Yeah, I mean, yeah, a little bit. +2 curses. I mean, yeah, true. We do have like this thing here. What is it? Where's that node? +2 level of all curse skill gems. That's just straight up +2 to it. So you get like a 21, you get 23 right away. Yeah, I don't know. I think this Hexblast is gonna be strong as fuck. Does not apply to her. Does it? Oh, is Hexblast not a curse skill gem? X tag. Level of all curse. Oh, it doesn't have curse as a tag. It has hex as a tag. Oh, yeah, that's right. The whole weird scaling with it. The tagging for it. Right. I forgot that. There's hexes, curses, and marks, and they're all different tags. And curses are curses, and hexes are hexes. But not all hexes are curses. Or something. Or curses are hexes. I don't remember. Level 8 Blasphemy. Woke Blasphemy. I don't know. Maybe. It's all beans. I don't know the tags on it. Either way, cool. I think this will be fun. We'll see. Doom Blast from Impending Doom support now deals 24. Wow, its base is doubled. Now has 370 from 210. Yeah, they're not right. They actually did double the damage. Shit. I wonder if that's any good. Doomsday Keystone has been replaced with Hexmaster, and you have infinite duration and 20% less effective curses. Don't know how it triggers, though. Oh, yeah. We'll see. Doesn't have the curse tag? Oh, okay. We've buffed a bunch of Hex-related unique items and reworked unique items that previously interacted with Doom, such as the Fated Unique Ring. We've also added more new powerful stuff. Heretic's Veil, we saw. Crossfear's Will, we've already seen. Always poison on hit for cursed enemies. Neat. Spam curse to remove curse. Triggering Doom Blast. Oh, maybe. It's so hard to read. Don't worry, man. I do the same thing. There's just too many like layers to it. It's so difficult to keep up with like everything, especially when it comes to hexes, curses, and marks. Heretic's Vault we saw, right? +2, socketed, 30 efficiency. Yeah, this was pretty good. What's up, Nutty? Once again. Crossbreeze is now 20 or 200 evasion rating, always poison, and comes with 53 chaos resist on the top end from 29. So they basically just topped off the chaos resist. Okay. Trickery helmet, 20% chance to curse non-cursed with a random hex. Yeah, we saw that. Cursed enemies you hit with new version now has curse enemies which hit you with a random hex, ignoring a curse limit. So you can just curse something with everything if they're hitting you fast enough. Weird, but interesting. Causes enemies you curse to be hindered, reduce movement speed, and if the 25% of curse duration expired, previously 25% reduce. Okay. Ball lightning Giga Curse Balls. Which hit you. Not you hit them. This is like you gotta be smacked. Okay. This, I mean, yeah, if you just curse everything, you don't have to get poison at all. Self-hitting ball lightning. In most cases, the system that facilitates somewhat automated gameplay like Hex Touch. Yeah, oh yeah, the Hex Touch changes. Okay. 35% less effective supported curses at all gym levels. Supported skills now have 50% reduced curse duration at 1, unchanged, and 31% reduced at level 20, previously 12. Okay, so it's just shorter duration, provides duration instead of increased effect. So 35% less effect for hitting it. I mean, yeah, it's still better for bossing, because you can level it up, put it to 20, and then hit a boss with it. You're still getting like a 30% boost. Or you could just self-cast it. Awakened Hexerus now has 35% less supported at all levels. Same thing. Up to 26 reduced at level 5. Oh, duration. Okay. Right. I'll give up a socket for self-cast. Yeah, exactly. Blasphemy is 25% reduced at all levels. Provides 20 increased area effect instead of increased effect. Okay, so Blasphemy is like massive now. Okay. In terms of like its area effect, you're cursing the whole screen, but you 25% less reduced or less effect. Which you can claw back a little bit if you spec into the nodes. It's not that bad. Hexes applied by Bane have 25% less effect as well. Item modifiers that inflict a specific hex no longer do so with increased effect. This includes instances of hexes as downside of the player, such as Coward's Chain, Coward's Legacy, Soul Mantle. Alright. Hex on hit modifiers that appear on influence rings now can only have a single tier, as both tiers are now identical. Level 80 versions of these modifiers is the one that has been kept. Okay. Quality on curses, in effect. Yeah, exactly, boom. There's a buff to curse on hit ring corruptions. Oh, I guess so, yeah, true. Don't have less effect. Right, they just have the curse. And that's it. Okay. It's level 1 though. True, it is level 1, but that does, you know, it's not reduced effect. So if you have to run something with it, you can run it that way. We'll see what the numbers look like. We'll see what they look like. Easier to roll the harvest room. A lot of it's gonna. I mean, true, yeah, mutants. There's only one tier of it, so. We saw punishment. 78% is nice. Oh, but they took off the explosion on punishment. Oh, it's 58 instead of 78? Wait, what? No, this is backwards, isn't it? Wait. Punishment now causes cursed enemies to take 30% increased damage while on low life at level 1, previously 40. And 58 at level 20, previously 78. And it no longer causes the explosion? Punishment was nerfed. Oh, weird. Weren't the numbers backwards on the thing that they showed up in the manifesto? Weird. Okay. I guess that's been changed since then. Interesting. Up to 30, previously 39. Oh, so they did nerf all the, so they nerfed all the top ends of curses. Didn't they say they were doing the opposite? And making them all, I guess some of them are stronger than others? Weird. I was gonna run Arcanist brand. Yeah. Curse effect easier now, I guess. Fair enough. That makes sense. Fallen skills now have a base duration of 8. That's a 1 point condensate. Okay. It's stronger on bosses, true. Yeah, 36. I mean, -4, -36, 36% reduced. I mean, it's only off by like 1 or 2 resistances at that point then. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that fans out. Vulnerability? No, there's no vulnerability nerf, at least that I can see. Vulnerability stayed the same. You have 40% effect. Right, yeah. So it should be a buff still. Oh well, that's just, we'll wait for the math nerds. They'll figure it out. They'll wait and they'll suss it out. Oh, currently too many sources of curse effect. Right. So now there's a bunch of investment on the tree. Eternal Lab Helm enchant for curse effect. Lab Helm enchant for hexes. Helm enchant for hexes. Reduced, reuse, recycle, shields. I've never used any of this stuff, so I don't know and do not care about it. Alright, cool. -20 to -30 for curse effect. Right, okay. Yeah, I've never used any of these curse effect things, so if someone has any feelings or opinions on that, voice them. But I don't know anything about it. I've never had the problem of too much curse effect. I've never spec'd into it because they don't work on bosses, so I didn't care at the time. They exist. Your flammability can affect hexproof. 30% increased ignite damage against cursed enemies. 30% increased freeze duration and 30% shock effect. Okay, interesting. It's not the greatest thing to grab that for, but can affect hexproof. Yeah, it's on malediction now. Master of Maelstrom, elemental weakness curse can affect hexproof, or not malediction, whatever malediction is called now. Plus maximum elemental resistance if you've killed a cursed enemy recently. Interesting. Recover energy shield on killing cursed. Don't care. I guess these are okay. I'm not gonna pick up a node for them though. Only if you're right. You have calling strike against enemies if you have punishment. Interesting. Enemies you curse are unnerved with temp chains. That's alright. There's a couple ways of getting unnerved, but if you don't have the glove space for unnerved, that's not bad. If you wanna do these. Calling, unnerving. Crit strike chance against cursed enemies? No. And the following notables know forbidden words, master of fear, wish for death. I know that one. I provided Invaluable Doom, now provide Evil Eye. That's to our call and unnerve. Oh, okay. Master of Fear. Gotcha, so they put him on here. Yeah. It's, bit of a mixed bag with that then. Went down, came up. We'll see how it looks in theory. As a hype, I mean, I'm hyped as fuck. It's roguelite. Hell yeah. But no mediums, right? Air care skills reservation. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, the league mechanic I'm hyped for, no doubt. This is a lot of data, but I don't know where the numbers lie, so I'm not gonna worry about it yet. Too many numbers that I can't fuss around with and do in my head as to how much, like, the curse effects and all this affects things and damage where it goes. I'll just wait for someone to do the math. I'm gonna say it's a good thing, because bosses not having reductions is probably better than anything else. Increased effect and curse malediction from the occultist. Your hexes can affect hexproof enemies. Has been moved from profane bloom to malediction. We'll be renaming the notable when do. Yep. Yep. Curse effect has been moved. Yep, we saw that. The Occultist Profane Bloom Ascendancy skill no longer provides your hexes can affect hexproof enemy. Now provides cursed enemies you or your minions kill have a 50% chance to explode, dealing a quarter of their life, previously 40. So Profane Bloom is now a 50-50, so you're more likely to blow things up with it. Not that you weren't already popping everything as it was, but now you're more likely to pop it. Yes, for hexproof? Oh no, Malediction still has +1 curse. It's +1 curse and hexproof. Like, you're still speccing into Malediction. Like, it's not just hexproof. No, no, no. It's +1 curse, which is why you spec most that node anyway. It's still really amazing. It's like, it's what you want. If you're going 2 hexes, you want hexproof. I hated the fact that Profane Bloom had hexproof when Malediction was the one that gave me the curse. The Assonance tech with Dio and Profane and just chain explosions? Hell yeah, do it. So I'm all for this change. It's whatever to me. I'd rather it be on the +1 have hexproof. Enfeeble now causes cursed normal random to deal 15% less damage at level 1, previously 21, and 29 at 30. Okay, so it has its top end is still the same. Off by 1. It now causes rare or unique enemies to deal 9 and 18 at... Wow, 18% less damage for unique enemies. Quality no longer increases effect, increases curse duration. 18% less damage on Enfeeble. With some curse effect, that's probably worth running. It's like 23% if you get some curse effect on there, for like a little bit more, like 50%. So, yeah. They buffed it, nerfed it, yeah, true. Malediction Whispers and an extra curse on chest and 1 default, run 4 curses, I mean. Yeah, basically, man, yeah. Enjoy romantic, enjoy. %, yeah, 25% less damage taken from Enfeeble. That's really strong on bosses. Like, that's huge. Huge. Area effect for alt quality. Temp chains lowers boss movement speed by 18% as well. Okay. So 50% curse effect on there, and you're at 25%. So that's almost at the cap. If it's a 30% cap like we thought it was. Interesting. Okay, here's what happens to vulnerability and despair. Vulnerability no longer has ailments inflicted on cursed enemies deal 20% faster, because it never worked. That's funny. The line that was never actually functionally working. Now has cursed enemies take 15% increased physical damage at level 1, so that's 30% down, and 20% at 39. Now has attacks against cursed enemies have 25% chance to inflict bleeding at 20, and quality now provides 10 increased duration of bleeding on cursed enemies instead of attacks against cursed enemies deal. Okay, so they gave it more base bleed, and then cursed enemies take increased phys at 30 to 39, and then, okay. So, what, really only, so it gains 5% base bleed, and then the damage is at 30? Okay. I mean, not that bad of a nerf, is it? It's like 9% there with more bleed chance, and then we have all the effects coming in. I don't know, it doesn't seem like it's that bad. It's a buff for Reap and shit. Don't have nerds. I mean, they've got Val Flicker Strike, Reno. You can live your anime dreams. Yeah, Val Flicker Strike. You go you pull the sword out, you put it back in, and then all of a sudden everything dies. At least shit better. No, I'm not kidding. That's literally it. It's Val Flicker Strike. You literally, there's 7 new Val skills. You basically, you go, shing shing, and you go, you're already dead. And then everything dies behind you. There's 8 new ones. Oh. It's anime as fuck. It is weeb. Not dealing damage, and after you finish 25 attacks, you burst. It's all melee ones, yep. Well, one of them is a caustic arrow, but yes. Patch notes said 8, Twitter said 7. Oh, okay. You're playing League. Congratulations. I'm probably starting with a melee physical spell. Whatever the fuck this skill is. And then I'm making it using a mind of the council. Yeah! I'm gonna be so fucked. Despair no longer causes cursed enemies to take increased damage over time effects. And it no longer adds chaos damage against cursed. It now causes cursed. Was that volcanic fissure thing? It's something. It's meaty. It now causes cursed enemies to have minus 15 chaos resist at gym level 1. And 30 minus at gym level 30. Quality no. Okay, so they just took off the weird stuff and just said it's minus 30. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, here's the specifics of the weapons. Yeah, this is patch notes. Many of Path of Exile's most iconic, unique, attack-based weapons have fallen... I guess you got here right at the right time, Bruno. Have fallen out of use over the years. This mainly because attack-based builds prioritize high base weapon damage for all over else, and unique weapons are currently not available to compete with rare weapons in this regard. While a fundamental aspect of Path of Exile and itemization is the unique items will be outclassed by rares, in the case of these iconic weapons, they get outclassed before they can be reasonably acquired. We've increased the power of some existing unique weapons in most cases massively, in order to bring them in line with Path of Exile's most iconic unique items. In most cases, these items have been significantly rare. Right, they're Mage Blood tier 0s. Tier 0, Aziri's Disfavor. No longer has +2 level of socket support gyms. Existing versions of this unique are ineffective. Now has 330 to 390. And +10 to weapon range. Existing versions can be updated. Newer versions of this unique have +30 to quality of socketed support gems. Holy fuck. 10 weapon range, 330 to 390, and 30 quality. Holy shit. That's nice. Cleave 2 screens away. Dude, that's nuts. This favor is going to be cool with 30 qualitative support gems. That's way better than +2 socketed supports. Hell yeah. Alright, Aziri's back on the menu, boys. Beano's. Oh shit. Beano's Kitchen Knife Unique Dagger no longer has 30% increased damage over time. It now adds 140 to 210, or no, 155 to 235 physical damage. Previously 60 to 140. Existing version of the unique can be updated using divine orbs. Damn, okay. So they made a Beano's have like actual base damage. Oof, nice. Yeah, everyone's bitching about the crit. Don't worry, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. Slayer mains unite. Bloodseeker unique claw has 220 increased fizz from 170. Adds 30 fizz from 12. Bloodseeker. What the fuck is the Bloodseeker? I don't even know what this is. Bloodseeker. Oh, it's this claw. Life leech from hits is with this. Oh, it's the... Yeah, okay. Interesting. All right. Like a 300 DPS claw with insta leech. right, all right. The Divarius unique dagger. I didn't see this one. Now has 150 increased spell damage, gain 100 to 200 life per enemy killed, and 50 to 100 mana per enemy killed. What the fuck? That is a lot of healing. It now also has 250% increased critical strike chance for spells if you've killed recently from 175, and 100 crit multi if you haven't killed recently from 60. Damn! Okay, 150 spell damage, 100 crit multi, and a fuck ton of healing? Okay. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of fucking crit multi. 100 crit multi for spells if you haven't killed recently is a lot of healing. Interesting. Interesting. I like it. The Essentia Sanguis Unique Claw no longer has 180 fizz damage. So plus gems probably still shit. Maybe. Depends on what you're using it for. 100 crit multi is a lot though, and so is 150 spell damage, so it might equal out. It's more of a defensive mapping dagger with the heal on kill anyway, so. Or reduced maximum recovery per energy shield leech. Existing versions of the unique are unaffected by these changes. It also now has, it does no longer have that, but now has 100 to, oh, it has 1 to 500 to 600 lightning damage. What the what is this thing again? Oh, it's this weird claw thing. Ghost Reaver. Oh, okay. That's the Giga Lightning Claw thing with Ghost Reaver, and then the Overleaching Ghost Reaver, but it doesn't have the negative side to it anymore. I see. So it doesn't have the physical damage, it has massive lightning damage, and it doesn't reduce the maximum recovery rate. It just gives you Ghost Reaver with Overleach, and then a really massive lightning thing. Helix Claw? Totally, yeah. Massive, like, lightning Helix Claw. 1 to 500 to 600. It's like you get, like, a 300 LE flat on it mid-range, or you go unlucky, and then you're good to go. Tramp with Ghost Shroud and Phoenix, yeah. The damage isn't good enough? It might be. Yeah, interesting, okay. LS, I mean, it could be LS as well, yeah. How would you roll 1 to 500 though? I mean, that's, well, you gotta go lucky. If you could go lucky damage, you're much better off. No, it's 1 to 5. It's 1 to 500, but the 5 to 600 is the thing, the, you know, the divinable roll. It's 500 to 6 is the top 100. Yeah, yeah. I'm just having to talk about it weirdly because it's like there's too many numbers. There's the Kingmaker. Now has 360 from 240. Whoo. Okay, okay. So Kingmaker is up there now with that. Fair enough, Rito. Oh yeah, you're right. There is the lightning wheel now here, isn't there? There is this one. So yeah, you could go lucky very easily. If you don't go crit based, you go this, you have lucky rolls right there. That's actually, yeah, that's not bad at all. For claw set, like a claw setup, if you go that. If you want to go like elemental claws with Overleach. I could see that. I could see that making a build, yeah. You can have a Giga Kingmaker now. Interesting. Kitava's Feast has socketed gems are supported by level 30 melee splash, previously 25. That's not good enough. Right? Look at the gem. Maybe it's a breakpoint. I mean, it could be, but no, that's awful. Yeah, no. There's splash on the tree now. No, Reno, they put splash on the tree. Have been mates. This is one of the probably Kaiser, yeah. Yeah, that needs to be, if they want that to be anything, they need to be that way stronger. Like, it's more AoE, sure, by like 12%, but no, okay. That's, yeah, no, they're missing a line there. They need to do one of these to it before anyone uses Cathalba's Feast. Lion's Glare, we saw that. That's now 200. Double damage. Cool. Mariki. No! Oh, shit, that's big, though. 500 to 600 increase Fizz, up from 4 to 5. Whoo! I mean, I'm still probably thinking about using it if I get my fucking hands on one, but damn. That's a spicy meatball. That's so much. Like, if you put quality on this bad boy at like 30, then you go into here and you slap it in with a nice... What the hell is this calculation doing? 5 to 6. You roll that bad boy up real hard. Oh, yeah. That's a big smack. That's a big flat fizz. 749 to 1191. Woo! Woo! There's less attack speed on this stuff. Fuck that. I mean, you don't need... For my build, it doesn't matter, though. I'm only attacking once every, like, 2 seconds. And I'm not the one doing the attacking. So it's fine. Yeah, Battle Mage also doesn't care. The Savior. Oh, the Savior is actually a sword now. 150 from 50. They gave it 3 times as much increased fizz. Holy shit. It's not a stat stick anymore. It's actually a fucking sword. Neat. If you use the second skill. Yeah, if you use a secondary skill. But if I'm going to try to do it like as my primary. Also, one strike needed for gloves, and removing strike gems is a requirement, so you're not actually only using the 3-link. There also, Reno, there are these things. So if you do, where is it? If you do the new league mechanic and get lucky, you can get one of these. So you don't even have to get a plus strike glove anymore. You could just always have +1 strikes on your entire build. You could just run one of these and you're good to go. So you can save yourself a slot of crafting or put something else in there. Or take Terrible Fury, true, but yeah. Those only affect the thing? No, these are everywhere, Tato. The relics are permanently affecting your character. They affect you outside of it or inside of it. They're always affected. These are insane. Like, that's how you can just get Lethal Shade. If you find one of these, you can't trade them, but if you find one, you could just have Lethal Shade for free, or whatever, you know, modifier you get. Yeah, the Sanctified, these ones, these are everywhere. So you just gotta get lucky and hopefully you find the right one you're looking for. So, do the league mechanic. Oh, it sucks for mail anyway. I mean, fair enough, but I mean, look, I'll take a buff to Savior, man. I'll take a buff to Savior. The Soul Taker, we already saw. So, Replica Soul Taker can no longer be obtained. There's the Starforge buff, 450 from 300. I'll take it. I'll take it. Vera Nostra is 100 from 60. It could be a little higher. I think 120 would be okay, but we'll see. Fell asleep during the QA. Welcome back, Wild Twitch. Void Forge no longer has 60% increased physical damage. Existing versions are unaffected. And now it gains 700 of weapon fizz as extra of a random element from 300. Holy fuck. 700 of weapon physical as extra damage of a random element from 300. Holy shit. Now that is a tier 0 unique. Damn. 700. Flat fizz conversion costing 100 divines. Holy shit. That's so much more extra. Well, I guess we're fucking farming shapers and elders and shit to get one of these bad boys. You go, damn. Mathel's gonna get one of those and make a build that one-shot shit. Good fuck, that's a lot. You gotta get me my drops, thanks. I mean, Starforge got Starforge is double its damage. It's very good, and the fact that you get double damage, and you then get also still the effects of shock, so it's way easier to shock cap now. Like Starforge is in a really good spot. I mean, yeah, they're tier 0 uniques. The drop rates are gonna be fuck all, but we're gonna get one. Voltaxic Rift no longer has 10% chance to shock. Existing versions of the unique are unaffected. It now has 1 to 600 to 750 lightning damage. Double. An 100% lightning conversion? That's what we're talking about. There we go. 100% lightning to chaos. We can do pure chaos Voltaxic Rifts. Oh yeah. That's the good shit. About 50% buff to the existing base. That's nice, man. That's good. Was it already endgame viable? I mean, true. Yeah, that's really nice. That was really nice. Hell yeah. Listen, Dyer, listen. Battle Mage Helmet. Right. Voltaxic Rift. What is the Battle Mage Helmet called again? I don't remember what is Battle Mage. Never deal crits. Nearby enemies cannot do. Battle Mage. This thing? How's the new league? It's looking roguelite and spicy. Okay. So you're saying Battle Mage with the new Rift. Okay. Okay. Chaos damage across the way. Mega lightning chaos damage balls of death. I do like the idea. I do like it. Poison ball lightning. I mean, yeah, you could. I'm so glad it's 100% conversion now. That's so good. Wait, was Voltaxic Rift the one that was Voltaxic? No, wasn't. This is no. That's not gonna work, is it? Hold on, Voltaxic Rift, because. Isn't Voltaxic Rift the one that says with this weapon now? Hits with this weapon shock enemies dealing 300% more damage. Max effect. Your chaos damage can shock. No, okay, no. It's the shock that was put on this weapon. That's what it was, right. The shock is only from the weapon. Right. You could still shock for stuff. You do a lot of shock with that. Interesting. Okay. I do like that. That's really nice. That's really nice. Steel skills with it? Maybe. 100% poison should be something you can get without it relying on the chest to know the life. Hey, true. Okay. Yeah, I mean, for me, Void Forge, Voltaxic Rift, pretty cool. Starforge, probably a contender. Mariki, maybe use that at something. I kind of want to mess with this Claw. That's kind of good. Divinarius, maybe. And then Disfavor. Hell yeah. You do have new... Oh yeah, no, I'll do one of the new Valid Mana skills, no doubt. I mean, I'm league starting with the whatever the fuck this thing is, man. Look. I'm league starting Frozen Legion, Mind of the Council, Mana Stacker, Melee. Don't worry about it. We'll do shit. It's gonna be great. Flicker? No, I'm not doing Flicker. You hyped? I'm hyped as fuck. Hell yeah. I'm not gonna hit maps on my first character. Well, we're gonna suffer. It'll be fine. I'll figure out how to make the character work. Melee to Voltaxic? Maybe. Who knows? I don't know what I'm gonna do. Mitigating monster life regen. Monster life regeneration is rarely a significant issue for players, but in cases where it does present an obstacle, there are a few solutions available to deal with it. Okay. Introduce new sources to mitigate monster life regeneration that are able to be accessed easily. 60% increased life recovery from Flask when used on low life is now found on the base Soul of Rizlotha Pantheon, previously found on upgraded version. The upgraded Soul of Rizlotha Pantheon now prevents enemies you hit recently have 50% life reduction rate. Oh. Nice. 50% increased life recovery from Flask when used on low life mastery has been replaced with nearby enemies have 50% reduced life regeneration rate. Nice. Okay. That's not a bad change. I think that's pretty good. I'll just lean more. I think the server view. Or if we could have socket increase. I mean, maybe, but I mean, Starforge is already, like, in a lot of ways, Starforge is already pretty nuts in terms of what it does, right? Like, Starforge gives you physical shock and then also gives you massive life and also gives you AoE. So, I don't know. I think it's already pretty fucking good for what it is. It just needed a bigger number. Where is Starforge? There it is. 20% increased area effector attacks, fizz damage can shock, max life, and then a big old boost to DPS. I don't know, I think it's fine. But not Oni. Strike skills and additional enemies. What is this? Most strike melee skills are currently reliant on ways to strike extra targets and or deal splash damage in order to compete with other builds when clearing groups of mobs. Add melee splash access to the passive skill tree and move the single additional strike there to the attack mastery instead of a specific node. There we go. That's some good shit. The Tribal Fury nodal passive no longer has additional strike, now has melee strikes that deal splash damage to target surroundings. Okay, okay. The two small passive skills in Tribal Fury cluster, which provide 10% increased melee damage and 15% increased melee splash, have been removed and added new mastery strike skills, strike additional target, which replaces the strike additional enemies can do so from further away mastery. I mean, I like that. That's fine by me. I'd rather have it as the mastery. I hated going for Tribal Fury. I'd rather just spec a mastery for it. They need to remove it though. I mean, fair enough, but you can have both, I guess. Yeah. We don't know how good the melee splash is. Yeah, we'll see. Oh shit, Pious Path this year. No. The recovery provided by consecrated ground you create causes life regeneration to also recover energy shield from you or your allies on Pious Path is significant on its own, so having 50% increased effect of consecrated ground you create on top of it feels overboard. Inquisitor's Pious Path Ascendancy no longer provides 50% increased effect of consecrated ground you create. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's okay. I thought they were removing this line. I was like, no. But no, okay. That's all we're doing. All right, we're good. All right, cool. Spectral Helix and Lightning Conduit are currently too strong at all stages of the game relative to other similar skills. You don't say. We've lowered the damage value of these two skills. All right, cool. Good for them. That doesn't do anything. Spectral Helix is going from 250 added effectiveness down to 150, and Lightning Conduit we knew was going to get nerfed is down to 140 from 190 with a base damage down of 400. Cool. Reveals nice. Hell yeah. 100% effect is crazy. Yeah, well, I mean, these two they're insane. Their damage is fucking huge. Is it gonna go in Bale Helix? Yeah, well, you know. We knew this was coming. This is not surprising to anybody. It shouldn't be. Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike is currently overperforming in comparison to other skills. It's very good at both clearing and dealing single target damage. Yep. Yeah, it's a nerf. Yeah, and that's fine. Nerfs should happen. I'm glad they're bopping these things down, man. We've changed the number of additional projectiles fired by Lightning Strike. It now requires more investment in additional projectiles for improved clear speed. Lightning Strike now fires 2, previously 4, at all gym levels. Oh, previously, went up to 7 at 20, but now it's, ooh, okay. So it's 2 always. Nice. Well, not start melee, they announced the fire skill. Okay, so 2 at all, fair enough. Quality Lightning Strike, no longer, and then Divergent no longer provides 0 to 2, instead now has Shock, and the Lab Enchant goes up by 1 instead of 2 and 3. Okay, that's fine. I mean, look, these nerfs here, I'm not surprised by it at all. These are well overdue at this point. Someone's got to rip the bandage off. Divergent Second Wind. The life regeneration on skill use provided by Divergent Second Wind support has irreversible bugs with a few overstats that interact with life regeneration. Our battle skills are better because we nerfed good stills. We got a bunch of Val skills, man. Stop bitching. Use a Val skill. We replaced the stat on Divergent with generic life recovery instead of life regeneration. Quality on life. Okay. I didn't even know that was a fucking thing. Now it grants recovery 1% life when using. Okay. Onslaught. Historically, Onslaught itself has never been a buff and cannot be scaled by modifiers to buff effect, as it only affects is you have Onslaught, which isn't very sensible. Onslaught is now a buff. Modifiers to buff effect can now apply to Onslaught. This includes flask effect modifiers when Onslaught is provided through a flask. As such, flask effect modifiers are now able to roll on silver flasks. Oh shit, we're finally able to buff Onslaught. Hell yeah. That's cool. I'll take that. Makes Raider better by proxy. Oh, also true, yeah. Headhunter is under the sea. No, Headhunter's buffed as fuck. The late game Headhunters are going to be insane with the amount of fucking buffs they can ramp up onto. Mage plus Stampede MTX? Oh, do you just always do it? Maybe. Just always have an infinite Stampede? What do you mean? They said in the... they basically said in he got asked in the QA about Headhunter. He's like, in the early stages, if you just slap a Headhunter on, it's going to be weaker because there's far fewer buffs, but because you're not able to get as many rares. But once you have once you juice up your rares, there's a fuck ton of buffs. So you're gonna get, the cap is like higher. The lower is lower, but the cap on like when you have buffs going is gonna be way higher. So you'll get a bunch of like whatever the hell Headhunter is gonna steal from these things, but there's a lot more buffs. I guess so, Mutant, maybe. Cleave buff is shit, maybe. We'll see what it looks like. Good for Headhunter mills should be better and bad for him. Yeah, exactly. Good is better, bad is bad. You know, you can't just slap it on everything. So that's fine. That's what it should be, I think. Withering Step could be used to keep up a far stronger elusive effect on average, especially in combination with the Nightblade support, right? Normally you have to wait for elusive to gradually lose effectiveness and fall off before you can gain elusive again. But with Withering Step, you could replace the existing elusive buff with that of Withering Steps, and then use a skill to lose elusive again. Withering Step can no longer be used while you already have elusive. This change should affect builds that don't have ways to gain elusive outside of Withering Step. There you go. I kind of figured that was coming, because that was kind of weird that you could always hover at like a 180 elusive. It just didn't really make sense. So yeah, that makes sense. That was going to be a thing. Ancestral Totem. Added a new Totem Master. Oh, here's this thing. Should have bed seal. Peace out, romantic. Get some good sleep. Yeah, I'll probably finish the patch notes and take a couple-hour break or an hour break and go get some food, and then I'll come back. Because I'm really hungry. I didn't eat breakfast today. So we'll finish this up and we'll come back for a night stream of Maple Story and pondering and thinking. Added a new Totem Mastery that provides Ancestral Totem buff effects linger for 3 seconds, which replaces 50% increased placement range for the Mastery. Ancestral Totem buffs linger for 3 seconds. Okay, that's good. It's not something that like you desperately need to, but it's not bad. Melee if Val, MS or BF or Smite looks neat. Hell yeah. Ban and it just doesn't really fix stuff. Right. That's kind of cool. Tainted Orbs of Fusing. Uh-oh. Tainted Orbs of Fusing. When reintroducing Tainted Currency, the chances for different outcomes were rebalanced to appropriate for core game. The new odds for Tainted Fusings made it hard to justify using one on your gear, as it could be expensive venture. We've changed the outcome odds of Tainted Fusing to be more favorable, to match where they were in Scourge League. Again? Or weren't they buffed already? What? Is this a buff on the buff? Or is this they're saying the buff that they did last league? And it's 40, now it's 50? It's further buffed? Okay, weird. They were not 50. They were 40, 60, I think. From at least my own testing. Of the 200 or not 200, like 100 I used, it seemed to be 40-60. So maybe it's about to 50-50. Last 2 leaves, maybe like 5. Yeah. Okay, well, whatever. If it's a buff on a buff, I'll take it. I'm not complaining. The Fracturing Orb. This thing I'm gonna love. Due to changes, Harbinger felt relatively unrewarding to farm, as exalted shards presented a significant portion of the value from rewards. We've introduced the Fracturing Orb and shards. Have removed Harvestcraft that fractures random modifiers on items. Hell yeah. Farm and Harby for fractures. It's gonna be great. The Divine Shard, dude, I'd rather have this thing. This thing's gonna be sick. Sirius Arena. Oh shit. It's hard to tell where the edge of the Sirius Arena is when environmental decorations are visually de-atomized. We've changed the visuals, so you can tell where the edge of the arena is after de-atomizing storms has paced over the decorations. That's not what I was looking for. Oh well. Corrosive Hunger. Wading through ooze in the infinite hunger fight Sabira can be overly punishing if not using a movement skill. Reduce the rate at which players gain stacks of Corrosive Hunger in the infinite hunger boss fight. You could just remove that phase. Just saying. Beastery Party Play. Beastery in Party Play currently rewards a beast to every party player when capturing beasts, causing Party Play to be the best way to capture specific rare beasts many times over. Additional captures of a beast when playing is now rolled on a per-player basis, with the chance of being tied to the quantity based guaranteed for player. The owner of the instance is still guaranteed to receive the captured beast. Oh shit, they finally destroyed the beast bots. I mean, true lunch meat, yeah. Maybe by 10 imprints in 15 minutes. Who knows? Okay. Curaps complete the map mission. When Curaps complete the map mission is a bit generous, and the unique maps offered, with some of them more rare unique maps being offered more frequently than they should be. Curax giftiness, there's that fucking word again, for the maps offered for this mission has been reduced. The chances for him to offer a more rare unique map are now more reasonable. I mean, well, that makes sense. You just fucking spammed him and you got unique maps done. Identified memory lines. It's possible to use Path of Exile trade website to determine the modifiers on unidentified Atlas memories. Atlas memories now drop identified. What? That was weird. Okay. Yeah, it's like Machinarium and stuff like that. It's probably also affects like Cortexes a little bit and stuff. Okay. Rogue markers. Upon leaving town in Act 6 and killing your first set of monsters, you very quickly obtain rogue markers and be told to go back to town and talk to Kyria. This disturbed the flow of the main questline, and you were directed to do more and more things from initial heist quest. And Tainted Paradise, yeah. We've removed the guaranteed road markers from Act 6. Alright. Fair enough, you know. Don't want to be distracted by too many choices. That's weird. Okay. Monster balance. Boiling ambushers found in map areas now cast Frostbite instead of Elemental Weakness. I mean, yeah, new players probably had it like, what is this? Do I need to go do this? I'm gonna go do this. And then they just never get back to it. It's whatever. I always ignored it anyway, so. Bone prison skill used by Necro map. Oh, this was actually real. Bone prison skill used by the Necropolis map boss now has a small gap to run through. It's the nerf to infinite heisters. Oh, is that a thing? Oh. You got infinite farm? Oh, okay. Magnastone damage now requires more damage to be triggered. Sure. Kirax stuff we've seen. Quest changes. Curse Ground support is now which okay. Frozen Legions offered by Templar for competing. Breaking the Seal can be purchased from Petros and vended from Templar. Okay. Wait, what? Frozen Legion is now offered to the Templar for breaking the seal and can be purchased by the Templar, Marauder, Duelist, and Scion. Templar is the only one that is offered the Frozen Legion skill. Everyone else is like, nah, buy that shit. Okay. Fair enough. I guess I'm, going Templar. Wait, what's breaking the seal? How early is that then? That's pretty early, isn't it? Yeah, okay. At 4. Alright, so I'm gonna league start as a Hyro Frozen Legion fucking Templar thing melee. What the fuck am I doing? No, because it has to be a Hyro if I'm going mana stacking with it, if I'm going Mind the Council anyway. Don't worry, I definitely know what I'm doing. It's Droid Lake, yeah, it's Droid Lake. Add a display that details the effects of all Eldritch altars that have been selected in the area. Right-click on the Otsawala Temple to see it. Update the Atlas mission information text on the Atlas to clarify accumulated missions are based on the highest tier maps you've completed so far. Well, who would have thought that you'd switch away from your Gog starter? I know, right? I'll totally make it work somehow. Yeah, tracking altars is really awesome. Hovering over a recipe in the specific gives you what it does. Adds slots to newly introduced fraction orbs and shards in the currency stars. I mean, yeah, if it like really fucking fails, I could just save up and just go cock. It's like, it's not that big of a thing. There's two, the Cleave and Flicker are in the video, yeah. Miniature shield bar from show. Yep, the UI above your character, the one I use, has been updated. Hell yeah. Divine vessels can be right-clicked. And scroll speed and stuff. And then a bunch of bug fixes. Oh god, so many bug fixes. Vile power is now awards Doomflesh. Restoration, okay. Fixed a bug where ROG would only offer base types that had unique versions. ROG can now offer items of any natural droppable weapon, armor, or jewelry. Oh, weird. Interesting. Fixed the bug that allowed the total value of minimum frenzy endurance to go negative. Yeah, we saw that was going to come in. Bug where aura is supported by divine blessing socketed in a weapon slot could remain active after weapon swapping if you had another copy of the... Oh, they fixed that, like, snapshotting thing. Hex skills were supported by blasphemy were able to go negative, resulting in a hex that could apply yourself rather than the enemy. 3.12 where temporal chains in a way from a curse skill such as through curse on hit modifiers including 50% left effect on turn to all targets. Oh, okay. Punishment was applying is not away from a curse. Instant 40%. Neuro's harp. Is there anything in here that's like really important to see? Expired. Capture debuff, Flagon Fast. I don't see anything too important in here. I'm just speed reading through because I can't talk that fast. This bug where modifiers to make elements deal damage faster incurrently lower the duration of poisons twice, resulting in lower total damage dealt over the lifetime of the poison debuff. Also fix the issue for bleeding and puncture skills. Oh, okay. Battle Mage and Conduit, maybe? Fix the bug where Swift Affliction's less duration of skills, supports, and damaging elements they inflicted did not apply correctly for bleeding from skills other than puncture. Oh, weird. The loop one? Yeah, I know. I need to go eat. Fixed a bug where negative value damage conversion would gain extra. Yeah, that's been fixed. Flat amounts of reflected damage were not being affected by PvP scaling. Kurgle the Black would do some stuff. Enemies that entered melee strike after starting a damage, but before reaching the angle to hit them would not be damaged. Fixed the bug with Malachi's Loop where shocks you when you were reaching maximum power charges was processed before the state change, enabling the mastery stat, which prevents being shocked while at maximum power charges. This was particularly noble also if you use Relic and Patience, which prevents the loop from removing the charge. Interesting, okay. My Frozen Legion build? Oh, okay. What's the post? In a Pillarman MTX? How's match now? So far, so good. I don't really see anything too bad in here. Was incorrect area transition in if ongoing skills or buffs modified oh yeah, that's the divine shield thing. That's fixed. Good. Inconsistent behavior when triggering lightning conduit with Battle Mage's Cry. Oh, interesting. Okay. I don't know if I ever experienced that because I didn't use Battle Mage's Cry. Battle Mage's Cry was missing the trigger tag. Snipe skill, Ichmonji. Just a bug where he would only fire on one side. Shaper's beam was invisible if you returned to the area. It had a stat caused for some. I don't see anything too big in here. Well, there was a couple of uniques, yeah. They showed a couple of them off. Spell and Pale is a thing now. Burrows, man. And there's a couple of defensive ones, couple of offensive ones. It's pretty cool. Okay, I don't really see too much in here that's that yeah. Okay. Ugh. Good stuff. Ugh. That was a lot of reading. Holy fuck, that was 5 hours of just hype and reading. My eyes, they are full of information. Yeah, alright. Overall, shit looks good. Solid patch notes out of 10. I like the League mechanic. It's a roguelite. That's awesome. I got fire beams. I got lasers. I like that stuff. It's all good. Solid patch indeed. New skills. Caustic Arrow. Many Vow skills. We got some sweet relics. You don't really... No, it's like, you got it. You press it and you go, man. The strike range is really bad for us. Oh, the strike range thing? They were mad on it, gotcha. Well, we'll see. Maybe they'll revert it. Maybe they'll give it back. Fracturing Orb, really cool. I like those 2 new memories. Those are really cool. You want to start Bone Shatter? Oh. I'm starting Frozen Legion. Mana stacking. Shit's gonna be weird. Shit's gonna be weird. Me and the bros, broing it out. It's gonna bro it out with the bros. Is that a full commitment to it? Maybe. Maybe it's a full commitment to it. Me and the bros, man. Me and the bros. Get some CDR. Get some Mind of the Council action. Go Hyro. No, not Archmage, Mind of the Council. It doesn't work with Archmage by the looks of it. Mind of the Council. Bro it out with the bros. It's gonna be good, man. It's gonna be good. Me and the bros gonna go in, go hard. It's gonna be so shit. Whatever, I can respect it cock if I need to. Oh, the man or water boy. Day 3, not Act 10, good stuff. Instruments of Virtue. No, because Battle Mage won't do anything for it. Oh, actually, no, you're right. Instruments of Virtue would help it. You're right. That could be a 30% more multiplier because I'd be it's doing... I would be doing... It's a spell, and it's not instant, so Flame Dash and that combined, you'd be getting a 30% more multiplier for it. For the attack damage. Nice. Phantasm will work, but it's not going to work very well with this thing. Because it's a spell that triggers mirages to be spawned that attack with your weapon. But it has a cooldown on each mirage. So you get cooldown reduction to lower it so you can get 6 charges so you can pull out the 6 dudes and be like, yo guys, what's up? Let's smack this thing. and then they all smack it with your weapon. So it's a spell that does an attack, but you're not the one attacking, so you can't leech from it. It's gonna be good times. World's down below. Swapped absorption charges. This looks jank as fuck. It does. That's how I'm link starting it. They seem underwhelming. Well, we'll see what they look like when the full thing comes out. It can't be triggered. It can't be echoed. It can't be unleashed. It can't be put on a trap mine. What? It has a look at the list of it. Where is it? This skill cannot be triggered, echoed, unleashed, totems, traps, or mines. It can't be. Yeah, no, it can't do anything with it. You're thinking Cold to Fire Chieftain? Oh, with this thing? I mean, maybe. I don't know what I'm gonna. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. You know what? You know what? We're thinking. We're definitely thinking. Gonna need some of those mana regeneration wed cast speed rings. Was a frizzy model on in. What's up, man? What's up? It's gonna be sad if you beat me to maps, dude. You don't even know the skill's gonna rock ass. You're reserving a mana? You just need max mana? Yeah, I mean that's true. Yeah, I'm just reserving it, so I just need to recover 6% of my mana over 3 seconds, I guess, or 2 seconds. Not even. Oh yeah, it doesn't have the Mind of the Council cost to it because I don't attack. When you use an attack skill, I don't know if that's going to be the case. We'll see. We'll see. Because it still has the attack tag. But I don't know if I'm using a spell, but I don't know how that's going to work. I don't think there's anything that's hybrid like that, so I can't even go test it. 10%. Pretty sure it will work, right? Yeah, it should be fine. I just got a mana stack and then have a fuck ton of mana, which is kind of weird. Then we'll just gain a bunch of energy shield. Did you go EB because you got so much ES? I mean, yeah, that's why I just paused down all of a sudden. Like, but how the fuck do I get Eldritch Battery? I just gotta travel up there, but how? Chest. Oh, the lightning damage nodes are up there? I mean, true. Where diadem on the other head? For a good meme. Molten Strike, Tech Slam, Volcanic Fissure. Yeah, that's pretty true. That is pretty true. I love the League mechanic, yeah. It looks really sick. This is my tree. My Critterio. I mean, it's probably easier to go lucky, right? Lucky with big shocks. No bitching out with the current floor. Yeah, maybe. Does it have a big range? We don't know yet. If I do use a brain rattler though, that'll be pretty strong for it. I mean, it's 3% of my mana, so I don't really have a range. Wait. Can I get EO from the Mirages critting? I can't, can I? No, I can't. And I am getting power charges here, so I have 4. Already. Also, how do I gotta go down here then as well, for mana. Mana. The fuck is this pathing? I know EO from them. Do you get EO from them hitting? They're not me, yeah. I mean, the league looks really good. The league looks really good. It looks quite spicy and interesting. I'm looking forward to it. It's a roguelite league, so you know you love that, but everything else is gonna be interesting. I gotta do that. I think so, Kaiser, yeah. Stretch check. I gotta use the bathroom. They're not using me mana as the HP. I can just go grab my a plate of food real quick and come back. I can just eat while theory crafting. Drop the 3, very definitely. Yeah. Electric battery might over matter. Because I don't have a way to heal my ES yet. Because I'm getting so much of my mana as ES. Let me use the bathroom real quick. And let me see if I got some food I can grab. I don't really feel like taking a break, so I just want to get some food. Baby. Give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna go heat up a bowl of nudes. Be right. Yay, got some food. Food. Okay. Do I have an idea of what I'm doing yet? Did someone solve the idea of this build? So I don't have to solve it? What was that? Being jank and original. I do. What's the CD on the skill? Every minion that's it summons has a 6-second charge. Or 8 second. 8 seconds per charge.
Is an unusual spell, summoning a ring of icy statues that attack with your own weapon damage. The skill has multiple cooldown stacks and consumes all cooldown uses at once to summon a statue for each available cooldown. The statues perform a sweeping ice slash, and these sweeps can overlap, resulting in multiple hits against targets close to you. The spell can be used with staves, maces, and axes. The skill is particularly powerful with slow, heavy weapons, as while the statues will use your attack speed, you should instead prioritize the spell's own cast time and
You wanna play that? It's like a Warcry kind of spell. You can't Warcry it, because they're mirages. They're not you. Yeah, Flicker is anime as fuck. No. You're playing that? Welcome to trying to figure out how to build it. It's a spell that casts mirages that attack for you. Buff based on your buffs. It's the same as Gen Cry? I don't think so. I guess I'll have to look it up. We'll see. See, this doesn't say summons Mirage Warriors. That's the difference. It just says they attack with your weapon. Yeah, it just says it summons statues that attack with your weapon. But yeah, string stacking might work. Or rather, I'm probably sure string stacking would work. That's boring. I don't want to go Brutus string stacking bullshit. What's the Badger? Yeah, for solid. So I need cooldown boots, huh? I got him. Weapon. Yeah. Let's see. Cooldown boots and belts. What am I at? 76. Termination. The wording on savior clones. Without the exert stuff. Right. Yeah, I mean, I tried it. I tested one thing with this I tested. You can't use shockwave with it, which is sad because I was hoping you could. That would be really strong. But it doesn't let you use shockwave. No, I don't think anyone mentioned it. Right, it's on its own to give damage. Right, yeah. There's some way to scale it. It's just a matter of how do you scale it.
Would you like to try? I'll let you borrow a rod.
Hey, Bill. Thanks so much for gifting us all the bush monk. Greatly appreciate you destroying a pleb. Handing out the rods. Much appreciated. I think this is just stretching it too thin, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, probably. No, it's a new one. They added 2 ones. They've added a bestiary one and a totem one. Or a domination one. Orange message from JJJ. I see. Good message. Straightforward as fuck. Hmm. I mean, yeah, they'll just add it back. Oh, if anything. Hmm. Scaling the spell? Nothing. You just need cooldown. Because you can't use attack speed. Well, you can. But I don't really see the point of it. Because everything's based off the cooldown. It's a battle mage. You cast spells to have things attack for you. I can scale. Attack speed goes up. Well, yeah, that's the thing. I have no idea how to use this skill. But you don't use battle mage for it because it's not a spell. So you can't battle mage it. I fucking don't know. What? You go down, not up? No, you can't, like, attack speed isn't gonna do anything for you. Because 0.8 second cooldown on the skill means that you have to wait, for 6 charges you have to wait, what is that? You attack every 4.8 seconds. There's melee damage on the tree you want? Right. Weapons based, so you want weapon nodes? Right, but you don't want attack speed. And you don't really care about the other stuff, and if you're gonna mana stack like I'm thinking about doing with Mind of the Council, I need to scale my lightning damage. It doesn't need to be weapon based if I'm doing Mind of the Council. Otherwise I go like staves or something and just go crit based. Which I still might. Which I still might. But I don't know. I'm just looking at the options. Because it's a weird skill since you don't want attack speed. It doesn't really help you, and you need cooldown. And you need to wait between attacks, so you need some defensive layer that isn't leech, because you don't leech. It's way worse. Why is everyone so negative, man? Just fucking believe, man. Pull a Disney movie out of your ass and just start believing. Everyone's so negative about everything. God damn. William done too many times got burned. I mean, yeah, I did say that, burbs, but doesn't mean I'm gonna follow through with it. I'm not the one getting fucked. This is a cold spell. It's fake. Fake attack with CD. Does not sound like Glacial Cascade. Oh, Glacial Hammer? I mean, yeah, but this is different. You get the scale cooldown recovery instead of attack speed. And all the weird things that come with that. Play as quick? Yeah, I think so. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna stay B. I'm just like trying stuff. I'm thinking. At the moment, that's about all I can do is think. I need to like just throw stuff at a wall. Means that Shanks gets a good sleep. Get some good sleep. It's only EB because I need to think of a way to get back my I need to come up with a way to get back my yes. Mana stacking. Mana stacking is so cheap early on, though. That's the kind of the benefit of mana stacking. But if not mine on the console, oh, that's easy. That's just a staff then. Go crit staves, hegemonies. But you know, dude, the game is easy until you get to like to tier 16s. Have you seen the people doing Ruthless? They're in red maps wearing blue items, man. The game's fucking easy. I'm not worried about getting to maps. I'm worried about thinking if this can scale in any way. Even with this piece of shit build, I'll still be in maps on day one. I don't care. How much cast speed do you need for Winter Tide? That's that whole calculation thing. I don't know off the top of my head. Boom. I don't know it. You'd have to just look up the math. Hmm. Well, what do I do about my ES? Do I just assume Divine Shield will recover some of it, I guess? Hmm. Yeah, if I drop this and then go crits, crit staves is a lot easier. But then I need to figure out how to get my ES back. Yeah, percent or flat. Mana stacking is flat, yeah. How do I get my ES back? How does die get ES back? Hmm. No, like recover it. Yeah, I could always just respec it into a Bocock door. Good ward. We're talking about if I don't go up there. Dang it. I don't hit, Reno. I'm the Mirages don't hit. We can't leech, we can't hit. Yeah, we don't do either. They don't hit. They hit, but they're Mirages. They're not you. You don't leech from Mirages. Looks underwhelming. Oh, well, we don't know the thing. No, he said that they're the same as Val Double Strike is what Chris said in the thing. Yes, okay, I need to fix something real fast. Was it Ludo? This is regen and recoup. Yeah. I keep messing this up. Okay. The frozen sweep skill, the new one. Shield, yeah, shield could work, but I have to use a one-hander for that. It's possible. Sec, I need to change some stuff real quick. Do. There we go. Yeah, BLS is probably the best way to do it. We recover mana by any way outside of regen. Maybe? You know what, mana leech? We can't hit anything. Man, I don't know. Last turn over time. EV route. No, because we still need to get the mana, because attack skills that have added equal to 6% of... Well, no, you're right. We never need mana. You're right. Because we don't use this mana. Well, we need some recovery, but we need very little because we never lose it. We don't actually lose the 3% from Mind of the Council. But yeah, but EB is so far away. It's like, it's not possible to go EB without... Skin. Yeah, skin could work, but it's so... It's just not gonna work on a starter. I don't know what to do about the energy shield issue. I don't know. He ain't gonna mind. He can. Mind of the Council is like 1 to 2C on day 1. Skin is gonna be like week end. We have, well, it's different because Mind will drop at like level 56 starting versus Skin of the Lords with the right colors and having Eldritch Battery on it will not be like a common drop in the beginning. It'll take a while before anyone gets there. Fuck. Be easy if I was Pious Path. That's not easier. Please starter it is. What do I do about using my energy shield, man? Shit. What the fuck? What'd you miss? The league reveal. Cold dot? No, cold dot. You can go cold dot right away. Is updated? Nope. I'm just thinking. Yeah, Wintertide is weird in pubs. Boom. I mean, maybe it's just safer to go Inquisitor to begin with. Staff Inquisitor. Go that route. Hmm. They did make it into a roguelite, yes. Hmm. Makes the respec even easier. It does that as well, yes. Like, um. Hmm. I'll put sugar in some mac and cheese. And everything is. Oh, man. Introversion mind Templar Jewel. Seem to remember being cheap early on, but that's only 50% increased base mana. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably not reasonable to go Mind of the Council early on, just because, well, one, I don't know enough about the skill. But I should be able to just league start it as Inquisitor Staves, I think. Unless I go Scepters and go for full chill. But Staves are full crit, and that's very easy crit. BLS or Staves? Yeah, I mean, BLS would work, but I don't want to do BLS every single time. The problem is, like, BLS... Yeah, I hate BLS. You go Frostbite, Maces. Yeah, I mean, there is that one. I mean, both would work. It's just crit is a lot easier on, Frost. What is it? Frost. How's that thing called? No, it's called like, what's that mace called? What is it? Frost Breath. That's what it is. Frost Breath. You got 2 curses, OP, always now. I mean, yeah, curses are insanely strong. Yeah. It's fairly weak to begin with, because you need a lot of scaling. Then you just saying go Heat Shiver. No, everywhere throughout the game. The opulent ones, the special ones. Sanctums, that ones, yeah. Be right back. Let me make sure something's working. Okay, I'm back. Slaps. You claimed a drop. Congratulations. Yeah, I mean, going Frost Breath makes it super easy. No doubt. Short duration. Double damage, getting hold as extra fire. Extra fire damage. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you could do the Scepters always chill. So you get this. From here. The Mace Mastery. Which you can get, what, there? Create multi with Maces and Scepters. I don't need the pen. Gonna crit anyway? True. If I go Inquisitor. Because I don't know what else I would go. Maybe I go Scion. A Marauder. I don't get much from Rage. I did Carnage, and then don't get much from that either. You'd have to go like, yeah, maybe. Could you go Converted? You technically could go full conversion. Or we go tanky. Yeah, wasn't Demon talking about doing Cold to Fire conversion? To convert the whole thing? Journey's better. You still have to get half. You have to get double your cold damage somehow. Blood guards? I think so, yeah. Oh yeah, you don't attack. You can't go Trinity. It's not your attack. You'd never get charges up for Trinity. That's a good point. Because your Mirages wouldn't give you charges. Endurance Crime? Yeah. It's a really weird thing to build for. Okay, and you agree about cool. Yeah, it's basically a melee totem build without totem nodes. This is really weird. I mean, I do like the idea of Heat Shiver, but then where do you get your base damage from? Because frost is not enough. Base damage. Is the ancestor effect? Yeah. Well, War Chief is good. You don't need Protector. I mean, yeah, true. You could use any mace if you do that, because you could just chill with all mace hits. And you're already converting to all cold. DD is strong. I mean, yeah, it is, but... But there's like no base damage on this at all. Like it's awful on DPS though. That's the problem with it. All damage can freeze. Expeditions end. Oh, it wasn't a build a week. I mean, maybe it's not that expensive. If we get it early on enough. He says, fingers crossed. Because, yeah, this one requires frozen enemies. To really be worth it there. Which is going to be very weird for the build. Actual stats? No, not yet. I don't think. I guess it doesn't really matter overall. It just matters like how I start it, and then I can change it as I feel. The weapon can change as I'm leveling. I need to figure out what I want to start it on. 100C on week 1. Okay. One divine. That's not too bad. Yeah, basically. So would it be better to be Marauder or Inquisitor? Hmm. I do like the idea of getting Instruments of Zeal. And Door does have the backup of Going Cock, yeah. Marauder for damage? What does it bring to the table for damage? Over just having Pen. Because I think it's probably tankier, but I don't think it brings more damage to the table. Going crit? Yeah, I'm going crit. That's War Cries. I can't exert the attack. No, it doesn't. The non-exerts were worth it. But like what? What would be worth it is what I'm saying. It's a spell, yeah. It's a spell that casts mirages that attack for you. Enduring, yeah. You got a string stacker, yeah. Battle mage. Oh yeah, battle mage doesn't work on it. Oh, you're talking about battle mage's cry. Buff makes increase in reduction spell damage applied to your attacks at 25% of the value per 5. Yeah. That's just a buff. You go Berserker, Champion, or Slayer with Cleave? I have no idea. Yeah, you would just use it for the buff line. The buff increases and reductions to spell damage applied at 25% to attack value. Ah, got a rogue beard hair that's getting in my way. But yeah, that would be more of like if you're going string stacking Iron Will and stuff. Use witches. Doesn't. I don't know if it brings enough to the table. Iron Will. Iron Fortress. Yeah. I mean, yeah, string stacking probably would work with it. Pretty well. It's a straightforward approach to it, but like that shit. Even if you did strength to the stack. Hmm. Yeah, no, I wouldn't do it as. Zerker doesn't give you that much. I mean, you get the rage, but the attack speed doesn't do anything for you. Gives good in. Attack speed will help later. It won't do anything. You'll never get your cooldown to the point where attack speed helps. Was it important? No, because you cannot get your cooldown that low. It's impossible. Because it's a 0.8 second cooldown. Unless that goes down to like a 0. I don't. You'd have to get it to a 0.1. Like it will never get to a point where it helps. Because every attack is on a 0.8 second cooldown. So, unless you get it down low enough where you're able to like attack at that speed, you'll never be able to do anything with it. Like your cooldown is your attack speed. I mean, you're welcome to do that. That's the thing. You'll never get your cooldown that far. 0.8, you can reduce it down. Like 2 cooldown items are like 40%. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what it is. Like this is probably where it starts. This setup. Then it's just a matter of like, is it string stacking? Do you end up going string stacking no matter what? You are limited on ways to scale it. That is the reality of it. Minion knows for generic damage. In the beginning, yeah, you might as well. Are there mirages? No, this one. Minion items and increases reductions for spiritual aid. It does not have a minion tag, no. They're mirages. Can you? If you attack with something else, you can get Fortify. You can't get Fortify. That's why in the video, they're attacking with another skill. I'm trying to figure out if this is doable with just one skill. They were attacking with something else to get Fortify. I'm trying to figure out if it's possible to, like, make it... I mean, you could brute force the crit that way, yeah. No, that's because it's not a melee skill.
Use it up close for reliable bursts of damage, or aim far away to damage a larger area. Frozen Legion is an unusual spell, summoning a ring of icy statues that attack with your own weapon damage. The skill has multiple cooldown stacks and consumes all cooldown uses at once to summon a statue for each available cooldown. The statues perform a sweeping ice slash, and these sweeps can overlap, resulting in multiple hits against targets close to you. The spell can be used with staves, maces, and axes. The skill is particularly powerful with slow, heavy weapons, as while the statues will use your attack speed, you should instead prioritize the spell's own cast time and cooldown. This
No WED? No, you can use WED on it. Because it is weapon elemental damage. I assume. I would assume it still uses WED. It's got attack and spell tags. It's got both. No, I was looking for it. They don't have the supports there for it. They don't actually have it on the bar.
slash, and these
It's it doesn't have any supports on it. It's the red one there, or it's the faded one. They have Glacial Hammer on the bar. No, right click is Glacial Hammer.
sweeps can overlap, resulting in multiple hits.
It's really fucking weird. Maybe it is designed to be played with another skill alongside of it. As like an extra burst. But yeah. For Glacial, I don't know. I don't know what their idea behind it is. It's very weird to try to build a build around it. Um 0.48, so 2 attacks a second. Hmm. Non-jank mask is interesting. I could start with something else. I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way to start with this thing. I'm just think of it. Veranostra. Veranostra just got buffed to be tier 0. It's not gonna happen. Oh. Is there a way to just make this skill itself be the skill? It's fizz to cold conversion 100%. It's fully converted to begin with. Hmm. Each statue uses your frozen sweep. I wonder what that cooldown comes down to. Like, how much can you actually bring it down? Hmm. Burst with a limited uptime? Yeah. I might have to just wait and see what the level 2020 skill looks like. Or the all quality, yeah, mapping could be done with it, but yeah. And that 300 must be usable. Hmm. Well, this is only level 1, so it'll scale. Question is how far, and does the cooldown come down as well? Because the cooldown's the biggest issue with it. Well, Lightning Strike is no longer there. That's Lightning Strike's been brought down. Courtesy of Z patch notes. Mm-hmm. Actually, no, Lightning Strike is still there. Helix is the one that came down. Helix is at 150. Lightning Strike is still there, but lost the projectiles. That's what it was. I think I just need to wait and see what the level 20 gym of it looks like. If 2020 comes down in terms of cooldown, then it'd be okay. 0.1. Even 0.2 is still okay. That's 5 attacks a second. And they'll all hit. It just depends on how fast you can get the cooldowns to pop up. What's that Harbinger belt called? Would that help in this situation? Getting all 6 to overlap is iffy. Well, if they all aim at the center, as long as you're the one standing in the center. Flow of time. Oh, is flow untethered? Torrent's Reclamation? Which one was it? Which one's this one? Cooldown recovery, life recovery rate, cast speed. Torrents is the upgraded version? Okay, Torrents. Reclamation? Torrents. Okay. Can I just click on somewhere here? Where is it? There. Fuck. Greater Harbinger. Yeah, I was just trying to search for it. I know it's on the page. I do now. Buff Blaster 8, 10 action speed. Right. Really? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't need it. I'm just looking at what it does. It only does action speeds, so it's not really that important for me, to be fair. It's better just to get a cooldown belt. Yeah, brother. 1520 CDR, yeah. But I mean, that's just a cooldown belt. That's all it's really doing for me. Which is the same as you can get on a Shaper belt. This is cheaper. Yeah. I think without seeing a lower cooldown on it, I don't think you can use it as a main skill. That could be dangerous, right? There's battle skills to look at. Yeah, it's like right on the edge of like if it would be possible to do, because the cooldown is so long, and unless there's another Val MS and BF, yeah, they both. I think it'll work. It's just like I wonder if it comes down. Reduced AoE? No, you would need just like more AoE. It's like this is like nothing here in this video, and it's still overlapping just fine. Like they all hit. What's up, Jimmy? Because they come around you and then hit where you are. Yeah, you can see it there. It's not hard to make that overlap. Spread them out. Yeah, but it'll probably also make them bigger, or then maybe they don't get bigger, so we don't know. Yeah, it's pretty bum. Mirage that only scales your character size? Yeah, it probably doesn't do anything then. Is it blood? So yeah. Love that he uses glacial hammer there. It'll scale it in some way, yeah. Probably the size of the slash. Zero investment. I mean, depending on how you look at it. There's a reason Wintertide was really big in a lot of the races and Ruthlesses. It's strong.
Would you like to try? I'll let you borrow a rod.
Goobs! Thank you so much for giving us out to blood. Greatly appreciate you casting a rod his way so he can join us at the fishing hole. Thank you so much, Goobs. What do I do? How do I make this? Are there other pieces of cooldown things I'm looking at? Sorry. Boots and belts, right? Is there any other cooldown stuff? Cooldown. Boots and belts. Oh, there might be a helm enchant for cooldown recovery for the skill. Like General's Cry does. Minor chat. Destroy Ubers and play memes after that, but I'm questioning that. Why are you questioning it? What can go wrong? Can't go any worse than this idea. The new Val skill seems fun. I mean, that's true. What is a terrible idea I had? Well, we started off with Mind of the Council. Oh, goodness. We started off with Mind of the Council. Frozen Legion. Uh-huh. You know it. 30. I wonder if it gets a 30. Cooldown 4 seconds. Cooldown 2.6. And it's 3.6. 1.6, yeah, okay. So then 0.8 times 0.4, 0.2, 0.7, 0.3, 0.8 times 0.3, 24? No. Yeah. Yeah. 2.4 if it has the same helmet chant, it's a 2.4. So it's 4 attacks a second. Yeah, I was just doing math based off General Scry real quick. I mean, that's getting closer to the realm of possibility. If it's 4 attacks a second, 4 overlaps every time you hit, and the effectiveness goes up. Look at the play super sweet. I mean, it will. If you have 4 mirages spawn and you run from pad to pack once every second pressing R or pressing right click, it's gonna feel pretty good. You end up summoning one dude all the time? No, you just treat it like a slam. Like you're not gonna hold the button down. You just go pop, 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 pop. No bonuses. I mean, it's cool. We get 4 charges a second. That's what I'm thinking. By default. Yeah, in the beginning it's gonna feel like ass if it doesn't scale up at all. That's true. Yeah, it seems like it's probably just gonna be wait and see. We gotta see if the cooldown changes on 2020. Ignite based. He removed the strike range mastery. Yeah, it seems to be a universally not liked one. Need to reread Motor, right? Do that, Ginny, do that. When you sobered up. I'll get rid of this mustache here. It's poking me in the nose. Kind of worse General Cry. You do get a link back for it. An Inquisitor, you do get more damage, maybe. So,
Long,
walk away for 5 seconds. Yeah, okay. So 20 skill would be required. Because I like the I like the idea of it. And even there, they have it. Why are they showing with no links over and over again? I'm so confused. Why is it a no link skill in all their screenshots? It can't be linked. Spell that you casted. I mean, I guess maybe that's why, because the links are weapon-based links, so they're not what you're casting. So it doesn't show the things on the thing. That's some of the extra stuff. It certainly is an interesting idea, yes. I definitely will I'm still keeping the old cast on crit in the back pocket. Because this is like, I don't know, man. Unless Val Caustic Arrow is very cool, in which case I'll just start that, but either way, I think we're going door, yes. Door is the play. It's just a matter of whether or not this is the play. We start flicker and do it. I don't know enough about this skill to like know what it does. Because of the Get more info? Yeah, I think it is just a matter of waiting for the info at this point. Because it looks cool, and I would like to play it as my starter, because I like the idea of it. But I do need to know that it can, like, the cooldown can do something. There he's got Fortify because he went like hybrid. I guess they are trying to push the hybrid idea, but fuck that shit. I don't want to be hybrid. I want to use the skill. See, the problem there is they showed it off with him doing like hits to it using 2 skills. So you can't even judge it based off that. It's neat as an extra button, sure. But I kind of just want to walk around and summon those dudes. I don't think you can afford 2 6-links, not like this. Especially if you try to invest in cooldown recovery, and you know, all that stuff alongside of all the other stuff you'd have to get into to make that skill like feel good to use. Otherwise, it's just like a random button, which whatever. I think they're a big AOE. It looks like they hit in like a circle. Yeah, it's a big circle. Totems and that in your 6-2 6-links. Use Slappy Boy totems. I mean, maybe. I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait and see if the skill cooldown goes down. If you can make it so that it goes down to like a 0.4 base or 0.5 base and then cooldown recovery from there, and get it to like a 1 point or 0.1, 0.2, I think it'll be okay. I don't have a passive tree for that. Totems work with spiritual aid. Yeah, I don't think that one actually has a profile at all anymore, Toronto. Totems work with spiritual aid. Also affect you? I don't think so. What build are you looking for? You're talking about, like, what totem? Totems get your attack stats? Oh, like the attack totem? Yeah, okay, that one. Yeah. I guess it would also work on spell totems, I guess. Yeah. No, yeah, you're right. Too busy thinking about this stupid skill. This minion damage also affect you. They just affect your damage. They don't affect your attack or spell damage in any way. Yeah. Don't mind me. I can't think of another way to get... Oh yeah, I was on the hunt for more cooldown. Hmm. Hmm. Cooldown recovery. Corner. Belt. Yeah, there's only 2 bits of cooldown, isn't there? Hmm. Unless they add the enchant. Yeah. Hmm. Weta time. Hmm. Travel skills. It's all travel stuff. Yeah. I have to assume it goes either shorter cooldown or level up, or then they do have to have a helmet for it. Because 0.8 is like... It's a little too low. Or too high, I should say. Hmm. Because what else could I do to it? It's not affected by duration. Action speed doesn't do anything for it. Yeah, I think it is. 2020 gyms are just kind of what's going to be mandatory there. I need to see that its cooldown goes down. You've obviously got summoner hamlets both times. Rip. Hmm. Also, if I didn't had to improvise the string to become a bracelet, yeah, sure. I'm always down for some MacGyvering. Yeah, what else could... There's not really much you could do. You're gonna have to be able to lower the cooldown enough that it feels worth using if you're gonna invest in cooldown recovery. The question is, how the hell do you do that? When there's only 2 items that give cooldown, and then the helmet. Yeah, there isn't much else you could do. There isn't really much else you can do to boost it. In which case you almost do end up going string stacking because you need each attack to be as strong as possible, and that would be Iron Will, string stacking, Battle Mage, Iron Fortress. BLS. Yeah, true. We will know that by then, so we can just grab whatever, because the beginning of this tree is going to be pretty much the same no matter what I'm playing, if it's Inquisitor, Cast on Crit or not. I'm either going to go this way or that way, and then just switch out stuff. It'll be self-cast spells till then probably anyway. I'm just trying to figure out what other stuff you could possibly do with it. Diversify. That was pretty funny. Diversify your portfolio. Yeah, that's what Reno was talking about. Just go Battle Mage's Cry, not for the exert, but just the boost. And then just go BLS, Iron Fortress, Iron Will. And just use that. Use that as the way to scale it. And that might be the way to do it. That might be the only way to do it, to be fair. If you need the damage to be high enough. No, it doesn't work with swords. Okay. Yeah, Energy Blade was the Virage's idea. I think he suggested that right off the bat. I was like, yes, but no, it doesn't work with swords. No Energy Blade. Need the eyeball helm. Oh, right, for maximum power from Battle Mage's Cry. Right. I mean, Red Blade's cheap to get, usually. Yeah, sadly you can't go Energy Blade with it. Man, that sucks. I was hoping I could figure this out today, but I guess it's gonna boil down to I can't until I get 2020 gems. 2020 gems, just due to the nature of it all. My opinion is on the brink of destruction. Holy fuck, it's already 9. It's like I'm pretty much boom, yeah. I've been alive for 7 hours. Yeah, that would probably be the way to do it. That and then Iron Fortress. Melee physical damage, yeah. That would probably be the way to do it then. How the fuck do you get cooldown? guess you just essence spam boots and belts until you get strength and cooldown. That'll be how you do that. Come on. You need much for CDR? Oops. Oh, that's pretty cool. Turned it over, tied it down. Works out. Very nice. MacGyvering setup. Yeah, I got a couple bracelets that used to be necklaces. Melee wins again. Oh, Karn. Yeah, I saw that one. Oh, you want +1 rather than CDR? Yeah, for this though, I think you want CDR more than +1 because +1 is going to be 6 to 7 versus 30% CDR, which is going to be from 0.7 to 0.5, which is pretty good. We'll see. We'll see. Either the bracelet or the necklace. This one helps with clear more though. On this one, I don't know because you kind of want the cooldowns to be between packs. So if you have, because it always uses all of them every single time you cast. You want rage somehow? Rage is just damage though. Just you don't get the attack speed from it. The more attacks damage. Yeah, I mean, it would only be good for the 20% more with attacks. Everything else is whatever on it. You don't get the attack speed. Less damage taken. Oh, I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck. I'm trying to think if there's anything I'm missing that could be like utilized with this setup. Because yeah, right now my main focus right now is just figuring out if I'm missing anything for damage purposes. Well, I can go glass cannon. Not fully glass cannon. No, I just need to figure out. I need to figure out if I can even make it do damage first. I'm just trying to think of any cooldown items I'm missing or anything like that from the setup. %, more is worth it though. It's difficult to get rage in somehow. Chainbreaker, I guess. You got the work right now? Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I were to go this, I don't know what the hell I would pick up down here. The Chrome Spirits, right? You cannot comprehend right now? No, I can't. I'm actually very confused, to be honest with you. Yeah, like Chrome Spirit would be the other thing. It's looking good. It is looking good. Then I can't leech and I have no recovery, so I'm not going to be able to use that. I think it'd have to be Chainbreaker, honestly. Chainbreaker might be the way to do it, because I don't have to cast that often. So Chainbreaker might be okay. You already can't reach? Yeah, but that then also turns off my regen. Movement skills cost rage. Yeah, but I mean, I gotta use what I can. I'm trying to figure out if I can make Frozen Legion a starter. One rage generated for every 25 mana regeneration. Mana recovery from rage is not applied. Skills cost +3 rage. Been sick for the last 2 videos? Oh man, get some good sleep, spoops. Hopefully you stop being sick. It's not that bad for this setup. You don't, yeah, I was gonna say you don't need Giga mana regen for this setup because you just need some. Given the fact that you're only casting whatever is on cooldown, so you could use Chainbreaker theoretically speaking. No, you won't leap slam around. You'll flame dash around. Because cast speed is more important than the attack speed. Because cast speed is because the skill has a cast on it, cast timer on it. So if anything, you don't want to be locked down for 0.7 seconds. So cast speed. Is flame dash enough? Yeah. Like all I do ever is flame dash. Have you seen me play? And to dash into mobs or walk to them? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, C- clear speed, man. It'll be completely okay for me. Yeah, I guess my biggest worry with this skill is I hope it doesn't do what Void Sphere did and just, like, they designed it as a secondary skill and, well, that's never gonna happen. I'm gonna run out of charges? Nah, it'll be fine. I have Quicksilvers for that. Is there any other item that I could maybe think about staring at here? Anything I'm missing? Or an item to stare at? Maybe. That's certainly an item. For console Poe? Not really, sadly. Righteous Fire, yeah. I guess Righteous Fire is your best bet. Walk around, burn things to death. The community's so small. Right. Yeah, I don't know. Check out Hawks' guide on Righteous Fire and then go from there. See if you can work that into consoles. You probably can. He's probably got a pretty good sell, so found variant of it. How many times an S is up to 100? Yeah, there you go. There you go then. Check out Pox's stuff. I was gonna say he probably has an S variant of it. 25% of their value. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it looks like realistically, an almost mastermind. Yeah, check out Pox's RF guide. That'll definitely take you there. That'll definitely take you there and beyond. Okay, well, that's about as much as I can think of for today, right? I don't know what else to think of. I don't know what else I could put, like, feasibly slap in this build or the idea until we see the gym. Think of other skills. I mean, Cleave and Flicker aren't really skills that I need to think of. They're the same build that they've always been. And then the other one, the Fire skill, is probably just like Inquisitor or Chieftain. The new one. Yeah, the Fire one. I mean, it's just like Molten Strike or something, right? Tectonic Slime, this thing. Volcanic Fissure. That's you don't really need to think about that. That's slap that in anything. I mean, honestly, if I were to do that, I'd probably end up just doing it unarmed. I understand why PC and console are balanced identically. Development time, really. Sucks, but that is the answer. It just can't take the... Because the community is so small on console, it's not really worth development time to generate another build of the game for consoles, specifically. Not the answer you want to hear, but that's what it is. But yeah, I mean, this skill here is, this is just Molten Strike or Tectonic Slam. They all use the same setup. There's not too much that you have to. It's not going to be the same. Unique and different? Sure. Yeah, console pose is like I said, it's not a thing I have any advice for because it's so different. What do I do? Who on the Reddit decided to generate how to do this thing? Nope. Hmm. Dang it. No one has considered the new build? What the fuck? I don't care about the rest of the stuff. Oh, really? Come on. Dang it. This thing. Any crazy implication of separation between the actual attack and the summoning mix? So, thing. I'm curious about the battle mage. Does the attack damage and the battle mage add spell damage double damage? No, probably not. Percent spell damage and spell damage does not affect the skill, so sadly battle mage doesn't double dip. Yeah. Recall when he slapped Dwayne Johnson's ass. Hitting rock bottom. Nice. A shockwave doesn't work with it. You have multiple. Okay, that's an interesting idea. Using like Nagahumu's flame. To, like slap a bunch of stuff out. Cost on PC is 20. Yeah, I've heard that. On console, it's weird. You just have to play console like it's SSF. Realistically. Listen to this. I'm listening. I'm thinking about everything I can think of right now. Boom Mace Square Devil 6 Link. Self-armed, right. Daily. There used to be a link to the Poe builds subreddit on the side here. I really have to type it out. I don't want to type it out. Damn it. New Frozen Legion Gym. Do you think the attack also has a spell tag? No, there's a potential bonkers abuse. No, yeah, I don't think it's gonna do that. I don't think battle mages will scale with it the more we thought about it. Yeah. Multiple fissures? I think it's just one. That's 3.6 for burst, assuming you can handle potentially combo shockwave. You can't do shockwave with it. There's also a delay between casts and hits, which might feel clunky, potentially with buffed Mercury since loss. The statue attack speed will be really bad. The hit and run playstyle offense. Bossing though. Cast while waiting for CD. This is the biggest buff since the game. I mean, yeah. Now we got buffed again, I guess. Especially in a two-hand setup, a secondary 6-link, even if it's just... Yeah, I don't want it to be secondary 6-link. Hmm. Use an impale gloves, champ. Oh. No, it's an attack. You can't. Doctor's appointment in 5 hours. Oh. Good luck. You cast a spell to summon attacks. As we're not sleeping. Oh no, Jenny. That sucks. I don't get it. Welcome to what I've been staring at for the last while. No spell tags help it. Cooldown reduction is there. Cast speed and cooldown reduction are there for it. Mel attack build that doesn't attack. I just don't see the advantages there. Yeah, it's kind of... It's this line. It's really weird. Hmm. Statues aren't minions. They're the same as Val Double Strikes. So, yeah. One charge for... Yeah. One skill off Battle Mage. Scales off your attacks, yeah. Battle may just cry Shockwave, a Shockwave Cyclone, but it seems to be the strongest option to pair with it. Oh, they're saying you pair it with one thing and then press the button while you're rolling around. Minus 4C? Shit. That's chilly. I got the other side. I'm on +4. Tesla Totem themed statues after. The attack scale, what scale? Does attack scale off your weapon crit, spell crit? It has to scale off your attack crit, right? What does the gem level do to Shockwave? Well, Shockwave doesn't work. No, you can't trigger a trigger. It doesn't work with swords either. Cannot be triggered. It's so weird. I don't, yeah, it's like, it's a spell that needs cooldown reduction. You also have to go accuracy. You have to also not get attack speed because it doesn't matter. You then have to figure out a, like, what the, this thing's got so many fucking layers. Firestorm starter. I mean, there's always cast on crit reap in the back pocket, man. I know what I got in the back pocket. I'm trying to understand, yeah. I don't understand what the fuck. Molten Strike with totems. Cold Dot seems good with the Curse buffs. Oh yeah, Cold Dot and Fire Dot are like in a really good spot. Man. Yeah, the Heat Shiver idea. It can't be exerted is what we think. No, you can't echo it. Because it's charges, yeah. It's level of 1. Man, yeah. Until we see 2020, I don't think there's any way of knowing what the hell you can do with this thing. If the cooldown doesn't come down low enough, then it doesn't really work. It doesn't really end up working as a ability because it's gonna be too slow to use, and weaving in a second 6 link just doesn't seem worth it. When you're normal skilled, then you'd have to get an Ancestral Protector, you'd have to get an Ancestral War Chief, that's already taking up links, and then on top of your auras, on top of your movement skill, you're gonna put in another 6 link for Frozen Legion. Like, at that point, it's not worth it anymore. It's just better to go for a 6 link totem that's like decked the fuck out than it is to try to get this thing to also fit into this like conglomerate of weird ideas. Burst skill for Poe 2. I mean, it's possible that's what it's going for, yeah. I mean, they did kind of hint at that, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Is anything Inquisitor shit worth for it? I mean, it kind of does. Like, Instruments of Virtue is very good for it. because if you're doing flame dash and using it, you'll always have 30% more attacks damage for each, you know, that's really strong, or 30% in total. And then yeah, you could use Pious Bath and Inevitable Judgment. That all works for it. Battle Mage just doesn't work for it. Like, you can't give it, you can't get that going on it. What's up, for cheese? So that's kind of out. And then Fanaticism, or no, sorry, Virtue works. Zeal kind of works, but it's not any good because you're only just giving yourself AoE and a really quick cast when you bounce around. Would work, wouldn't it? Murikirigi? No, because Battle Mage is gain added spell damage equal to the damage of your main weapon. It's not a spell. Yeah, you cast a spell to then attack. It stopped at 139. Oh, nice. Wait, stopped at 139. Didn't go the distance, didn't go for speed. Actually, yeah, you got level 2 Link skill, right? 120, so you don't have to. Let's see your worst. It's just, it's really weird. I'm trying to understand where it's used other than a burst button, but you cannot fit a burst button in. Not like that. It would have to be like Poe 2, where you can have a third 6th Link. Where the fuck are we getting enough buttons to press all this shit in? I'm not gonna press that on top of, like, War Chief and Protector already. That just sounds like ass. Isn't burst buttons literally Val skills? Kind of, yeah. Val skills are better burst buttons. Is the Void Sphere thing? It is very Void Sphere-ish, yeah. It's weird that I saw the clock, the Necromancer bitch, but Magnus destroys me. No, some stuff is harder than others, Feta. Like, the boss flexibility or gearing is gonna be up and down a lot. You'll find that out throughout the frame. Some bosses are harder and easier for different classes. Oh, did they boom? Hell yeah. Cast on melee skill, perfect world of zoom. No uptime in Pinnacle though, because you get Souls fight with only one dude. I don't know, man. I don't know what the hell to do with this thing. Such a weird skill. I want to play around it, but I have no idea how you, like, other than seeing the 2020, I have no way of doing it. Oh, where Discord Maple? Yeah, let me add that real quick. Path of Exile game channels, create channel, text channel, Maple story. There you go. They're gonna out listen to stream. Don't stick maybe the strongest version of this endgame, of course, is a cultist replica Alberon strength stacking. I mean, maybe, yeah. Let's say regular fire version would be better. Maybe. The problem is getting the cooldown, because, oh yeah, no, because if you go Alberons, you get even worse cooldown, because you don't get cooldown on Alberons, so you're missing 20% cooldown recovery from there. Make an MTX. He's at lunch meet. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go here in a second. My brain is just fizzled. I'll go get some food and then probably just chill out for the evening, come back tomorrow. It'd be crazy for bleed. Oh yeah, we don't know how many hits it is. Is it like 25 rapid hits, or is it one boom? No, leech is fatal. Nah. Just attack faster, you'll be fine. Well, it'll be only one. It's probably multiples, but same as anything. We don't know, so. Because it says 25 hits. 25 strikes. Okay. This attack repeats 25 additional times. So, yeah, it's probably just 25 small hits. Mark post about Valve Flicker. Can we get information on Valve Flicker? If used on a single monster, does it count as 25 hits or one big hit? Or that would be a result of 25 hits added together. Calculating the damage of hit inherently also calculates the damage of elements it will inflict. So that combines damage from multiple calculated hits in the exact same way as dual strike, cleave, and single. You hit each enemy once each time you wound them, calculating the damage of the hit, including the elements, but not applying that damage. You're still hitting, so you get all on-hit effects that don't require damage. At the end, for each enemy you hit them an additional time, causing an on-hit effects again, and dealing the combined damage of all wounds applied to the enemy as a single hit. Those hits calculated elements, the damage of those elements is merged the same way. If some of those were crits, then the crit multiplier will be applied to those specific hits when they calculated and will not apply to others. But if any other combined hits were crits, the combined hit count deals... What the The combined hit counts... Does that mean that the said final hit will result in a single ignite that does deal damage components... that deals all the components successfully cause an element? Just like the hit damage is combined in one hit, the associated damaging elements from those hits are combined into one element of each damaging element type. If multiple of the wounding hit calculates an ignite, the total ignite fire damage per second from such hits will be combined into a single ignite applied by the final damaging hit. This is true of other damaging elements. So it is one. If you ignite 25 times in that strike, for each ignite, at the end of it, they're combined into one giga ignite and just said, here's the big ignite, go to town. So it's the combination of 25 ignites at once. 75 less ignite damage though. I mean, yeah, true, it's less, but it's still 25 ignites at once? One combined crit. It's an interesting button to press. That's so weird. Okay. Or 1 giga poison. Yeah, 25 stack of poison instantaneously. Or 25 stack of bleeding. Okay. That's kind of weird. Alright, alright. Fair enough. A little thing next to me. What the fuck? Okay. 1 big impale and each hit after it's super chunky. Oh, yeah, true. That's a fascinating button. That's a very fascinating button. You really go dot? I mean, maybe you do. Any other clarifications? No, it's the last one. Okay. Fair enough. God, there's so much information today. I'm hyped, but I'm also so tired of information. Oh. That's certainly been an adventure in the days of information. Like 40% of it. Ready for Maple? I'm ready for Maple, but I'm gonna do it off stream probably. Because I'm probably gonna go sleep. I've already been live for 7.5 hours. I'm not gonna Maple on top of that. One more thing. Or I'll Maple just off stream and chill and watch some stuff. I need to catch up on Bleach and whatnot. Oh man, that's a lot, man. That's a lot. I'm hyped, man. It's gonna be a good league. It's gonna be a good league. I like the league mechanic. It was my first Ursa, and by the time I loaded inside the cave, it was over. Oh no. Yeah, the load on Ursa is really bad. I don't know, maybe just take your graphics down as low as you can, if they're not already. Interesting. EU ping. Oh, yeah, true. I don't know, hold the attack button while loading. Gee, I wonder. I know, right? Turns out I like roguelites. Who knows? Who knew? Lethal Shade. It's gonna be crazy if you can get one of these corrupted with the right node. Oh, that's gonna make making weird shit real cool. It's a lot to get power. Can't buy him though, so you're self-farming him. We'll go Metrovania next week? Yeah, maybe. Oh man, my brain is frizzled, man. I want to know more about the stupid fucking skill. Once again, lend me your ears. Oh man, okay. That's just figure. I mean, they said that you take less resolve damage the closer you are. They've at least they're attempting to balance for melee, so that you're allowed to be close. I mean, yeah, but you're always gonna take some, by the sounds of it. Avoiding anything with flicker. Bounce in, bounce out. You'll be fine. Yeah, I think that's gonna do it for me. My brain is like fried, and I do not have enough ideas left to talk or even like trying to understand where to go from that skill. I need the level 2020 gem. Once I get the 2020 gem, I think I could like piece together something early. Yeah. So 8-hour stream, but still ending early. Yay. Elp brain, I agree. Brain need elp. Yeah, I can't really piece together what I would do with it. Nightmares? No, probably not. More of a me just going there thinking about like waking up to it, be like, wait a second, what if I did this? But no, I need the 2020. I need that cooldown to go down below like 0.2, where I can do like 5 attacks a second. If I can do that, I think I can league start it. But if not, cast on crit is there. We'll go that, and then we'll figure out enough funding for some of the other stuff. Because some of the gear I do want, like the amulet, that would make it so that I could do my taking a lightning build again, and spell impale. That looks cool, and of course mess with like a Starforge, and a disfavor, and a void forge. 2 times a day, yes. You can buy tickets to do it 5 more extra times, so you can do 7 times. But you really only want to do that on Sundays because it gives you XP scrolls. Anyway, I'm going to call it there. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. Hopefully it's been fun. Hopefully you're hyped and not exhausted. I'm hyped, but I'm exhausted. And Dance Mater, Raj Greaves Goobs. Thank you so much for the gifted subs, resubs. Greatly appreciate that as always. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Wild Twitch, Feta, Bloods, Mr. ICF, Reno's Groups, Burbs, The Rajas, Jenny's, Kaisers, Daisuke's, D-Lands. Y'all have a good one. I'll be back tomorrow for staring at the new stuff. If we get some new teasery goodness. Peace out, PC Food, Jenny. And then yeah, we'll dick around on Maple and wait for Friday. That's what we're doing. That's where we're going. And that's hopefully